What? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm gonna give everybody a few minutes to come in. Can y'all let me know if you can hear me? If you could just put a one up if you could hear me. Trying something different. Wow, what's good, Mr. Kev? What's good? Thank you. So, uh, yeah, this here topic really be bothering me a lot. So I'm just coming up to discuss something. I really wanted to do this show Friday, but then it was so much going on in these hits, so much going on in these YouTube streets that I didn't even come live. But I have something I want to play for you guys. Give me 1 second. Oh man, y'all didn't hear me, huh? Shucks. Damn. So y'all didn't hear what was playing, right? Can y'all?
Good, sister. When you fall in love with a man, that love makes you willing to give yourself up. I'm not talking about giving up your body. I'm talking about giving up your mind, giving up your own aspirations, your own desires for your future. When you fall in love with a man, you give up your life to accept his life. Now, look here now. See me talking to him, brother. And they ain't arguing with me.
So did y'all hear that? So I just listen to what he thinks a woman have to do to when she falls in love with a man. When a woman falls in love with a man, she is giving up her life. She's giving up her dreams, her aspirations.
Be good, sister.
Is this something that we want?
When you fall in love with a man, that love makes you willing to give yourself up. I'm not talking about giving up your body. I'm talking about.
He said it makes you want to give yourself up. Not talking about giving up your body as if that shit ain't so important. He's talking about but giving up your mind. So he wants you when you get with a man to lose your mind. And this is what a lot of you women do. You get with a man and y'all lose your mind. This is the propaganda. Listen, I've been telling y'all that women were the first slaves and they sold you off as a wife. I keep trying to tell y'all this and you don't want to hear it. You want to believe that this, listen, this is the propaganda from y'all churches, your mosques, your religions. This is what they've been brainwashing us and teaching us. This is part of the slavery indoctrination that you must believe. It has to be taught on everything in us. Is This is how they indoctrinate women to fight women. And this is how they keep emboldening these men to tell you about, are you married? Well, if you ain't got a man, you don't even need to be talking. Yet all these men who give relationship advice to women and men brag that it's bad for a man to get married. It's not a benefit for a man to get married. So they're teaching men that is no benefit to them. And then they're teaching women that you're not even worthy if you don't have a husband. Listen to all the things that a woman must give up. This is Farrakhan, y'all, telling you all the things that a woman have to give up when she, I don't even know if he's saying married. Listen.
Be good, sister. When you fall in love with a man,
That's just if you fall in love with a man. Lord, don't fall in love, ladies. Lord.
that love makes.
I'm sorry. I'm joking. Fall in love, but this is not love. I'm going to have to teach ladies what love is and what being used and being abused is. Because I clearly think that a lot of women, let me let this play.
Makes you willing to give yourself up. I'm not talking about giving up your body. I'm talking about giving up your mind, giving up your own aspirations, your own desires for your future. When you fall in love with a man, you give up your life to accept his life. That, look here now. See me talking to him, brother. And they ain't arguing with me.
Listen, this is really something that I know a lot of women too are teaching, right? That when you are with somebody, listen, that is when you are with the right somebody. Women, I'm going to give you some advice that my father gave me. And my dad told me never believe one word a man tells me. He used to tell me, whatever these little boys telling you, know that they are lying to you 90% of the time. Only go by what they do. Only judge a man by his action. I have had so many countless girlfriends through the years will be like, oh, girl, he told me he loved me. Girl, he said he can't live without me. They will tell me this here weak shit, and they will be like in love. And find out this man married, this man, and and I would always ask them, and you believed him? Like, you only knew him 3 weeks, and he couldn't live without you in 3 weeks? I would just always run into these, like, for real. I would run into so many women who were super duper smart. I'm talking about brilliant on paper. But when it comes to guys, I don't think a lot. And I think that maybe because I was so close to my dad, I think because I had brothers and a whole lot of first cousin men in my family, and I would hear them having a girlfriend and sweet talking another girl like it wasn't nothing, making it seem like they were single. I would hear the lies. I've had cousins who were happily married, would brag on their wife cooking and cleaning, and oh my gosh, she the best thing. And then he's cheating on her with another woman, and this heifer come tell me, yeah, because he said his wife don't know how to cook, his wife don't do nothing. And I would tell her, he's lying. I would straight up tell the side chick, girl, he lying. His wife is an excellent cook. Like, and they would think I'm lying. They think I'm hating. No, you can't even help some women out. If you tell them the truth, They think you're trying to just interrupt their happiness, or and while he's a married man, honey, he just is a cheater. He's a cheater. If he get with you and leave, if and the only way he would leave his wife is if she put him out. These men in the manosphere throw that stat up all the time. That it's the women who are going around filing for divorce. They never want to say why these women run off. They be like, oh, one day she just wake up and say, I'm not happy. Does that even sound sane? This is how dumb I think some of these manosphere men are. Honestly, they have got to be the epitome of stupidness. For them to fall and hear and repeat the nonsense. Do you know how many black men in the manosphere repeat the same lies and stupidity? Oh, because a woman could just wake up one day and she just gonna say, you know what? I'm not happy. Look at TMI. You know what? That marriage had to been dead. It was been a lot of complaining. It was been this and that and all of this shit in between. And then you know what? Somebody just reached a freaking breaking point. And y'all don't want to admit it was so many warning signs. Listen, women, if we're not anything else, we are freaking verbal. Okay? And we will speak how we feel. Now, you can keep ignoring how someone feels. You can keep acting like it's not your problem because you don't really value that person. But see, once a woman keeps feeling like she's not being valued and she keeps complaining about whatever the hell is going on, guess what? Eventually they get the nerve and then they leave. And then a man is like a dummy. She just woke up one day and said, I ain't happy. And she packed up and left me. Is he special? I mean, listen. So the main thing that's really bothering me is about all this damn misogyny, right? And you know, when I was real young, my husband was telling me about how his uncles, like, cause he had a baby when he was 15, the girl was 16, but anyway, he was real young. And I remember the stories he would tell me. He would say, like, yeah, you know, when I was like 13, the uncles would give us condoms and be like, man, you better smash her, man. She keep coming around here. That girl's sweet on you. And I would always say, like, them old suckers really ruined the young boys. And it's so deep ingrained in them to over sexualize the boys. But who you think those boys are sleeping with? Those boys are going to sleep with girls usually, unless they not straight, unless they gay, right? And then these Manosphere men out the blue want to blame the mom for everything. And I asked my husband, "What did your mom give you condoms, tell you to start being hypersexual and go screw every girl?" He was like, "Hell no." But this is always, even with my brothers, my older cousins, my uncles would entice them and tease them and tell them, "Oh man, you must be gay. You don't gonna hit that man." And they do it to the boys when they're so young. They hypersexualize these boys. They teach them the game. See, because a woman can't raise a man. You need a man to raise a man. And they're gonna give the boys the game on how to be a man. But this is the question nobody ever asks them niggas. What kind of men are you trying to raise? You want to have men that know the game to play games? Or do you want to have freaking productive men in society? See, what they won't teach you or tell you, ladies, is that most of the men who give these boys this hard, including in my family, my older cousins and my uncles didn't turn out to be a lot of shit. And that's what they want. They want to give your sons the game so they don't turn out to be shit. See, the game that they're trying to give these young boys is this is I listened to this YouTube Black Manosphere shit. It is the most dangerous shit. It's the shit that the pimps, the drug dealers, the hustlers give you the game of, because that's real life. And all they want to do is tell you how to treat these hoes. Now they virgins. These little girls is virgins. These little boys is virgins. But they're gonna make these boys be so over sexualized, showing them pornography at such a young age, and then telling them they not real men if they not going out there smashing. That's what they teaching. To be a real man, right? And then they start throwing up shit like, yeah, man, by any means necessary, you need to get that bread. And then next thing you know, the little boy hustling, right? Because by any means necessary. So being a young girl, I would have my cousins and my older brother, they would have girlfriends, right? And then any girl that come around, they whistling at, they flirting at, they trying to get with them, they getting with them. And then they would make these women feel like so special and pretend like the other woman is not just as special, right? I've actually seen my cousin a couple times have different women, and his wife will wind up fighting these women. Now, I thought she was dumb because, honey, your husband is seeking these women out, flirting with them, buying them shit, but then you want to fight the women. I've heard a lot of content creators give a lot of horrible advice to women. I'm going to be honest with you. I've heard women say, well, women always have competed for a man. I will promise you this. In my entire life, never have approached a man. I've never asked a man for a fucking phone number. I don't go after a man. I've never in my entire, well, it's been a while, but never had I ever had the part in my mind to compete for a fucking man. It's either this motherfucker like me or he don't, and I don't give a fuck. I never went out looking for a guy. And I thank God that I did get married young. I'm gonna tell you why, because I think I got too much of my father blood in me. If I wouldn't have got married young, I probably would have been a beast, y'all. I'm gonna just be honest with you. That's just how it was. I didn't even, shit. I was lucky. I guess I'm lucky because shit, I'm happy, right? With what I have and who I have. But sitting up here listening to these men preaching that marriage is horrible for a man. A man don't get nothing out of marriage, which is the dumbest shit ever. This is why I think the FBI is part of this manosphere. And these men, because the value that you get from being two incomes over one, you are retarded. The amount of property, the amount of things that you can build and grow with somebody from one income to two, it has to be either some huge retards running this shit or the FBI. Because for a man to sit up here and go around teaching other men that are usually average salary earners, there is no benefit in getting married. No. I'm going to tell you what the benefit is not. If you're not a loyal person, if you're not just a genuinely good person, don't ever get married. Because guess what? People get tired of your bullshit. Let me tell you, people will take your bullshit. I have been going through some real shit in my life, right? And I feel like my husband has been dealing with a lot of shit and it's on me, right? Because I'm a fair person. I can see my bullshit, right? Listen, there is a lot of value in being married. I'm not gonna never lie and say that. But I do think that people put marriage as if marriage make you a good person. It does not. You had to have already been a good person, have already wanted to be. I would never want to marry somebody who I didn't want to be there for. You understand? I would never want somebody to marry me if he didn't want to be there equally for me. Right? So when things are good, everything is easy. When things are good, when everybody healthy and strong and no sickness, everybody able to work and money is coming in and everything you're building and you're buying properties and everything is good, yes. You know when the hell the true test of a fucking marriage is? When everything come crashing down. That's when you see how much somebody really loves you. When shit ain't going nowhere near right, and that motherfucker flee on you, or that motherfucker stand by your side. When you weak, when somebody want to be your strength, that is the value of having somebody. And it's not no monetary value that I can put on that. It's not, everything in this life is not money. I think these manosphere men teaching men the wrong things, and they are dangerous, y'all. They don't teach men about just being a loyal guy. When you get somebody, make sure it's a person you want to be with. And then you know what you do? You try to be your all. You try. You try to do the best you can to be for that person. Because one thing men don't realize, most of the women that I know, if a woman think you giving her your all, and I don't care if it's $5, she will then want to give her all. And you know what, I'm lying. I think men do realize that. That's why they got all these homosexuals that just sit home and play Nintendo games and don't want to go work, right? Because how many of us have friends that have a husband or a boyfriend who, since y'all know him, that sucker ain't never had a job, right? Wow, what's good, Mr. Cal 504 in the building? Wow, Sister Starry Eyed in the building. What's up, Kiara? Miss I'm Not For Everyone. Wow. Tiffany Uncensored. Wow, Wisdom. Um, Luigi the Knife Fighter, or any development of it. I don't know. Look, women thought they can raise men alone. Let me tell you something. I've seen women raise the fucking best of the best. I have a friend, her son is a judge, and she did it all a fucking alone. So this is a thing that has been propaganda, and it just started coming out like in the 90s, y'all. And I'll never forget um when all this stuff came. Was women can't raise a man. Let me tell you something. Even in from the beginning of time, men will go out in war and have a wife with 3 kids. Them men will go out and get killed. And it would only be women in them villages. And guess what? Whatever kids they had there, boys and girls, they had to raise them suckers. This is the biggest problem. Y'all have got to stop with the propaganda. And listen, anything that you keep hearing over and over, getting beat into your damn psyche, you should know it's a fucking lie. You should know it's a lie. It doesn't make human sense that all these wars, that all these millions of men will go off and die. Who raised all of these millions of men's children? There will be whole villages left without one goddamn man. I remember watching a damn documentary where the women would grab pitchforks and try to fight off invading men. And they still would get slaughtered, of course, but still, because all of their men in their town or village had already been murdered off. We listen to propaganda and then repeat it so much, even to our own self. We believe this shit is true. These are all lies. Listen, if a woman have to, whether her husband died, whether the man ran off, she can do it, right? There are going to be nuances to it, right? It's not going to be everything. Listen, my dad raised us, right? I did have a woman in the house for most of the part, but because he would cheat on her ass, she would leave. I remember going to my junior prom. Nobody never told me that as a younger lady, I was supposed to shave under my arm. I was 15. And I, thank God, went to a friend of my house first and, gave them hugs and stuff. And my dad helped me get dressed and everything, did the best he could. I'm not knocking him. There's certain things about being a woman he didn't think of or whatever. But guess what? Once I gave her a hug, the mom said, "Oh, okay, come in the bathroom." She said, "Girl, take that dress off. We're going to shave under your arms before you go to this junior prom." I ain't never, and this was the craziest thing. I had a sister who was 10 years older than me. But when I got home, the next day I talked to my sister. I'm like, why you ain't never tell me this? I even asked my grandmother, why none of y'all told me this? Because obviously my dad, a man, so it was a lot of nuances that a man didn't teach me, right? Couldn't teach me. So it will be nuances that the woman won't be able to teach her son, right? Mr. Kev, you got a daughter, it's going to be just things in just regular womanhood you're not going to think to teach your daughter, because you can't plan for everything. You can't teach everything, right? So what I'm saying is you can still do it. And it's going to be nuances, of course. This here bullshit. Let me tell you something, ladies. I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you opposite what these men tell you. Keep your damn sons away from strange men. Keep your sons away from strange men. Don't sit up there and put no man in charge of your damn children, boys or girls. Because them same damn sick, perverted people that will touch a girl will touch your son. So stop believe. This is how we started setting our children up to get molested, for real. Started believing this lie that, oh, because a woman can't do it. A woman can't do this here. No, she won't be able to do every damn thing. But guess what? If she's really trying, like I believe my dad tried, he won't be able to teach me everything about being a woman. That's the reason why I am my dad's child. I know I'm very masculine. I know I like to shoot guns. I I hunt. I hunt deer. I clean my own deer. I skin my own deer. I butcher my own meat. I know that's not something normal most women do. But the truth is, I learned this here from a lady here on YouTube, and she sent me a video that the Native American women here were all hunter gatherers with their mate, with their husband. They would go hunting and fishing and had great aim with those bow and arrows. So we are living in today's society telling us that's not feminine. They tell us that's not feminine. But according to whose standards of what is feminine? Right? According to whose standards? Because those Native American women can shoot that bow and arrow from what this video showed me, and they proud of that shit, right? In today's standard, they'll say, oh, because I'm masculine, because my dad always brought me fishing and brought me hunting. So listen, I don't know. I keep hearing this bullshit about traditional men, traditional women. We living in a damn modern time. We don't live in slavery. We don't live in antebellum South. We don't live in that I think these men who are modern men are so brainwashed. And I think that the FBI have to be in on this shit, y'all. I promise you, I really believe the FBI, the CIA, somebody is in on this here. Because there's no way that you can have a normal brain and believe all these lies these niggas say on YouTube. And I just keep hearing it. A lot of this stuff is getting repeated over and over and over. A lot of it. It's just keep getting repeated. Who who's telling y'all these things? And do you have any kind of brain for yourself that you question one thing after the next? Listen, when my dad would tell me something, I would say, okay, Dad, I know you right. Y'all don't like what I'm saying, huh? So let me see. Thank you, Tiff. Hit that like button, child. Hit that like. Hit that like. Okay, Miss Kira, I'm not for everyone at Mule University. And that is the problem. That right there, and they'll swear up and down they didn't teach them boys nothing bad, but somehow so many of them have a warped sense of behavior towards black. Exactly. Listen, I grew up in that shit. Let me tell y'all something. If you I done told y'all a horrible thing that I did when I was a young girl, preteen, like 11, 12, right? But I'm gonna tell you how I even got into that. Nobody told me to do something. I used to sit back and watch. I used to sit back and watch. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't think my brothers, they wasn't smarter than me. Even if they were older than me, they were not smarter. I just can't, because they would talk right in front of me, and I would just sit there like playing with a baby doll or something, and they would just talk. I'm watching cartoons, but they talking, and I'd be like, they gotta be about to. But I felt like this, and I'm not saying all men are dumb, but when I was in third grade, y'all, all the boys in my class would try to sit close to me or sit close to another girl just to copy off our spelling test and shit. I was like, I was young, y'all, but I used to be like, they ain't smart. Like they not. And we in this society, we have been brainwashed to think they're smarter than us. No, they are. I always joke and say, women were supposed to be the brains and the men were supposed to be the muscles. And you know what? That is equal partnership, you know? But because somebody can beat you or whip your ass, now they on top and they think they smarter than you, right? So women have always had to use kind of manipulative tactics and things like that to get their way because they didn't have the physical brute strength, right? And so this is where a lot of that misogyny shit come in. Because a woman husband will be whooping her ass and keeping her from parents and friends, and so she would have to start planning and using her brain to escape that shit, to escape any kind of thing, right? And so they will start saying slick shit to discourage a woman from being able to think or wanting to think, right? Oh, women are cunning, women are this, and you know what I'm saying? Nothing worse than a woman scorned. They got all these damn telltale signs. But yet women in today 2023 want to be dummies. There is a black woman here on YouTube. I heard say this 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago, that women are just not logical. We're just all emotional creatures. The men are logical. They're the ones who got the sense. And I'm thinking, this bitch comes straight out of slavery. Like, god damn. You know what I'm saying? It was like back in the day, people used to think black people were capable of doing shit because they were slaves. Oh, black people can't read and write because they prevented you from reading and writing. It wasn't that you couldn't. Listen, women are just finally getting these opportunities to soar, and they are fucking soaring. I need you old heifers to shut the fuck up. To let these listen. And I'm gonna tell y'all, what you young women who have these young sons, let me tell you something. The greatest thing I had was my dad. And I'm gonna tell you this here, who was very much alpha man. Let me just be honest with you. Don't listen to these women who telling you all men are evil too, because you will really fuck yourself and you think all men. It's not all men. It's just this. That's the loudest men. I'll say 60 to 70% of damn men are on your side, ladies. So be careful with that bullshit that they preaching. I would say a vast majority, 60 to 70%. I think even out of that other, if I said 60, okay, let's just go with 60 since we think the number's so high that men are fuckable or fuck boys. I would say out of that, another 15% of those men. No, six. I'll say 20% of them could be assholes, major cheaters, this, that, and the other, right? But they're not out here trying to exactly violate women, right? But you have 20% of men who are fuck evil boys. And that 20% is out on this YouTube right now today. Lord, today that 20% are out here loud, proud, telling you they want to beat women, telling you they want to sleep with virgins just to play them, telling you not to get married, telling you the most horrible shit, telling you all women is hoes, and yeah, that's that 20%. That's that 20%, and it's so loud. But I want to say, just in my own mind, thoughts. These black men are ruining the young boys. They're ruining them. Give me 1 second, y'all. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to find this video. But anyway, yeah, I was trying to find this video, but I can't find it. Oh no, this is Priscilla.
That's why it's so dangerous to play games. Straight. They've been manipulating you from the beginning. And this is why it is so important for women to know unequivocally what love is, how it's made up, so you can understand that there's no such thing as falling in love. It's impossible to fall in love with anybody, okay? It's impossible to fall in love. Then on top of that, men are incapable of love.
No, I'm not going to agree with that. But I will say this: love is all action. It is a feeling. You see that feeling that I get? Oh my God. When I got my boyfriend, oh my God, he is so cute. He is so fine. Oh my goodness. Then he telling me all the things I want to hear. Oh my goodness, I'm just so in love. Oh my God, the way he touched me, the way he smiled at me. Oh my goodness, we can walk somewhere, we holding hands, and oh my goodness. But I'm gonna tell you what real love is. Real love is all action. If you're a young lady and you meet a guy, say after 2-3 weeks, y'all just have great conversation. He just seems so nice. Y'all don't want hung out, no sex or nothing. And then you know what you do? You tell him, you might can't talk to me for a little while because my phone bill due. And I need this $80 to pay my phone bill. But I don't get paid till, I don't know, say a week from now. If that brother don't offer to give you something on that bill or pay that bill for you, he ain't the one for you. I'm telling you that. And listen, it's so much shit that I could tell you about. You find this shit out early with a guy. And if he don't trick, don't fuck him. If he ain't trying to help you, he hurting you. Straight up. Let me tell you this here. I've always expected a man who I was with to do for me. Point blank, period. It's all I saw all my life. It's everything, right? Because let me tell you, to me, and I'm not saying I'm every woman. I only can speak for the women who identify with me. The first time I ever was with a guy, I got played. We was dating over a year, and I just thought he loved me, blah blah blah. And I'll be honest, I played myself because I felt like, damn, I was missing out. I hadn't done it, and all my friends had done it, right? So I said, you know what? For my birthday, you know what I'm saying? I'm in college. I'm just gonna do it, right? And it wasn't even like I was that much in love with him or nothing. I just thought, wow, he's so nice. He's this, that, and other. He crazy about me. You know what? What I'm scared for? Let me just do it. Man, when I tell you less than a month later, I found out this nigga had a whole girlfriend that he been was with the whole time he was with me. But back then I was in college and I'm working. I was so busy that the times we could be on the phone or go out to the movies or something, I enjoyed it. You know what I'm saying? But I never equated that what he was doing with all his free time. Because shit, I was busy, right? And I got played. And I will tell you this here, I had to learn a hard lesson. Because when we think we give ourselves to somebody, and at least me, I'm all in. I'm going to tell you, I'm boo-boo the fool. And I'm like that even with my husband. I'm going to be honest with you. Once I feel like I can trust you and this, that, and the other, I don't care about my money. I don't. Listen, everything we build, everything going good. I don't care about, listen, my kids getting everything they want. I'm paying car notes. I don't care. I don't care about the things that other people might think is so important for them, right? You can't tell me like, oh, you stupid, you paying your kids' car notes, you don't even have a new car. You may think I'm foolish, but you know what? As long as my kids are in college, they're going to have their car notes paid. They're going to have their insurance paid. They're going to have all of the health insurance. They got both of them got braces. The two that's still in school, they got braces. I pay that every month. I pay cell phone bills for a whole lot of people, a lot of kids. But guess what? I women, me, I'm not gonna, because I hate when people put all women like we all identically the goddamn same. Women really don't care about all of that. You know what we care about? When we don't have the finances, when we don't have the things to do the things we want to do. That is when women care, right? But as long as a woman can and see her children are flourishing and seeing her children are doing good, women, we don't even listen. If I'm broke and all my bills are paid and all my things that I have to do for my children are taken care of, guess what? I'm going to cook food. You'll never know it. I'll be so happy in my house. You would never know, right? It's only when I'm in lack that I'm stressed out or something like that, right? So I hate that these men try to tell other men, and I hear men now teaching women what a woman's nature is. Like the dumbest shit ever. You gonna tell me how I feel? Like I can't even tell every woman how she feels. That's the sickness of these fucking misogynist men. They want to tell men the nature of a woman is what? I never thought that. No, that's not. And you can't even convince these men. These men want to be bitches so much that they think they are you. They think that they can think for us. These men honestly tell men, how many times you heard, see the nature of a woman. Not every woman even wanted to be a mother. I have two girlfriends that don't have any children, and they're so grateful. They never desired it. But see, these men will tell you, oh, you're a failure if you don't procreate. This is why I hate that shame shit. Don't shame a woman when she is a mother. Don't fucking shame a woman when she isn't. It is all her, because we're not all this shit. Listen, it's so many different types of behaviors on men that I have studied just in my own family. They're not a monolith. Each man is a little different, right? Some gonna like this one, some like this. I have one man in my family, he likes the skinniest, the slim, right? Nothing wrong with that. I have some men in my family who have married huge women, right? Nothing wrong with that. That's what you like. But the average men do like average looking women. I mean, the average weight of women, right? So that is, but this is the thing. When they find people who disagree with them, a woman who disagree with what they saying is the nature of a woman, they say, Women don't care about looks. You a damn lie. And not every the beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I've told you this here on Bomb Cherry thing. I said this. I had a cousin came visit from New York. She's beautiful, y'all. Real petite, this, that, and the other. Give me 1 second. Listen, I'm like 20 years old. And me and my husband, we had a block party at a DJ in New Orleans, right? And she come down and we cutting up. We having a ball, right? And she's like, who is that? Now, this is a guy who gets teased and gets called ugly, right? But he used to be clean. He used to be sharp. But everybody calls this dude ugly and all this here stuff, right? And she's like, who is that? So my husband, he like, who? She was like, your friend. She points at him. He was like, him? That's my cousin. He was like, you like that ugly nigga? And then he goes and gets him. And do you know, this girl was like, the whole time when he went to get the guy, she was like, oh my God, I'm so, like, she was so nervous. She thought he was so cute and so fine. But when he got over there, he thought it was a joke. You know why he thought it was a joke? Because he didn't believe that, I guess, a woman would think he was handsome. Now, I didn't think the sucker was handsome, but to her, he was gorgeous. Out of all these fly ass dudes out there, she chose him. She thought he looked good. So this is what I always tell people. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Now, somebody you might pick and think, oh, that's why I never judge my friends' husbands, their boyfriends. They be like, oh, girl, you got to meet him. He is so this, he's so that. And I meet him, I be looking like, okay. Because that's what she like. That's what she think look good, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. But I feel men are so judgmental with the misogyny. It's like they want the woman to look like she come out of a magazine, and if she's not good enough to come out of a magazine, your wife is ugly. Your taste is bad. Women, we don't do that shit. If a woman come and bring me a ugly ass man, he could be fat as all outdoors. Guess what? Okay, if he treating her good and she in love with him, I'm happy. We are happy. When our sisters come and say some shit like, oh my God, girl, he is the sweetest thing. Oh my God, he is so cute. You gotta watch him, girl. And then you see the sucker and you be like, oh my God. Like, no. But do we say it? No, we don't. Because you know what? We love women. We love when our family members or our friends are getting treated well and they are happy. We love it. But I notice men hate it. And those men who hate it are the ones who just couldn't accomplish it for themselves. And this is what we have in this manosphere. A whole bunch of sucker buster ass niggas that couldn't accomplish nobody wanting to love these they self. And we have it and they spreading that shit. They spread nothing but hatred. They teach men to hate women. And I keep on saying this has got to be an FBI operation to divide and conquer. This has got to be some big sinister plot. And I just think the men are so retarded that they fall into it, right? But anyway, let me see if anybody hit the like. Because I'm going to go ahead and get down because y'all ain't coming up to talk to me or Hey guys, I'm asking y'all to hit the like button. I don't know what is going on with my stream, y'all, but I see that I have more people in the chat that I. Okay, Juan, what's good, Josh Watson? I didn't even see you. Empress Kia, you hear static? Can you hear me now? Wait, Tiffany, what's going on? Thank you. I was just making sure it's bearable. You hear static now? Honey, it is definitely not all, but you're right. Approach with caution like they do the fucking animals. It's a whole lot of them. And this is the thing. Here on YouTube, they are the loudest. Yeah, okay, so you can hear me good. Good, thank you. Good. Yeah, here on YouTube, they do have the loudest voices, you guys. They do have the loudest voice. And if y'all could please, wow, what's good, Miss Shazay in the building? I pinned the link. Rogue C, wow. Let me see who else came. Tiffany, Empress, Josh, you don't hit panels, huh? I would like to talk to you one day. Uh, so Andrea, one audio is bad. Okay, but it's better now, right? Okay, so yeah, no, I'm just really up here because man, this weekend it was so much going on. But I think that we do have to listen to all these. Listen, I listen to a lot of people, right? And when I listen to Cynthia G, I be really in my feelings. I be like, she tells no lie, right? But I do know in my own head that it is a percentage of men, and it's a vast majority of them here on YouTube. I'm just gonna keep it real with y'all. But do I feel like that is a vast majority of them in real life? No. I like I said, maybe 20 to 30%. But this is the killing thing. We can't. They look normal. We don't know who they are. So you would be a fool to be going out here uh skipping down and skip to the Maloo and skipping down the block just thinking everybody for you. Right? You would be a fool if you just walked around thinking everybody's so good. Cause because it's just not true. And and the thing with the manosphere is they want women to be to blame for their inability to find a good woman. But if you listen to them, let's just be serious. They're not good men. They're not good people, right? They shouldn't be with a woman. They should not have. Listen, when you hear them complaining about, oh, because black women, they could wake up in any time of the day they want, and you could be married 20, 30 years, and she just wake up one day and say, you know what? I's not happy. And that's it. Half of everything you own is gone. And it's like, if you're that moronic to believe that shit is true, no, that is not true. And if does happen, that person, them people been in a deadless marriage. That shit been gone. They just been holding on for dear life. And nothing changed. And eventually the motherfucker just said, you know what? I ain't taking not one more day. That's how it happens. When you have a partner, your spouses keep complaining about stuff and you don't ever want to address it. That's what happens. But a lot of to me, these men, excuse me, y'all, don't even deserve to be in a relationship. They would scare the hell out of me. I promise you. Some of these men sound so scary to me, y'all. I couldn't even imagine if I was single. If I had to date, I don't think I would date y'all. I don't know. I would find hobbies. I would busy myself with my kids. I wouldn't even date them. But I don't think I could trust. This internet shit has got me kind of jaded, y'all. I promise you. I get terrified when I hear some of the things and abuses and because if a woman don't know her place, if she could yell and talk to you, she deserves to be punched in her mouth. I'm like, God damn. As a woman who ain't never been punched in their mouth, like, what kind of Negroes are y'all? Like, for real. And it's like women in their chat be agreeing with it. This is like that damn Miss Pearly thing. This dumb bitch. Because you want equal rights, that means you deserve equal lefts. And do you know how many women agree to that? Wow, what's good, Queen Cascade? The amount of women that, wow, what's good, Miss Latasha Lovejoy? The amount of women that co-sign this stuff. The amount, y'all hit the cash app, support the channel, y'all. I love y'all. Thank you all for supporting and contributing what you can. I really would appreciate it. But there are so many women when Miss Pearly Things says equal rights deserve equal lefts. You know how appalled I was that it was a couple of young ladies who I know was saying, well, if you do want equal rights, I guess you got to be treated. Listen, if you curse me out and I curse you back out, we were using words, right? I'm not going to sit up here and tell you that sometimes there's not going to be a consequence to your words, right? But to sit up here and acknowledge that men should be able to beat women because of words, hell no. And I want to go back to the sister Tierra Young Allen. You guys, if you guys could please call y'all congressman. Her congressman, let me see. I have it in my book. Damn, the book is upstairs. I gotta go upstairs, y'all. But I want y'all to call everybody in Houston that you can. You can Google it. It's in my notebook upstairs. I'm in my kitchen, so I'm gonna have to go up there, I guess. But listen, support this young lady. They did an updated news version of it, right, Tiara? I'm gonna do another show separate for her. But these people are just self-haters, right? The mom always said that eventually the daughter did yell back at the man. They did a whole little news show saying that the Dubai officials are saying that this is misinformation. And guess what the damn charges is? Saying that she defamed the man's character and was yelling, right? Now, if she probably said, nigga, you trying to extort me, or you trying to rob me because you trying to make me pay for a rental car that I didn't rent, or trying to make me pay something and it was not my car. But the mom says on the phone, the rental car people were very nice to her until she got there alone. And I'm just here to tell y'all about these here damn people and that damn religion. I was forced, listen, my dad is Somalian, Ethiopian Somalian, East African. And from the time I was born, all the way till I was probably 15. But I would say this here, I lost that faith in third grade. In the third grade, I knew. In the third grade, I knew everything they were teaching me in the mosque was a lie. How do you have women in their 30s, 40s, 50s that still believe the shit? I don't know. I really don't know. Everything they teach you in that mosque is a lie. It goes completely against human nature. They beat them women down. They make them so this, so humble, this, and they do that out of sheer fucking fear. That is not a woman's nature. If you ever teach school and you go to any school, go watch the pre-K kids. Watch the kinder. Watch the first grade. If you ever spend any time with little kids, you're going to see who the boss is. You're going to see who the boss is of them all. You're going to see, I do believe that girls are natural nurturers because a little boy can go and skin his knee and oh my God, he'll have 6 little girls trying to carry him to you. For real. So they love, but they are always want to dictate what the game is, how we going to play it, this, that, and other, right? I learned in the third grade why all these little boys who are always supposed to be so much smarter than me. In a mosque, listen, a little kid, a boy can ask a question, and a grown woman bet not raise her hand to ask a question. When we used to do our studies, you would have to write your question down to remember it, and then go out and ask a woman. But you could not speak in there. Not a girl, not a female, not a woman. All that shit let me know that wasn't for me. And finally, when I got to be 14 or 15, I kept telling my dad I didn't want to do it. Finally, he told me, okay, go to church with your grandmother. Which was weird because I went through Catholic school my whole life. Which wasn't weird because there was a bunch of Muslims in that school. So it wasn't even weird. They just couldn't, I guess, couldn't afford regular private school, but didn't want their kids in public school. Shit, I don't know. I don't know. But that's a different subject. So I'm gonna go ahead and end it if nobody wanna come up. If you want to disagree with me, all right, well come on up. SKC. And you know what, SKC, it's just gonna be me and you. I'm gonna give you like at least 10 minutes. If somebody else wanna come up, give us a few minutes and let me talk to this here brother because he called himself a coon, y'all. He calls himself a coon. If this the same, you came on the show last week, right? I think this is the guy who came last week. And let me see. I actually went to your show and subscribed, but I didn't see you go live. How you doing?
Hey, what's going on?
Nothing. Do you have anything you want to say to me? And you disagree with my topic that the black manosphere are ruining our sons and our people?
Um, I was just sent the link maybe 4 or 5 minutes ago, and I saw it in my email, and so I just came over to see what the topic was about. And but yeah, I guess you're stating that the manosphere has is ruining Black people.
Yes. Let me go close my door right quick. Look like the grass. I don't know. They just cut my landscapers are back. Hold on.
Mine are here as well, so I apologize if you hear them. They're not too far from like around the pool area. So
Hey, I don't know. I don't know. I know why they back. They're gonna plant some flowers, so I forgot. Okay. Yeah, no, go ahead. What do you think? Black men
um
in this manosphere are ruining younger black men and younger women as always. I think
um
historically black men have ruined black men and black women.
Okay, that's an interesting take. I would say I would disagree. Um, how can some guys on the internet ruin black people unless black people are listening to them?
Okay, well let me just say this here. I've been listening this whole last weekend, right? There was even a guy, he's a manosphere, and he was arguing with a guy, and then he goes, you know, our mamas never told us to do nothing wrong. Our mamas were one with us when we did something wrong. It was the guys on the block that would tell you how to hustle and tell you how to give you condoms and tell you to go screw this one. Or it'd be your uncle or your older cousins or your older brothers. And I was listening, I'm like, finally some honesty, right? But they won't be honest about all the wrong stuff. Your mama's listen. When I was coming up, I came up in the drug era. And people, mamas was wanting to put them out their house if they caught their son selling drugs. This shit was lies that we got told. This shit that they keep saying, I grew up in it. And those women were housekeepers, going to work, coming home. You know, I did not see women trying to tell their children to do horrible stuff. Now, I did not exactly grow up in the hood either, but the black I grew up around enough black people that I did not see that. And all of the black men, my husband, a lot of people in his family, my brother, even my brothers would tell me that our uncles was telling them, "Oh man, she's sweet on you. You better screw her." 13-year-old boys, thinking that they're giving them the freaking game. They're teaching them all the wrong stuff, the most negative shit, and then come back and want to blame black women for it.
Do you think that when people are shown on the news that doing all sorts of, I would say, irrational and outlandish things, that that is a proper representation of all black people?
No, I don't. But what I will say is this: it's too many black men that I have spoke to and know in real life, and listening to them online when they have moments of honesty. Who taught them all the negative shit and using women and treating women as hoes and trick? It was always black men, older black men. And you know what? I believe it. I believe it because it's not just something I lived through. It's something too many people I've heard. You know how smart I am when it comes to men. You know, I always was that girl who was kind of just sit back and was quiet when I was young. I listen. You know why I never had sex when I was young? When I was in high school and all of this here, because I had so many brothers and cousins. I tell y'all, one of my aunts had 10 sons and 3 daughters. Right? I grew up with it around, and they would have girlfriends, y'all. They would be so in love and treating their girlfriend so kind. And the minute she leave, if a fine girl walk past, that same guy would be trying to get with her, chasing her down. Hey, baby, oh man, you so beautiful, and getting that number and flirting with her and scoring her too. Oh yeah. So I will tell you that growing up seeing this stuff, I didn't have to learn this from no manosphere or come to no damn YouTube. If you sitting up here believing that all these men are so faithful and so honest to you, you are a fool. And I have a cousin, his own wife used to fight women he was cheating with. Ma'am, he begging them women to cheat with him. And you getting mad with the woman. That's some shit I always promised myself I would never do. If I ever found out my husband cheating on me with a woman, I'm gonna try my best not to even address her. I don't want to talk because I know it was some shit he had to go do. So what you think about all these black men ruining the black society?
I think that not only yourself, but also other people that give, and men as well, that give thoughts concerning what they have lived through. I think that it's meaningful to them. But when you throw it into the whole of Black America, I think that it's a bit short sighted. The reason why I state that is because just looking at the numbers, let's say from the time that you were talking about till now, let's say if you met, I don't know, 300,000 black men. Let's just shoot for the moon. 300,000 black men that you have personally interacted with, heard, that stated all the things that you just stated. That wouldn't even represent 1% of the total population of black people. So,
Now I don't
I,
believe that at all. I don't
well,
believe that at all because you know what? I have criminals in my family. I have uh DV men in my family. Now, are they the majority? They are absolutely not. But to sit up here and think, see, this is the thing people don't want to do in real life. They claim this word anecdotal that I hate. You can look at it, and I have a huge family, right? A huge family in New Orleans. So you can look at people in your own family and see how many women went to jail, right? I know of one woman in my family who went to jail for murder. She didn't go on no stupid shit. She went to jail for murder. And it was righteous. I'm going to just say that and I'm going to leave that alone. But I have cousins and a brother who go to jail for DV, murder, all kind of crimes they done committed. Right? So sitting up here trying to pretend like this shit ain't in our society is bullshit. Like sitting up
Oh
here.
no, oh, I agree with you there. I agree with you. I think probably more than most that it's in this. I would say Black American subculture. I think that Black American subculture is defunct. I think that it's trash. I think that it needs to go the way of the dodo. Um, and I don't think that it could be repaired in any way. I do listen to other people's vantage points and perspectives because they have lived lives that I don't have any real input on. Like I didn't know any drug dealers. I didn't know any pimps or prostitutes. I didn't know anybody who did these horrible crimes to go to jail or any of that stuff. I grew up with both my parents. I didn't grow up in the hood. I didn't really grow up around a lot of black people. So, um, yeah.
Yeah, well, I grew up
So
kind of
so
with,
I agree with you.
but
I agree with you. But I just think that it comes from both sides.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I just put my earpiece in. But I don't know. I do know that there are degenerate ass women, right? And I'm gonna tell you this here. I've been talking about the women who are the downfall, right? There are a class of women who will do anything to get the approval of men. They are the downfall of these women who they calling on YouTube. They call them Pick Misha or Mammy. I don't call them that. I call them the bottom bitches. Those women who would do anything for a man are a detriment to society. Those women who would do anything for a man would let that man beat the hell out of them. They would let him do anything. There's a woman named Security Boss here on YouTube. She said even if her husband stabbed her, she would never leave him. And she's teaching young women how to be. They actually trying to have a wife school. She have wife workshops. When I think about this lady and how horrible she is to society, it can make me want to cry that this is what you're teaching 17, 18, 19-year-old women to take any form of abuse.
Yeah, I think those the different content on all of that. I think it's only beneficial to a very small fraction of Black America as a whole when it comes to things such as the quote unquote mating and dating and family building and all of that stuff. The subculture has gotten such to a point that it is anti-family.
Yes. And the whole danger for me is sometimes I used to feel like I don't want to call women out, right? Because it's so much black woman bashing here on YouTube. It's so much of it. But then I started feeling like some of these women, just to get approval from men, are equally as bad, right? So if I set your sister up to be raped, but I didn't rape her, right? I set her up and I knew this guy was going to do this to her. Am I not just as evil a person, right?
Well, I
We have
believe
to
that would be
see this.
calling aiding and abetting,
Yeah,
right?
but she is just as fucked up as the person who did it, right? So I don't believe that you need to take responsibility from the man who actually did the action, right? But I do think that that person who set the shit up, the person who set it up or made it convenient for it to happen, should be held responsible as well. And that's all I'm saying. I do know that this here YouTube shit, this is why you can be called the mule and the mammoth. Whenever you call women out, you can really, but see me, I would take my shit because I don't give a shit on how nobody. Listen, I'm a womanist first. I don't know if you know who I am. And I have a disdain for men and women who want to tear down children. My absolute love is children and elderly, right? So when I see people trying to lead children astray, or trying to abuse children, or abuse the elderly, or disrespect the elderly, or disrespect children, you will see me become your enemy. And when I see this woman giving wife lessons to young ladies,
Mm-hmm.
and you're telling us that even if your husband stabbed you, you wouldn't leave him because you're there for to death do us part. That shit is dangerous to me. When I hear all these men preaching in one mouth side of their mouth to never marry, uh it's not on marriages and for men, and men don't benefit from marriage. And then they want to shame women and say, well, where's your husband?
Yeah,
This is the
it's
thing.
an
Marriage
interesting
is only
concept.
good if you marry a good person. If you're marrying an asshole, get out of that damn marriage.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting concept. I've heard both of those thoughts before. I mean, as for myself, I don't know about yourself, but I know for myself, I am married. I have 3 kids. I've been married for quite some time. So,
Okay, let's explore that.
uh,
You're married. Did you vet your wife?
yeah.
You vetted her, and when you vetted your wife, what did you? How did you vet her?
Well, we both come from, I guess, traditional families. So
Hmm.
our dating thing wasn't the same as what a lot of other people believe that how it was
So let's
supposed to
explore
go.
that.
We
How
had we
how
had
how was
chaperones
your
the whole nine.
dating thing?
We had
Y'all had
chaperones the whole nine.
chaperones?
Yeah.
Like what type? Like explain it to me.
Um, her family, my family. Yeah, I met her parents before we started going out the whole nine. Actually, I knew her father before I knew her.
Okay, and how did you know them?
I did some work for him bu- before I knew his whole family. Went off to school, kept in contact with me because he was uh, a good mentor.
Mhm.
And then later on, after I was about midway through college, I remember coming home one summer and
I don't know.
checking in with my
Is
parents.
he breaking up, or am I breaking up? Because I put my earpiece in.
Oh, you can't hear me?
No, I can hear you, but it's kind. Let me take my ear.
All right.
Hello.
Yeah, I hear you much better now.
I think it's you because I just took my earpiece out, and so I'm still hearing it kind of break up, but I can hear you just fine. But uh, so continue. Tell me how did you vet her? And then I'm gonna tell you how it's kind of similar some of the things you're saying. So I don't know if you don't watch me before, but it's some of the things are similar, but it's vastly different. So just tell me, so y'all were wholesome, right? No, y'all didn't sleep together before marriage.
No,
Okay, that's good.
no, not at all. I'm gonna try to see if I can fix it on my end just to check, see if everything is right on my end. Yeah, I think I got everything right on my end. I don't know
You
what the
know
issue
what?
is with
Drop down and come
the.
right back. Let's see if that fixes it. Drop down and
All
then
right.
you come right back. Yeah, I mean that's wonderful that he had a great dating strategy, because I always hear this word vet, vet, right? So I've always been curious on how you young people are vetting, and um you know I hear it and I kind of think, wow, I wasn't aware of how to vet or anything, but I did have a bullshit detector, right? So if I usually could sense a guy was with any kind of BS, I just ran away from him. Hey, okay, you back?
Yeah, is that better?
Much, much better. So can I ask you, what is your name? What can I call you? Just SKC?
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine. Okay. Okay. So no, finish telling me about how the vetting process and all of that worked out for you.
Yeah, I mean, it is nothing, no special. It was like
Oh
I
no,
just
it
follow.
sounds special, brother. Because I
I
don't
just
know many
followed.
people who get married today and say that they never slept with a person before they got married, and you had chaperones. Because I kind of had chaperones too. So, but it's different from what you're saying. It was your parents, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay, so tell me that.
No, just I met her parents. We were introduced to each other. Um, Started to date from that point forward. Um, the father knew that just I guess by my work ethic with him that I was good people, I guess, and then from there, probably about what was that? 9 months later, we were married. I was still in college. Actually, when I graduated from college, I was the only one married.
Wow. We really do share a similar story, honestly. So what I say is it's not, but you know what? It's similar, but not similar. So I just shared a story that my first time with a guy, I got played. He was like all into me, I was all into him, but I was in college and working, and I didn't even realize that after I gave myself to him, I realized he was had a well, I didn't realize it. The woman called me and told me that that was her man and they had been together, and then I checked with him, so I got played, right? That was my first experience, right? Now, so far as with my husband, I was crazy about him. I went to a block party and I had a halter top on and some baggy jeans. That was the style back then. He gave me his number. Now, this is the thing. I grew up knowing this man. His family stayed 4 blocks from my house when I was a child. So as a child, I played with them, right? We moved when I was 13, 12, 12 and a half, 13. However, I always knew his family. I knew his cousins. I knew all of them, right? When we actually started dating, we went out on the first date, and guess what? He kissed me. And it was the best kiss. It was the best feeling. And he said, "Let me bring you home." Now, from that point on, every time we went out, I made sure it was group dates. I would bring my brothers and their girlfriends, and we just had fun. It was like a social thing, right? So if you want to consider chaperones, but I did that because I just didn't want to get played again. It was not like I had a real chaperone, because every time, even when he would come to the house, because I was still living in my dad, every time nobody was in the room, I would jump on him and kiss him, right? Like I would tag him and kiss him, because I like kissing him. But I never wanted to kiss him when it was just me and him because I was scared. But what I'm saying is, what your thing was, the woman was so wholesome, right? And y'all had all this structure. But most people don't have that. And me just not wanting to be played again, or feeling like I got so played, I put a structure there, right? I
Yeah, I
do
mean,
believe I believe
I
people
understand
have
that.
hormones, and sometimes we, because I wasn't taught how to control no hormones. Nobody teaches people. Teach girls as if only the boy have hormones. Only the boy is gonna lust after you, right? But it's certain things that a girl will start, like if a boy kissing you and it feels so, oh my god, it's so good, you're gonna start wanting that boy to kiss you all the time. That is just how it goes. And it is so, to me, shameful when we make it seem like men are sexual and women are not. I was just as fucking sexual. It's just I was scared. And having a family of men, I never wanted to have a bad reputation. Now, it did work out that we got married kind of fast, right? Because he was in the military. He had to leave, and then his visits was short, and he kept wanting me to come out there. And then my dad said I couldn't go visit him, right? Because I was in college. I couldn't just leave, and even if I quit my job, I still had school. So we wound up getting married during. I actually had to leave my college to marry him and move, but then I went back to school. But what I'm trying to say is, it's a lot of false shit that they preaching, like women should be so one way. The thing is, if the man is not so, listen, my husband already had a son when he was 15. He was way more advanced than me, right? But what I'm saying is, we teaching bullshit to these young people. If we don't have people that are so hypersexual, and then you blame the person. So if I liked the way he kissed me and I would have gave in to him that first night, that first date, then I would have been what, a whore? Why? Because he made me. And this is the disillusion I think men have. For a few years, I would hear my husband brag to people about me not letting him go forward until after he proposed marriage. And oh, she was such a good girl. That is absolutely insane in my mind. I was just scared to do it. It was not that I didn't even have an intention that he was going to marry me, y'all. I just knew he was in the military and he was leaving in 3 weeks. Because from the day that we got together, once we went on the first date, we spent the whole time together. So I just didn't put myself by his, with just me and him no more after the first date, because I was scared once he leave, he might have a woman where he at. But in his mind, he's telling people how much of a good girl I was. In my mind, I just didn't want to be played. This is what I'm saying. A lot of times people taking things. It was like a few years I would hear him say that, and then I don't know, maybe the third year I told him, I said, "Well, stop saying that, because it make me feel bad to say it, honestly." But shit, the way he was kissing me, it was a good thing he said, "Let me bring you home." I was so that was the best thing he could have did. It brought my ass home, right? And then after that, I guarded myself from him, because I knew I was that sexually attracted to him. So I think we hear propaganda that women are so virtuous and women supposed to be so this. Like we don't have hormones and shit raging through us. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I, I mean, that's interesting thought. I, I, I mean, I considered it and knew that from, um, from I guess from my adolescent years on up, because parents, grandparents, and stuff sat and talked to us about all of that. But um, I don't know. I was looking in a little bit in your chat, and I think it's Miss Not for Everyone said, SKC or you knew her male family members would handle you if you tried anything. Don't lie from what you men say. Y'all have no discipline. I mean, I understand that there's a lot of people that say a lot of things or whatnot, but uh, it wasn't a fear. I truly did not want to disappoint my family or her family. So, we had rules, and we understand that certain types of behavior could, mar people's names and all of those things. And I was coming from a different culture. She's looking at my culture from different eyes, and I didn't want to put a stain on any of that.
But from what I said, do that mean that I'm a slut or a whore or something? Because I'm gonna be honest with you. After he kissed me, every chance that we was alone, I would attack him and make him kiss me. I would just be kissing on him because I loved his lips. I loved the way he kissed me. Right? Does that mean I'm a whore?
No, I don't think that
I
that
think the
is the
manosphere
deal.
would say I was. I believe
I
that they would say that because I was the one. After listen, I didn't kiss him first, honestly. But that was the best thing ever. And you know what? He still kisses like that. He still is the best kisser ever. I promise you. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think he's ever cheated on me. But if he was to kiss a woman the way he kissed me, I think I would leave him because
so
that's
you think, that
yeah.
that
He
the
wouldn't even
guys
have to have
would
sex
view
with her.
you.
If he kissed a woman the way he kissed me, he would have to go.
So you think that the manosphere as a whole would view you in a negative light by this story?
Yeah, because they preach lies. They make it seem like we are not human. Listen, the same listen. They even tell you this is the sickness of the manosphere. Oh, a girl, once she hit puberty, when she turns like 11 or 12, she becomes a woman. They don't teach you that that boy is hitting puberty at the same age. And he hits 11 to 12, and at 12, any boy can get you pregnant. They don't sit
So
up here and teach that in Jewish religions and in religions and culturally in history, 13-year-old boys were considered fucking men, right?
right. So
But we
right.
want to
So
baby these men today. And we say, oh, well, the boy ain't ready because he can't provide for a family. He can't. But they'll say, well, a girl is a woman and she's ready for a family.
well, I mean, I don't have
Insanity.
I,
Insanity.
I don't have too much of an argument with you on those things, because it just goes back to my original statement that I think that uh, Black American subculture is is not up to par, and I think that it has gone downhill since um, the days of old, and I really don't think that it could be repaired.
I just feel like we teach lies. I feel like here on YouTube, I hear so many lies. I hear lies. Listen, most young girls are just out there minding their business. We think boys are cute. We think, oh my God, he's cute, but we don't go run around approaching. At least when I was young, it was not like that. Boys freely approached you. Men, when you were in junior high, freely approach you as a little girl. I never forget we went swimming. We was at a friend of mine's pool, and I think I was 12 or 13. And it was not the boys that I was scared of. It was grown men, 30 years old. Girl, you gonna show be fine when you grow up. Ooh, I never forget. I had a grown ass man hit my ass. It's
Yeah, I
one
mean,
thing for a
I
boy
I
to hit
I,
my
I
ass at
think
my age, but it's
I,
sickening when grown fucking men slap a little girl on the ass. It's
yeah,
sickening.
I think as a whole, I think Black American subculture is hypersexualized, particularly towards children. I think that comes by means of interactions as with them growing up, bad parenting, ideals, music, art, videos, the whole nine. I mean, I don't I don't know. Perhaps you think differently from me, but I mean, do you believe that any of that can be changed?
I believe the only way it can be changed, I'm gonna be honest. I'm the opposite of the manosphere. I think you have to vet the men in your family and keep them away from your goddamn children. And that is the way you can change it. Because if you have men in your family who are teaching your boys to go around and sleep with as many women as they can and thinking that they're not breaking little girl virgins. And because listen, my husband was explicit last night when he took and said that he was 11 and his uncles was calling him, telling him, uh, calling him names, saying, man, that little girl keep coming around here. She wants you to fuck her. That shit is sick for an 11-year-old boy to have grown ass men telling him that little girl keep walking around this block for you and this, that, and the other. And you wonder why he had a baby at 15 right before he turned 16. But you will shame a girl for the same bullshit. Because the little boy lying saying, I love you and this, that, and the other. These men telling these little boys words to say, giving them the game at such an early age. These little girls, let me tell you something. What I will tell you about my mom who raised me. She never gave me no damn game on boys. Never. She never said, warn me. She would just tell me, well, you need to learn how to cook this because when you get a family, that's what women teach their fucking daughters. Women teach their daughters, oh, well, you need to learn how to keep a good house because when you get a husband, that's the bullshit women are teaching. And I don't want to say bullshit because I love her so much. So maybe that's the wrong words. Wow, what's good, Bomb? Oh, shit. She dropped off. Bomb Cherry. But anyway, this is my thing. I never got no game from my mom who raised me. I'm going to just be real. All the game
Why?
I
Why?
got
Why not?
was because she gave me weak ass game. She
Well,
gave me
well, why do you think that why do you think that the women aren't
because
giving
she was
that type
married
of
to my
instruction?
dad. And my dad, who I love to death, I am a daddy's girl. But my
Mm.
dad used to cheat on my mom all the time. My mama who raised us, he would just cheat on her. I never wanted to be her. Wow, what's good, Bomb?
Am I here? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hey,
Oh,
sis,
okay.
I love you.
I love you too. How you doing, Mew? Hi,
I'm
S. Is it SKC? I think, right?
yes.
Yeah, what's going on?
Yes. How you doing? I had a question for you. Um, because you say that the black you keep using subculture, um, is ain't nothing. So let's talk about that Asian culture that I guess you think is better. Am I assuming wrong? Do you think the Asian culture is better?
Wait,
No, I
wait.
think
You
that
part of the Asian culture? Are you black man? I'm not sure.
No, he's black, but his wife is Asian. So that's why I'm asking.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he keep mentioning it in chat, I guess. So when he mentioned that, our culture is so bad, I want to, well, we don't have to go directly to the Asian because I don't want to make it seem like I'm attacking your wife. But what I'm saying is what other culture is so much better? Put it like that. Let me put it like that.
how about this, bomb? If I use a different word other than better, because I haven't used the term better. I think effective.
So now give me which culture uh, is more effective, and then I need to know what you mean effective and what, like, what you mean
to American society.
effective to American society. Okay, give me one.
Well,
Which
you mentioned Asian culture. I think that Asian culture thrives a bit better than Black American culture in America.
Yeah, that's because Asian people keep their head down and their mouth shut and they work. They do the work. They don't say nothing. They don't look nobody in the eye. No confidence. They gotta belittle themselves. So is that what you saying? That's the part that make them more effective in America? Asians, by the way, that's not even their country, but you're saying they're more effective in this country.
Do you disagree?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that they're worse, better, good, because that's what you're saying about Black American. Yes, I
No,
am disagreeing the fact that if
no,
we got to belittle ourselves, then
no. My I expressly at the very beginning just stated that I wasn't going to use the term, better or anything. I said effective. Do you
mhm.
believe that Asian culture is more effective in America than Black American culture?
No, I don't believe that at all. I mean, when you say effective, or I agree that they're not as loud because they disappear. So if
Well,
that's what you mean, then I see what you mean. You're saying cow down, don't live, but just work.
what I mean by effective, I
Hmm.
mean so far as being more of a consolidated group, um, having more success so far as family wise, having more success in education, having more success in keeping its economic dollar amongst itself first.
Hmm.
Um, do you think that it is more effective in America than Black American culture?
I think that because they don't have the hurdles, yes, they are able to come over here, set themselves, and this is not all of them, by the way. Y'all always talk about a small group because Asian town, Chinatown, these areas are not that large. But okay, they just like us, we're in our little area, they're in their area. And yeah, they don't have the hurdles that we have. So they'll be able to get a business and keep that money in their area. So yes, I agree with
Wait,
that.
can I just say something in SKC? I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but from my experience, the few, because I have two uncles, y'all, who like Asian women and white women, and I'm just saying from my experience, and I know it's anecdotal. Y'all marry like the prostitutes of those cultures. I don't understand what's the glorification. Like, did you marry like seriously, like y'all would take their prostitutes and glorify them because they're Asian. Cause I don't know. I'm gonna go on mute because I don't want to run him off bound. But honestly, the black men that I know in my family who got with Asian women got the bottom of the fucking barrel with Asian women. Like,
I've heard that a lot within the Manosphere, particularly with some guys that I've spoke with and everything. I find it interesting when people say that. I know I married my wife. She was 19 when I married her. She's a double major and is in medicine right now. So I don't know what people are talking about when they make those accusations.
Oh well, where did you
so
meet
she
her in
wasn't
school?
working at no massage parlor. That's what you saying?
My wife
Go.
works in the largest medical center in the United States.
You met her in school.
I did.
Okay, so that's good. So you were young, she was young. Y'all the same age?
No, she was 2 years younger than I.
Okay, yeah, that's the same age, babe. That's the same age. Okay, so
So
and
how
what
does her
age?
family feel? Because one
Wait,
of my
what?
very best friends' name is Tweet, and I can call her up for y'all. And the Vietnamese do not like that shit at all. So
What? How old? What age group are you in? Are you a millennial, zennial, or a Xer?
In between, what's that? Millennial and X.
Millennial X. Okay, so you're in your 40s.
People mistake that too. No, almost.
Oh well, so you if you're not almost, so you're a millennial.
People
You're not
mistake the
in
two.
between, huh?
People mistake the two because there's a set of years that overlap.
Yeah, but those people will be in their 40s.
like a
If
state.
you in between, you would be in your 40. In fact, close to the 45 to be in between. But okay, no, okay. I just wanted. So yeah, you met her here in the U.S. and y'all went to school together. She's only 2 years younger, so it could be possibility that hey, y'all met each other in school. That so that wouldn't be the majority of these black men who ended up going overseas while in the military and marrying women um, who wasn't in the U.S. and they did work in bathhouses and things like that. They come over here and work in massage parlors, with the happy endings, and then black men end up getting those women. But if y'all went to school together, y'all grew up knowing each other, then that's different. That's completely different.
Is Rude in the chat?
Oh, I'm not sure. I'm not in the chat.
He was
What
here,
have you
but I
seen it?
think yeah, he here. He here. Why?
Okay.
Well, I've me and Rude have we're in the same city or from the same city, Houston, and he's
Oh,
very
okay.
familiar. He's very familiar with some areas or whatnot, and
Hmm.
if he was here, I would just ask him so that other people would understand what I'm talking about. But yeah, I understand why certain people want to try to go there. But nah, my
Hmm.
wife, she went to Rice University. So I don't know what you guys talking about with
I've
these
had two
Oh
children
bathhouses.
graduate from
no.
Rice University. What's so
Huh?
prestigious? Tell me.
Hmm? You said what?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
You said what?
Yes.
What?
Uh-huh. I lived in Houston for almost 3.5 years. So what are you
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah, she went to Rice. So
Uh-huh.
this bathhouse thing is like, come on, you're ridiculous.
Come on, it's not ridiculous.
What? Oh, okay. So I guess the way you heard her question, right, is almost like what we hear with the manosphere when they kind of insinuate that all of us are the same way, right? So what Mew just said is something that we know happens because it does on a large scale. It doesn't happen with everybody, but so I understand how you feel because you feel like maybe you're being judged and your wife is being judged. But that's how black women feel too in this space. I
Mm,
don't know much about you. That's why, I'm not coming for you nor your wife, but I do remember you because I did a stream on you a while back when you was talking to that good mother woman.
yeah.
And you one of the people who allowed her to come into the space. You gave her the avenue to get in the black manosphere to try to jump on black women.
I wouldn't say jump on black
Oh,
women.
I did not know that, Bomb. I swear to God,
I,
I never heard
I
of him until the last stream I did. He came over, and I never heard of him. But then I went to his YouTube and I subscribed, and I watched part of a video, and then it was so many people going live. I really didn't finish it. So
No, I'm
I
not saying anything bad about him. Yeah, I'm just saying though. That's what I remember about him was the fact that you know he gave like because the other black men wouldn't have dealt with that woman, right? But by him allowing her to come up, and then before you know it, she was blowing up. Now we had to stump her out real quick, and the manosphere did what they did when we stumped out as black women because she tried to come up. She wanted to interview us, right? And then the women tore to shreds. The black men started doing what they always do, claiming that she won. But that woman clearly was a racist, but not only to black women, she was a racist to black men. That's what shocked, the women about it. Like black men allowing other races of women to come in who even racist to them. Because
and
some
you
of the
know
things
what,
she
Bomb. This
go
is
ahead.
my whole thing. I feel like a lot of the women of all races, just what you said, white women and black women, or any race of women who condone the degeneracy of these black men, they really don't like them like that. They feel like they're better. Listen, I had a neighbor, and she was a single white woman, She already had a black child, and she would date only black men. This is in Norfolk, Virginia. And she seemed so cool to me because I was really young. Like I said, I was 20, right? I didn't know no better. I thought she was so cool. But she would only date, but when she would break up with them men after she would have a baby for them, she would be calling them niggas and all kind of stuff. My sister came to visit y'all and beat her ass one day because she was cursing her own children, calling them, you fucking niggas. My sister tore that ass up. And I
What
was
part of
like,
what
and
part
I
of
was so
Norfolk?
upset because I was like, she was, she cool. I was telling my sister, no, no, no. She like black people. She only date black men. But this heifer was, and it took my sister to come down and make me realize she feel like she's better than them.
Yes.
That's the only
Listen,
reason why this woman, and this is why I want to tell people, listen, black men, watch yourself. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Vine.
no, I agree with you. They have a sector of women who are angry at their parents. So of course they would, that's the marrying a black man. If you're Asian families don't. Mm-mm. And I don't know about the ones here in America, but the ones in we talk about China, Korea, and so forth and so on. They do not like black people. So even a young person who live here, she may meet a black man and like him, fall in love with him, and all that good old stuff. But her parents and her grandparents, yeah. Usually children don't come out of those relationships. Y'all notice when black men marry Asian women, you don't see many children coming from those unions. And that's because she's already kind of defiled the family as far as the family's concerned. But if she have a baby, then she knows she's bringing her children to something they will not be accepted by the family on her end. Now the
Listen,
black people, we invite them in, boy. We hug them up, we love them, we tell them they're cute, and all that bullshit. But their other side, they don't do that.
listen. I grew up in New Orleans East my teenage years, right? And it was only black people and Vietnamese. There was not really no that many white. It was white people, but it was a very small minority. It was black people and Vietnamese. And when I tell you about Vietnamese culture, I can tell you the Vietnamese do drugs, they do all
Mhm.
kinds of shit. But what I tell you is, if they get raped, it is a family issue. They call the police. If that guy comes there, they will kill him, drug him, do all kind of shit. That dude will come up missing. They handle it in their family. That shit is. People think that they run whole gaming fucking houses, I mean gambling spots, and they fucking houses. Like they'll run a house out by 'em and make it a casino. Have the machines and everything in a house.
So,
Listen, I know Vietnamese, I
so,
know Asians. Them damn
okay.
y'all
So,
sit up here and act like these people are so much better. They're not. They do a whole lot of illegal shit that they just don't get caught because those people are programmed not to call the police. That's all I'm saying. I'm on mute. I'm sorry, Bob. I'm on mute. Go ahead. Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can
sorry,
hear
I'm
you.
muted. I'm sorry, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I was about to say something, but then hubby called. No, wanted to go back to. Um, he said that they're more effective. So I guess if effective is living and there's a group because we are just as effective in a lot of ways. There are many black communities in the United States that are nice communities. We're not wealthy, just like they're not wealthy, but the neighborhoods are well kept, well groomed. The people are, doing what they do, go to work every day and surviving. And I guess the thing that you're mentioning is what we hear about these small sectors of these people who are they barely surviving also, but at least their money is circulating because there are more businesses than uh, black men. Because women, the black women are changing those things. Like we are creating business. These younger people, and due to the internet, they are absolutely creating businesses. But we don't live in a concentrated area where that money is circulating. I start a business. Let's say I'm doing well, but in my area, there's no other black businesses in the same area where the money just circulates with us a few times over. So if you're talking about that, you're right. Right? There are little segments of them in areas where their money circulate. Because even in the black communities that I know and lived in and even seen, um, we don't own the businesses in those areas. So you're
So
right.
it doesn't seem like we disagree on much then.
Right. So as far as that, you're right. You're right on that. But we do. I mean, we can only do what we could do. They come over and they get a handout and a step up.
Yes.
Not just Asians. I'm not just speaking about Asians. But I am talking about people who come from other countries come over here and they can set up a business. They don't have to pay taxes for a certain amount of time. Um, they get the loans even though they from a whole nother country. They wasn't even born here with a social security number, but they could come here and obtain a number. And and then when they go to sell their business, if they decide to, they cannot sell it to an African American person.
So then,
And,
all right,
and Bond,
I'm
he's
just
absolutely right. My dad came here from East Africa. My dad came here on a scholarship and he was a interpreter, right? When my
Hmm.
dad moved from DC to New Orleans, he worked in City Park. If anybody knows City Park, they have a huge white building there and it says
Hmm.
International Interpreters. My dad worked there for 20 years. Now, in the meantime, in between time, while he worked there, he did start several businesses,
Hmm.
but that was his job. Listen, they get free moving. I just watched on the news, y'all, this morning. There was 30,000 people hired in Guam to come work for the airports here in America. They say they have a shortage of employees.
But they won't hire the
30,000
people here.
people from Guam. 30,000 people came from Guam to work here in the airports all over America.
And why they not hiring the black men who may
That's
live
what
around
I'm
those airports?
saying, Bam. This is what I'm trying to tell y'all. They hired those people on the news. They said they gave them the moving, the free 6 months rental for
Hmm.
their homes, a $25,000 signing bonus.
Hmm.
So this is what I'm trying to tell Americans. Y'all sit up here and try to compete and think that you're on equal footing as foreigners, and you're not. You're just not.
Yeah. Um, but I see what you're saying. But on the not you, Mew. I'm talking about SKC. I see what you're saying, but when you men are over there speaking, uh, you're not telling the whole truth. It's almost like y'all. Some of you dislike the culture, uh, but we do have different types of cultures, right? We have different types within our culture. We have the ones y'all call the thugs, the pookies, and the ray-rays. But then you have the educated, and then the manosphere resulted to calling this educated man a lame, which is that's the culture I dislike. I dislike we do have a segment of people who are smart and going to school, educating themselves and doing this. Maybe like yourself, right? I know you said your wife is educated. I'm assuming that you're educated also. That's an assumption, I'm not sure. But why do the men will result to calling you a lame? And then we have the men who are the type who work every day and they have a wife and some children. They get called simps. So in our culture, the thing that I think some of you men dislike is what y'all are creating, because women do not walk around labeling y'all that way. We don't call him, oh, he's Pookie, and he's Ray Ray. Oh, and that one is a simp, and that one is a lame.
Yeah, but Bond,
I
let me just
disagree.
interrupt you right quick. Hold up. Let me interrupt you,
Huh?
Bond. I think we as women should. I think that we should start identifying the men that the manosphere hate and
Hmm?
seeing the qualities, because they say a simp is a guy who pay for dinner. A simp is a guy
Right.
who would actually date you, ask you to go out on a date, and then pay for that dinner. That guy is a simp. He's lame. I think we
That's what
need to, as women, start identifying those guys, and those are the guys that women should go after. If a guy
that's what,
refused, listen, I've never, when I was young and dating, had a guy tell me he would not pay for my meal. I never had that. Listen, my dad would give me, I had,
but he was about to. He said he disagreed that women. Are you saying that we are the ones who gave y'all the terms Pookie and Ray Ray?
what?
No, I'm not. I don't know who created the terms and all of those things, but
Yeah, BGS,
to
BGS,
but
Angry Men. They
no, no,
created those.
no,
Yeah, no, we
I know
didn't
that
give
those
y'all the
things
names,
existed.
but I'm
I
I'm
think that
here to
those
tell
things
you I'm
existed
gonna
way
accept your
before then.
names, because I
No,
think the
what the
names of
name,
the
the
men who
nickname
they are
Pookie
complaining about
and Ray Ray
are the good
existed,
men.
but the terms were created in the Manosphere, the Black Manosphere.
Yeah, well, yeah. What I'm saying is like those words they were in use way before there
Yeah, the
was any type
words.
of
Like I have a
online.
cousin named Pookie, and and she is a woman.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
the terms Pookie, Ray Ray, and stuff like that, those are nicknames. Like I even have a nickname. I think most people have
I'm about to
nicknames.
say it because I got a cousin named Pookie, and we spell it Pookie in New
Mhm.
yeah,
Orleans. And guess
Okay,
what?
so
Pookie is a
oh
damn good
God,
dude.
yeah.
but
So I think they
my
were talking about like an archetype, but to give you an
they
example of
gave them they made up the archetype. That's what I'm saying. BGS sat there, and started talking to these men. The more men he got to listen to him, he started coming up with these archetypes. But people are not archetypes, right? People, that's not how people are. Just because my name is Pookie, don't mean I'm a Pookie. Though, so the manosphere are the ones. These men are the ones who created these terms against men, because just imagine BGS is one of those guys who want to act like he's elitist. So of course he's gonna call a Pookie this and a Ray Ray that. He started even giving numbers to women as diesel. We ain't you ever heard that before?
No,
Well,
I'm not really that
Let
well
me ask
aware
you
with.
this here,
I know what
Bob.
you're talking about, but I'm not really
mhm.
that aware of those things because I really don't get involved in a lot of the relationship conversations because, like I stated, I don't think that the subculture within Black America is well suited for that.
Wait, let me ask y'all this here while we on the subject of Pookie. How do you say
We wasn't on the
cookie?
subject of
Do you
Pookie.
say cookie or do you say cookie? Because in New
Huh?
Orleans we say cookie,
Oh my God.
right?
Oh my
And
God.
no, 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 I'm serious
Um,
because the way they spell pook, pookie, we say pookie, right? But
what that have to do with what we talking about? You talking about pronouncing words?
yeah, no, I just was saying it because I always wonder why y'all pronounce it the wrong way.
Pronounce what?
Like the way y'all say cookie, or do you say cookie or do you say cookie?
Well, I know somebody whose nickname is Cookie, but they don't. Cookie is Cookie, and we all know
But
that.
when we
So
say
we go buy
Pookie in New
cookies.
Orleans, it's spelled P O O
Well, I'm
K
from
I
New
E.
Orleans, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's spelled P
You
O O
forgot
K
that I'm
I
from
E, right?
uh,
We don't say we don't
Miss
say
Miss Mr. Kev. How do you say cookie in New Orleans? You still there right now? How you say cookie, baby?
I still say cookie. I never say cookie.
I
that's
know.
right. So why do they say Pookie?
Wait.
And they
What?
spell Pookie with a P instead of a C, but they say
What?
Pookie.
Because that's how you pronounce Pookie.
No, that's we don't
What do you?
we was do you say cookie the same way?
No, because cookie is not the same word.
But it's with a C instead of it's just the way it's pronounced. It sounds weird.
Oh, you talking about how? Okay. Ooh, Lord. Okay. So
No,
cookie is
I'm saying
cookie.
we say Pookie in New Orleans, but we
Yeah,
say
Pookie.
we don't say Pookie. We say Pookie.
No, we don't. We say Pookie.
No,
Pook
no,
is
no.
with a
My cousin,
P-U.
I'm telling you, this motherfucker a
But
millionaire. He
listen,
called
but
it
you
Pookie.
listen, but
His
you're not the only
name is
one from New Orleans. What
646
in
Book.
the world going on right now?
I'm telling you, in New Orleans, we say Pookie.
Yeah, well, you mean
I
That
never heard
nigga
you?
name
nobody
is
say
Six
that.
One
I ain't
Book.
never heard nobody. And you keep saying in New Orleans, but you got 3 New Orleans people up here right now, and you're the only one saying that. Now I'm not saying you're wrong about what y'all
We say
you
Pook.
call it,
We say
but the lie that say that New Orleans say that we and all 3
that's
of us
not a
from New
lie,
Orleans.
Bomb. It's your lie because you the only one lying.
Well, Mr. Kevin is saying what I'm saying.
I never heard that either, though. To be
You ain't
honest with
never
you.
heard Pookie.
No, just no.
You ain't never heard
Not
a
in
nigga named
replace of
Mookie.
Cookie. They look. I've heard
Mookie,
the term
Pookie,
Pookie. I've
Cookie.
heard Pookie,
Nigga,
but
we don't
Pookie.
say Pookie and spell
Yes,
it the
we do
same
say
way as
Pookie.
damn Cookie.
I had to
That
cut
shit
my
crazy.
cousin. His nickname is Pookie, but she is a girl. She's a woman now.
I remember they started saying Pookie after New Jack City. When with that one of the
Yeah,
characters?
that was some New York shit. That's what I'm
That's
saying.
Pookie, though.
That
That's the
Pookie
first time I
shit,
ever heard
that shit
Pookie.
ain't from New
That,
Orleans.
but that's not the first time I heard Pookie because I
Oh,
said I
that's
have
the
a
first
cousin
time
named
I heard it.
Pookie.
That's the
Okay,
first
but just
time.
now you just said you pronounce it a certain way, but now you're saying that's the first time you heard
Because
it.
I keep saying this Pookie, and that shit is Pookie. It ain't, it's just the same way you would say cookie with a C.
No, well, no, that's not. You don't understand vowels and how you
You
pronounce
must
things.
don't understand vowels,
You,
baby. It's the O. Goddamn, and
I
the
know
A and
that, but
E.
listen, I'm talking about the way you pronounce things. You know, people can spell things differently, but everywhere, all over the place, Pookie is Pook, and it could be a Y or a IE,
It should
and
be
that's
with
all
a
I'm
U
saying.
when they saying pool key. But when they
Yeah,
saying
it.
pookie, like cookie, nigga, it should be OOKIE. Okay?
What?
That's
What?
all I'm saying.
But you just so Pookie, right? Pookie. If it's Pookie, then it's Pu, not
That's
Po.
right. But they don't put a U on YouTube. I'm
That's
gonna need
why,
you
because it's
niggas in the
Pookie.
manosphere to get
You're
your
the one who's
spelling
trying to
better.
change it
I'm gonna
up.
need you niggas in the manosphere to spell that shit correct. Cause guess what? Pookie
Lord
and
have
Pookie.
mercy.
Pookie
The
and
ladies,
Pookie
all
is
the women are
different.
backing away from you right now. We backing slowly, but it's slow,
Hey,
but
hey,
slow.
back away. Pookie and Pookie is two different niggas. Cause
You know,
Pookie is
you
good.
you you proven whichever
Yeah,
one.
I'm proving that
You
these
proving
niggas
him
need to know
right.
how
You
to
proving him
spell
right
that damn manosphere.
that our shit is fucked up.
Pookie is
Okay,
different
we
from
arguing
Pookie.
about a pookie, and how to spell it.
Pookie is not Pookie.
Well, you the one who just said it is.
Yeah, Black Beauty say this motherfucking shit does not matter.
I know that's right. That's what I'm trying to figure out what
No,
she
I
doing
always
right
I'm messing
thought
now.
with you,
about that
Black
shit when
Beauty.
I came to YouTube, Mr. Kev. All the niggas I know named Mookie, Pookie,
Now
Pookie.
I knew a Mookie.
Why we
I knew
spell Pookie
Mookie.
and Pookie completely different? Why the fuck they say Pookie and Pookie is the same? Pookie and
Okay,
Mookie is the
wait.
same as
S-
like Pookie.
SKC said something smart in the chat. I would like to read it or have him read it. Go ahead,
Read it.
SKC, go ahead.
Sure. I just said amazing and quite fascinating.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
No,
the
he talking
when you
about the
said
structure, right? So when
yeah, the
the
subculture,
wisdom
that part.
asked you about
Oh
subculture.
yeah. Wisdom Review asked why do I keep saying subculture? And that's
Hmm.
because a subculture, as I put, is a group of people within a cultural society that differentiates itself from the conservative and standard values to which it belongs. So, um, Black America does not see itself as a part of the greater American culture. It sees itself as something separate and unique. So that's why I use the term subculture.
Would you not
Okay, that
agree
makes
that we
sense.
are
But
separate and unique?
well, but we don't want to
That
see
that's the
ourselves that way
that's
though. I think
that's the
I
exact
think we
reason
see
why I
ourselves.
use the term subculture, because Black
No, no, no,
American
no. I'm
subculture
I
agreeing
think
with you,
I
Bob.
think
We don't
it
see
is
ourselves
unique.
as separate
w-
and unique, but are we not separate and unique?
well, wait,
Oh,
okay,
you
so
definitely
wait,
separate and unique.
okay, wow, this is getting the more like okay, so do we want to see ourselves that way, or do we not have any choice for the fact that everybody else at one point thought of us as below human, dumb, uneducated, stupid? Like, so of course, it's not like we in America and we want to be separate and
No,
unique.
exactly.
We want to blend in. We want to be Americans for those who are, and we want to just have the
Exactly.
chances that American have. But we have no choice, so we have to separate ourselves because they took everything, even though they knew we were definitely unique, right? Because they took everything we ever put out there, music, fashion, everything. But they took it, and then it looks like it belongs to them.
I
Well,
So
100% agree with Bob. Let
I
me tell you something.
disagree.
It's not that we want to be separate,
we
it's that they separate us because they see us as different. And our skin color is one identifiable thing that they can see that we're different from them. So it's not that we chose this. This is just what the hell we got to deal with. And we deal with it.
She say you disagree. Go ahead. Explain how you disagree, babe.
Sure. Within Black America, there are certain behaviors, speech patterns, um, hobbies, interests that
Mhm.
if a Black person is to get involved in, that Black America in general will call that person acting white.
Well, I kind of agree with you, but that's because even if we did something, they would act like we didn't do it. Like for instance, the guy who played golf, right? Black guy. In fact, name me a sport where when a black person enters that they don't dominate because we
Rowing,
dominate. Hmm?
wrestling, the strongman competition.
Hold on, no, hold on. We won a
There's
couple
the
gold medals in
Well, hold on,
wrestling now,
hold
my
on.
friend. We have some black brothers that won some gold medals in wrestling.
And if we got into wrestling, we
Now
yeah,
would
but
rowing,
she
I
definitely
don't
said
think
damn
we
near
into the
dominate.
rowing.
We would
yeah,
Right,
but
definitely
she
but
said
where
but
dominate
would
she
we
said
go
all
to learn
physical
the road?
activities
What? Where
yeah
in
except
our
for
yeah, but
rowing.
she
community?
said but I think
No,
the
I'm
term that she used was dominate.
Okay. Yeah, well.
yeah,
Well,
but
she also
dominate.
said that
So
black people
And
got in
I
that we
Well,
think
get
that
well,
that's
well,
down.
let's put
another
it like this
I
here.
think that that's
What
another
sport
part of like
that black
that
people
people
are
get wrong.
in that we don't dominate? Because black people are just not into
well, you
rowing.
ask a question and then you start.
No, no, no,
He was.
no, no. Well, let me
We
let me ask this
too many
question.
conversations
What?
going on. We really go
Okay,
ahead. It's
hold
your
on, Bob.
show, y'all. I'm gone, y'all. I'm gone.
No, I just
I'll
want to
see
ask
y'all
this
over there.
question.
Go ahead.
I want to ask this question. What sports are black people active in that they do not dominate? That they're active in?
Baseball.
Who dominates baseball?
Right? No, but he gave an answer that I was looking for. He gave an answer, and so we wanted to respond like he said, rowing. And so I was going to say, in our culture, right? Since we don't have access to boats and rowing and where we could do that those activities, that is why we're not doing it. And so my point wasn't that I remember we was going back to where he said black people will say that you're doing something white. That's what I wasn't really suggesting that we really out here beating everything. I was asking a question so I can prove and say that, yeah, if a black man or woman start rowing, wouldn't we all kind of start speculating that they must have gone to a mostly predominant white school?
Well, that's true.
And that's the point I was trying to make, that that's why when somebody said, well, wow, that white school you went to got you do, it wouldn't be like it's a negative, but that's why we would put that out there.
Same thing with tennis. They
Again,
only had a few black girls in tennis, and the few that we had, Serena and Venus, destroyed it. They dominated it from day one since kids. I mean, and they got
And
a whole bunch of white people in tennis.
and they would have had a whole lot more blacks, except in our neighborhood there's no tennis courts, there's
Right.
no, and then it's
Country
very
club.
expensive, right? You got, his dad had to go to country club with them and have to pay money just for them to do that sport. And that's why it's thought of as a white sport. It's not because
so
we think that they want to be white in anything. It's just like, here, you had access to something that most of us don't have.
so are
Go ahead.
you? Is the and there's multiple things that I could directions I could go with this. So are you stating that black people don't have money?
I'm saying that black people don't have access to the things that you're suggesting. We, even if we have money, do we have enough money to put our kids in this extra how you say it? Y'all know the word I'm
Curriculum,
talking about. Yeah.
Yeah,
extracurricular activity.
Tennis. Just
curricular
tennis.
activity.
Just so they can learn tennis. I'm,
So then which one do you think is more expensive? And I'll this is for the chat as well. Which one do
mhm.
you think is more expensive? A tennis racket or a pair of Jordans?
Golf
Well,
clubs.
No, no, no. It's not that the tennis racket costs more than a pair of Jordans. It's the tennis court, the tennis lessons. It's the area
well,
that you're in.
wow. Yeah, okay, that's a good point. Or the fact that if I buy a pair of sneakers, I'm gonna wear them every day. They're gonna be beneficial to me all year. And this tennis racket is uh just for me to go and play. And like Mew just said, the other things that go with it, the lessons, getting on the court, right? Because y'all like to say that the sneakers cost so much for, and that we have trillions of dollars. Black people have trillions of dollars. And then y'all
How much?
always mention those sneakers.
How,
But
how
everybody
much?
don't buy sneakers and a lot of sneakers.
How much? Hey, Kev, did you play basketball as a kid?
Yeah, I played basketball and football and ran track.
Okay. When you were playing basketball, how much did you pay for basketball lessons?
I didn't pay for basketball lessons. They didn't offer them
That's
like
Oh,
that.
right.
We just went to the park.
interesting.
Exactly.
They didn't offer
Interesting.
basketball lessons. We had the little
Hmm.
park and they had a coach. So when you
Yeah,
talk about
I think
lessons, when you speak
I think
on
that's
lessons,
how
that's go ahead, go ahead.
I think that's how pretty much all a lot of kids start out with various activities and games. They just played. They
Except
didn't
for
particularly have
tennis, baby.
lessons.
You
And when it
missing the
comes
point.
to
You
do you
making my point, in fact, right? Because I
do you
played
play
basketball,
tennis?
I ran track. I think most of us who are into sports, we played sports. The sports
Do
that
you,
our schools provided, the things that are surrounding us. But like I said, there's no tennis courts in most black neighborhoods.
have you
There's
It's
ever
kind of
definitely
played
it's
no
kind of
tennis?
like
roads.
it's kind of like if you ever flew into Chicago. I remember my experience in general, and I'm looking out the plane, and I see damn near dozens and dozens of baseball fields. I've only seen two or three in New Orleans,
Yeah, but
and
it's
you see what I'm saying? So black kids didn't really get to play baseball like that, especially in the South, because we didn't have those facilities like that.
yeah,
And
but for
You
football
know,
in New Orleans, we had Hunters Park, we have Sterling's Park, we had different park. We had something called a park ball league for our children that was in elementary school before they got to junior high, where they had organized.
Mhm.
for the schools. We
And
don't
not to
have that
mention
with tennis.
some of those, like if you got want to play golf and tennis,
Hmm.
they usually sign up for the little those little league and the little private little groups that they have, their own little thing. They don't let black
Yeah,
folks in there like
exactly.
talking about. So
And,
you
and
gotta
but
get
I'm
with them.
saying in New Orleans and
Uh,
in most urban
hey,
places,
Kev,
they
Yeah.
have something called
I
pub
played
crawl.
tennis and golf as a kid,
I wish I
Hmm.
did, man. I wish I had the opportunity. I like it. I ain't get to play till
and
I was damn near 30.
Now listen,
it didn't cost
my
my parents a lot.
three of my
Well, it
kids
costs
got to play golf,
$75 here to
right?
play. That's a lot of money for poor black kids
Yeah, but even with
to
that,
play
three of my
one
That's
kids
right.
got to play
one
Depending
golf.
game.
depending on how many
However,
kids you got.
it
Right.
was
And
the
that's just to play.
environment
That's
that they
not to
were in.
practice or get
That
training,
wasn't a normal thing. This is what I want you to know, SKC. When you saying you got to play golf, some of your kids will be able to play that, but it's the environment that you live in that is free, or that you just have to pay a small fee to. It's not available. What Baum and Kevin are saying is true. It's not available to the masses of black people, because when I was a kid, I didn't have that offer, and when my oldest son was young, they didn't have that offer where we live.
Just
I will say this.
just
I
as
will.
a short thought on all of that, because Kev, I think you're older than I am, but
Mhm.
do you remember the sport that black boys played probably the most back in like the 30s, 40s, 50s, early 60s?
Oh damn! I wasn't back then, but damn, it was
I
usually
mean,
something that was. It's
my
just like
grandfather
anything.
tells me about this all the time.
Yeah, but it's just like anything else. Even if you see like poor people, what's the first thing they can play? Even barefooted, they'll play soccer. That's all they got
W-
is a ball in some
Well,
area because that's all they.
back in the day, back in the day, the game that black people, particularly black boys, played the most was baseball.
Yeah, see, we didn't have that environment here like that. It didn't take off.
Yeah.
But I'm also in the South. We big on
So
football.
then
Because
how
But
were
you've
they
he's
been
from
up
playing
the
on
it
South
back in
too.
the
somebody's
But wait a
way,
day?
minute.
so
But
you
it's
How
got
were
to
not
they
put a
about
playing it
being
back
break
in the
South.
on.
day,
You
but
got
they
to have
couldn't play
space
it?
to play with that hard ball, right? In order to play baseball. So for inner city people, they don't have the access to do that. But for those of us like where I was from, where we played,
Yeah,
you
see,
know,
y'all
we got
had
in
that for
trouble.
our high school. We ain't we our field for my high school was not even a full wasn't even a half a block. I think you could cross it in 30 steps. You cross the whole field at my high school. We didn't have no stadium. We ain't had, our track team had to practice in on the street. We ran up and down Esplanade Avenue. The football team practiced. Sometimes we had to practice under the Saint Bernard Bridge in the interstate on concrete after sweeping glass because you had to pay to practice on fields like at City Park or the Riverview. That's what St. Aug practice. Jesuit practice in City Park because they could rent the field so they could play baseball and shit. We ain't had no damn field. And that's now to this day.
I'm
Same thing with Clark. Same thing when I can name a bunch of schools. Same thing with McDonough 35. Warren Easton was able to rent their little field right behind the RTA station, but we didn't have that kind of money. Most of
I if
you
I
know, we
could
didn't
pose a
have that.
question to you,
Mhm.
Kev, and
Yeah.
um, to the two women, have I said anything to you guys makes me that would make you believe that I don't like you?
No, not to me.
No, I like you, SKC.
I just
I
wonder
don't.
because
Even from the last time we spoke, the one thing I wanted to ask you, I wanted to have a one-on-one with you about was the coon thing. I wonder, why do you refer yourself as a coon?
that's what
But
I am.
okay, so why do you think you're a coon?
That's
Because
what
let
black
me just tell you this. I say I'm the mule, right? Because I used to have people crack jokes say that I was muling for men, right? That I was going up Mammy Mountain muling for these black men, right? But my truth is, I'm gonna be there for my black community, right? For the men and the women. But what people don't realize, when I see shit that's wrong, I can clearly see it's wrong. So why do you consider yourself a coon?
Why did they consider you a coon?
Yeah.
That's a question to ask Black America. You know, as
Well,
what
you
it's
understand what I
stated
mean.
is
Usually, when
when
they say that, they're trying to
But
say
for
that
you to
you
take on
going
that
against
name,
black folks.
for you to take on that name coon, are you seriously saying that you're just against black people? Because I know why I take my name. I know why I'm the fucking mule. I'm the mule. I'm going to lead all us to fucking freedom. You understand? Fuck that. Get on my back. I'm going to carry you, motherfucker, to this land. So I'm the mule. And I done own that shit. Why are you the fucking coon? Own it and tell
well,
me why you own it.
I think when you don't carry the same ideas, and when you have a different perspective on a lot of things that have to do with race and um, history, science, the whole nine. When you engage in certain activities, that's what Black America coined you. So I mean, like, I don't have any I don't dispute it. It's like, yeah, you're right. I do engage in those activities and those
So
things
you're a
and
victim.
and
So
that
you one of these
behavior. And
victim niggas. That's what you is. You're a victim.
no,
Because
not
I
by
ain't no
far,
victim. The mule
not
ain't
by
never
far.
nobody fucking victim. But this is what I try to tell y'all about these weak ass fucking men. So you basically telling me because you don't agree with people, you done self-identified yourself as a coon.
No, I mean that's what Black America lends to say that I am. So I just accept that.
That's some bullshit right there. So what do
Those
you say
people,
you are? Who
well,
are you, nigga? Who are you, black man?
Like let me give you an
yeah,
example.
we got different environments, man. You
Let,
know,
let
No,
me give you
tell
an
me
a
who
example.
he
coon would
is.
a coon
No,
would
no,
be
no.
Anton. Anton is a coon.
No, no, no. I
Like
want
like
him
let me
to tell
give
me
like
who
let me give
he
you an
is.
example. Who came up with the word nigga?
White folks.
Okay, so then why do Black people accept it?
Well, I could tell you, like they said, they used to mock white men and white slave owners after they got off of work digging in the fields and mock them by saying the same thing. That's why a nigga was so frequent in comedy, in my
You a
opinion.
nigga too. Exactly. You working these fields with me. You a nigga too. And that's
Now,
what
some
I
people
learned from
felt
my
like they
great
weren't.
great grandmothers.
Some people felt
Them
like
white
they
Irish
weren't.
men, they niggas too. And so that is how they started saying that shit.
Okay, so just as uh Black people
But
can
for
accept the
a
can
coon
accept the
is a
word
whole
nigga,
different word.
I choose to
Coon
accept the
mean
word
you
coon.
go against yourself, right? A coon
Yeah,
means you
but
go against yourself. A
you're still
mammy
not
and a
saying
mule
why.
is still
What's the
for
point?
us black people, right? When we hear the word mammy and mule, we hear that black women that's mammies, they they um they are pygmies. They just want to be enough for the black man. The mule is the person who thinks she gonna save people. The mule thinks she could lead you or get you away from your natural state of mind, right? So if you're a crackhead and you're addicted to crack, the mule is the person who they're pretending like she can, not pretending, but she believes she can get you out of that situation. Now, the coon is a completely different thing. The coon is the one who is telling master on you. The coon is the person who reporting everything about you. The coon is the one who is against you. So I
Is
want to know
it
why you think that you should be labeling yourself as a coon. Because I label myself the mule. Let me tell you something. I'm not gonna never let nobody make me against my own motherfucking self. Let me tell you, I'm a woman. And on top of that, I'm a black woman. I fucking create black men and black fucking women. I create the world. And you're not gonna never make me not be the mule. I'm the motherfucking mule. I'm gonna lead all us to freedom. And you're not gonna take me from that. Whenever I say some shit negative about black men, like I said, it's between 60 to 80% of positive black men. And
But
also, hold on, it's between 60 to 80% of positive black women. Y'all can't fuck with me. I done seen the degeneracy on both ends. So you're not gonna fucking trick me. You're not gonna hide and lie and do this shit to me. I see you motherfuckers. And the people who I really want to rock with me is that fucking 60 to 80% that's good. That's who I really want. I want you motherfuckers who good to know the fucking bad. That's what I really want.
you know what I wanted to tell you though, bro. I think that people, especially with black men and stuff like that, the Pookas and Ray Rays and the educated lame and all that kind of stuff, them people, Pooka and Ray Ray don't have no problem with educated black men whatsoever. Never did. You might have had a couple people say that, but at the end of the day, we glad to see y'all got an opportunity that we didn't get, man. Hell, I had a friend of mine that went to MIT. We like, man, that's good. You know, that's fuck the whole hood like that. We ain't get that chance, but we ain't gonna knock him for it. And he talked just like a white boy and went to school with a whole bunch of white folks, but he's still good. It's always good for us to see black folks make it regardless of the environment they come from. It's just usually when you get very educated folks, what they do is they'll separate themselves and say, we're not like them. You know, kind of like Emmett Till mama. I don't know why they did that to my son. My son is not like them. And so my mama then was like, who is them? The blacks in the South? So those kind of things. And you never got, there's only a few
I don't know what you're talking about, Mr.
I
K,
know you
because
don't, because you don't get into
Emmett Till
history like I
mom,
do. Yes.
yeah, I know, no.
I'll
Don't
put
do
the quote
that,
in the
brother.
chat for you, baby. That's not a problem. Emmett Till mom said she never thought that would
Emmett
happen.
Till
Emmett Till
mom,
mama said she did not think that would happen to her son. She thought that happened to those people.
yeah, those people. And I'm gonna tell you
Meaning,
why she said that.
meaning,
Because her her husband, Emmett Till's father, was executed for whistling at fucking Italian women in World War One.
what they had to do with those
Emmett
people?
Till's dad was murdered for fucking flirting with white women.
Okay, what they had to
For
do with
her
those
son,
people?
for her son to be killed that way, she felt like she raised him different. He's not like them.
Well, she didn't say like his daddy. She said those people.
No,
Now,
but that was the whole context, and you missed the context because his
no,
father
I
was
took it the way I
murdered.
took it. I thought
Because
she was pointing
his
down at
father,
the
why
South.
did Emmett Till dad get killed the same fucking week?
I don't care what Emmett Till's dad did to get killed.
I know
She
you don't.
said those people, and he was in Mississippi.
You're right.
He was in
But I
Mississippi.
will
She
tell you
said
this
like
here,
those people.
revisionist history is a problem. The
Right.
reason why
And
that
then
lady
and then
felt
we
that
could,
way was because she tried to protect her son from ever having to go through that. And for him to get killed for white women, the same way his dad
well,
did,
who are those people then, Mule?
those people, the white people who killed them, nigga.
No, now you out
Oh,
of
Lord.
context because she said I did not think that would happen to my son. I thought that happened to those people. Who are those people? That's the people in the South.
No.
Okay.
Well, she sent them to the South. Why do you
She
think
sent them
that?
to
That
the
don't make
South.
sense.
That you gotta ask her.
Oh my God, you really misinterpreted that lady words
Okay, well,
for real.
we'll
But a
move
lot of
on.
men misinterpreted Mimi. I promise you, a
And
lot
I
of
never heard you. Yeah, I never heard them speak on it like that about his daddy.
nigga look
Who's
up his
those?
daddy.
Oh, let me
His
go.
daddy was
Oh no,
killed.
I ain't your nigga, baby. Let me get out of here.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gale. I ain't trying to insult you. You know I love you. I don't want you to leave, but no, I apologize for that. But his dad, his dad was killed because he fooled with white women. Yeah, this is the thing about history. People don't want to get into. Emmett Till followed, God damn it, the footsteps of his father. There have been several reports that he actually did do what they said he did, which was simply whistle at a fucking white woman. They say his dad got lynched in the military for flirting with white women, for Italians, right? I know a lot of black people don't like history. A lot of black people don't like real history. But this is what I try to tell y'all. The subject, let's switch all of that in material. Even though that's facts, you can Google it, look it up for your goddamn self, see how his fucking daddy died, and see how he died. Okay? Look it up for yourself. I don't have a reason to lie to you. But what I will tell you is this. Oh, Lord, these people give me a fucking headache. Degeneracy. Oh, God. This degeneracy. These men teach these young boys to be hypersexual. They teach them all the wrong shit. And if you listen closely to all the shit that we heard this weekend, on all of this inflammatory shit, we heard nothing but black men telling the truth for once. They had black men arguing saying, my mom never told me to do this here. It was only black men. It was only my uncles told me to do this here. Bond?
Yeah, that's me. My internet crashed on me. I didn't want you to think I left you.
Oh, thank you, Bond. I thought you left me. Mr. Kev, you better come back. I'm going to feel some kind of way. Because you know I love you and I respect you, Mr. Kev. So don't do me like that because I disagree with you. Don't do me that, Mr. Kev. No,
What
for real,
happened?
he hurt my feelings.
What?
I don't know. But
Oh.
he was like, I'm about to go. I'm like, no, we cannot disagree. You
I
better
said
come
that
back.
earlier. Oh, look,
Don't do me that.
that's why I came back. I said, "Oh shit!"
Bomb.
She might have thought
Tell
I
Mr.
left her.
Kev to come back. No, Bomb, tell Mr. Kev.
What you want me to do? I can't tell
Say,
that man what to do. What is your
say,
call?
Mr. Kev, come back.
I cannot do it. I will not.
No, tell him. Say, Mr. Kev, come back.
Mr. Cam, you want you to come back. Okay. And I only say that because you know these people on the internet use everything as a weapon. They'll be like, "Bomb made Mr. Cam come back." You know I ain't doing that.
I'm making Mr. Kev. You better come back. Mr. Kev, you know I love you and I really, really respect you. Come on, don't do me that. Now, that don't mean I'm going to agree with everything. God damn. I love you.
You
Mr.
know
Kev, I
Mr. Cam is
respect you
okay
so
with
much.
disagreement. You know he
Yeah, but I
might be.
respect him a lot. But that's the thing. I want to be able to disagree with you guys. I do.
No,
I
I agree.
I want to be able to disagree. I don't want to have a thing where it's just an
Well, let's
echo
get back to
chamber.
talking to this young man because I think.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Because
No,
I'm
I was
really
listening to what you were
upset.
saying. Go ahead. What y'all was talking about?
No, you go ahead because
I
I'm
missed
speaking
it.
about Mr. Kev now.
Oh, okay. Well, I
Yeah,
think
he mad with me. And Mr. Kev, you better come back. Listen, I'm about to. Y'all hear me
Mr.
tapping on
Kev
this
is not
phone?
mad at you. You know he's not like that. Unless you cussed him out. Did you cuss him out or something?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, he's not mad at you. You know,
Mm.
me and Mr. Kev disagreed before, and he ain't just run. He don't run. You know that's not who he is. He probably got some things to do. You know, that's working
Look,
man.
Black Beauty said Mr. Kev was right, though. He could have been right. I ain't saying I am wrong. I'm not saying I'm infallible. That's the thing. I'm not
Okay,
saying I'm not
but
saying that he
Well, you
wasn't
got
right.
this man on the panel who don't really go to women's channels. That you supposed to use this opportunity to talk to get because he's not. I've listened to him. He's not a dumb man. You know, I've
Still,
reviewed some of his
SKP
panels
cool,
and uh,
but he don't argue or nothing. And see, me and Mr. Kev, listen, Bob. Me and Mr.
but
Kev and Devastating, we have a different. We can
okay,
argue.
but y'all talk all the time. You don't get to talk to this young man all the time. What's going on? Talk to this man.
Okay, well, talk to him, Bob. Talk to him
Okay,
for me,
anyway.
because Mr. Kev on my mind right now. SKC, how you doing, baby?
Okay.
Oh,
Well, anyway, I
I'm
want
doing
to
all
know.
right. You guys can take your time. I'm just working in the background anyway. So I got another two screens up, just getting my work done for the day.
Okay, so
Uh,
SKC, let me ask you this here. And this is what I really want to know from you. I want you to know that, first of all, I'm the mule. I love my people, right? I love my people. However, I do see where we should be able to improve. I do see dysfunction, and I do see where we're great, right? I see a lot of things that we're great. It just doesn't get highlighted. If I'm wrong, Bomb, you correct me when I'm saying something wrong. I see a lot of things that's so positive of us that never would get highlighted, right? It would never be mainstream. It would never be beautiful black families I grew up in. I saw. I saw this. I lived it. They would never show you productive, good, regular shit that's normal for me, right? And then you go to school, and then going to meet people who went to public school and hearing their stories. It is vastly different from other people's stories, from what I at first thought was normal, right? At one point in my life, I thought everybody's story was like mine. Then, when I got older and went to college, I saw differences, and I thought they were lying. I'm gonna be honest. And then got to be an adult and hearing all these bad stories, and you just like, am I an anomaly? Is this, you know? And then you start feeling like maybe you're the fish out of water, right? Like, why did it happen to you? Who allowed that to happen to you? And the older I got, the more I was in touch with people, the more I realized, damn, this shit is fucked up. And then coming to YouTube, oh my God, I was just like, it was just too much. How do you feel?
about all of the things that are on YouTube so far as the black what
Just from you
female
growing
male
up, from
relationship
what you
stuff.
saw when you grew up, was that normal? What's going on now? And then what you see now, is that normal?
No, I mean I don't think any of it is normal. Um, yeah, I'm trying to be as I would say as careful as possible because I know that sometimes
Why you
when
want to be
you
careful? Be reckless. Tell me what's on your mind. I don't like that. Don't be careful.
well I try to be careful with my words because as a self-proclaiming coon, a lot of times
Listen,
people jump
I give you
with a lot of the
permission
things
to
that
lose the coon, release the coon from you. Just for 10 minutes. Release it, black man. I give you the free. Listen, for real, because this is the thing. How can you teach improve people if you don't really tell people what you really saw or grew up with? That's the
well,
thing that's fake to me about YouTube. You tell somebody personal shit about you, and then they just use it against you. But my thing is, how can we explore or evolve if you don't say the shit you really saw or grew up with? This is shit
well,
I
Nothing
see.
wrong with saying what you saw or grew up with. The problem is when you push it on everybody and try to tell them that their life is like your life. That's what I learned.
No,
Cause
no,
when I,
no. That's why I'm trying to give him the freedom. Because he keeps saying he a self-proclaimed coon. I want him
Mhm.
to give that coon shit up. I want him to tell me exactly what he saw and what he grew up with.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, I grew up with a mom and dad who thought that um, all of the bliggity bliggity black stuff was silly. They didn't raise me and my brothers and sisters in that fashion. They saw it as um, a pitfall that could
Okay,
get
let's
us
skip the
into
mom and
that
dad.
could get
What
us
about
into
your friends that you went to school with?
wait, I want
you
to
said
hear about his mom and dad. That was interesting. Why you
uh,
switched off them?
they
What?
they they saw it as a pitfall of something that could damage us long term.
Mhm.
Um, uh, I mean, growing up, there was
And both your parents are black, right?
yeah,
Okay.
and
And you was raised in what area? You would north, south, east coast,
it,
west coast,
I was raised in Houston.
in a mostly black area. They raised you not to be proud to be black.
No, I didn't grow up in a predominantly black area. We were there at first when I was young, but then we went on a family trip and came back, and the house was robbed. So after that, we moved.
Hmm. Well, that's what happens. My house done got robbed a few times too, but that can happen in any neighborhood.
Uh, okay, so I doubt it.
You what?
I doubt it.
You doubt it. If I pull up where even in the wealthiest of neighborhood they're being robbed. In fact, all heard of them. We heard of even some of these celebrities being robbed. And you're now saying you doubt it. And I'm talking about celebrities, $1 million neighborhoods, $1 million homes. But you saying you doubt it. What
Do
it's
you
like we
do you
have
want me?
blinders
Do you
on
want me?
our eyes and
Listen,
we don't want to see
Do,
even when
do,
it's
do
right
you
there in
want
front of us.
Do you want me to
LL Cool
explain
J
further?
just said,
I mean,
uh,
you saying you
L-
doubt it. What can you
I'll e-
explain
I'll e-
that you
I'll
doubt
listen,
that
explain.
LL
something that
Cool J
happens
I'll
live
e-
after?
in a mansion and
I'll
his house
explain
was just
further.
robbed. He just beat the fuck out of a damn man for robbing his house
I'll
and held him
explain
there till the
further.
police came.
I'll explain further. We used to go on family trips when I was little. We would be gone for the entire summer. Um,
That's most black
on
people.
on one year when we went on our family trip, and we finally returned, like a week or two before school starts. We came back and the house looked like it was brand new. I mean, that we understand things like break-ins of jewelry or something like that. No, stove, toilet, baby pictures, mementos, rocks from the ocean, uh all of that stuff was gone,
And
and no
how
one in
old
the
were you?
neighborhood
How
knew
old
anyone.
were you? Mr. Cal, come back up.
So Mew, you keep asking Mr. Cat to come back
So
up, but I listened to the stream, and did you not call my brother the N word?
Did I?
Mm. So if you
Mr.
want to come
Cal,
back
I
up,
love you.
you want to apologize. You
I
can't talk to him.
apologize. I apologize. I don't need nobody to tell me I love you, Mr. Cal. Come on up. Come back, brother. I respect you so much, Mr. Cal. So I could have been out of line, but I won't do it again. My mouth is reckless, but I won't do it again. Come on up. Okay, go ahead, Bob. I am imperfect. I tell you, motherfuckers, before y'all get here, I'm imperfect. What the fuck? How y'all don't know I'm imperfect? I don't mean no harm. I'm trying to just have the conversation. That's it. I do get
We all
passionate.
are imperfect. That's not a
I,
problem.
I do get a little passionate, but guess what? I respect who I respect. And if I say I respect you, I fucking respect you. And you know what? You're right. If you feel like I'm disrespecting you, leave. But and come back though. Don't just leave permanently.
She really put them-
Don't leave. Bomb,
But
don't leave me permanently like I really don't respect you. I fucking
well, I don't think
respect
he
you.
left you permanently. Damn, he only been gone. Look, what it's been less than 5 minutes.
Well, he need to come back because I'm
And
feeling some
also,
kind of way. Mr.
like
Care.
you know how you
Get your
slipped up and disrespected, right? If he felt disrespected, I can't speak for him. But if he would have came back at you on some boop 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 boop, then you would have felt disrespected. So Mr. Cam, devastating a lot of these men that we all respect. They leave the situation. They're not gonna argue with us. They're not gonna do that. Now they can. Now let's be clear. They if they want to, but it shows that he respect you too by not
yeah,
arguing with you and leaving.
ultimately
Right.
always respect Mr. Kev. That's why I'm like, but he said he run into the store, he gonna come back up.
Mhm.
It's hot peppermint.
I don't know.
Yeah, Mr. Cap, y'all know. Hey,
Miss
Jose.
Florida said stop all
Well
that begging.
done.
Girl, he got me out here
Mm-hmm.
begging, girl.
Why does it
There go my baby. Leave it, leave.
Mine. Oops, sorry.
What's up, Shazay? What's up?
What's up?
what?
What
I
you do
love
to
you,
Mr.
Shazay.
Cam?
Hey, Taylor.
He said he
Hey,
coming back.
Jose. Jose, what's that word you use again? I'm
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 Rebellious?
um
I'm
I'm
rebellious.
Yes,
rebellious.
I'm
With your
rebellious.
rebellious
I'm
ass.
rebellious with my rebellious ass. And
SKC, you
it's
up
fuck.
here with
I
two
just fuck it up
rebellious women.
TC every time I come somewhere.
What you gonna do,
SKC is
SKC? He
SKC.
up here with two
He
rebellious women because I'm rebellious just like Shazay.
Yeah. SKC seems like look. He can have a conversation. You ask him questions, he answer. I kind of even
He
when
sound like
I
a
was
nice
reviewing
guy.
one of your I was roasting you one time. You probably know about it, couple like a year ago when that woman was up there. But even then, when you was talking, I didn't feel you said anything too outrageous. You know what I mean? I kind of understood where you're coming from, but the idea that you said, and Mew asked you the question, but she didn't let you answer. She asked you how old you was, and the reason I think that's important is because maybe like you left, and when you came back, if everything was gone, baby, maybe y'all was evicted. You know what I'm saying? And because if they took the pictures and shit, like who steals family pictures, baby?
Our house was paid for.
SKC, you got
It was
moved.
what?
Our house was paid for.
You wait. So they took the pictures. I thought you was I was joking because I thought you were joking about the pictures and rocks being gone. I thought
No,
you were being
I
facetious.
wasn't exaggerating at all. That's why I was
Well, then,
saying
so that's
it
what.
was
So
a
now I'm gonna go back to the fact of who steals family photos. When they come in, they take the valuables and go. But if all your shit was gone, like if it was brand new, then something you just don't know. Your parents just not telling you or didn't tell you because you was young.
Or somebody did that shit.
Who
Shit.
taking
You
family
got
photos though?
existed, bro.
I'm talking about family. I don't know.
He said they came through and the house was like a brand new. Now when I got robbed, let me tell you what it looked like. Ransacked. They came in, even our mattress, because some people know that people keep shit in their mattress. Even a mattress was moved. I had a bag full of sex toys, and they were laid out like these motherfuckers ransacked. You mean to tell me these neat motherfuckers robbed you and left the place immaculate, like somebody was about to move in?
That's what I wanted to
Yeah,
say.
I got robbed and
SKC.
they stole all my shit, but they ain't with no. They didn't take the couch and all that, but they took stuff that they could sell.
That's
Shit.
why I say SKC got evicted and
And
just
I
didn't
stayed
know it.
in the
Listen,
suburbs,
when
so
I got
you can get
robbed, these
robbed in the
niggas thought I
suburbs.
had keys or something. These niggas cut my sofa pillows up. They cut my mattresses up. Y'all, they went through the house. They left my freezer door open. They took everything out the fridge
Yeah,
and the
they did
freezer.
that to me, girl. Look,
That
they had my
shit was
dildo
not
sitting on the
neat
steps, y'all.
at all.
My
The
sex
way
toy
this
was on the
man,
steps.
They
the
put
way
your
this
dead.
man,
Oh God.
the way this man explained it is like it was like maids, housekeepers came and moved him out. Like, nigga,
Yeah,
if
they just
somebody
cleaned the
removed
whole
your
house
family
out.
pictures and took your shit like that, y'all got evicted. Your parents
Yeah.
just didn't tell you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Ain't nobody
Okay.
leaving no shit immaculate.
Oh, okay. So if you want to go with that story, then how was the house sold afterwards to buy the new place, and why were the toilets and fixtures missing? Why was there cop?
God
Why was
damn.
there copper? Why was there copper missing from the house? Do evictors do that as
Yeah,
well?
they
Now
rob
they
your
still
blind,
copper. They
baby.
still copper. Yeah. Because
Yeah,
they
they
can
steal
sell it.
copper. Yeah, you right.
That's
Chris,
anywhere. So
yeah,
shit.
y'all was gone for too long, but you gotta learn to
Them
laugh
niggas
a bit,
still
baby. Don't take
copper
everything
now
so serious.
out the air conditioners. They will
Yeah, that's where
break
they
your
take it from, the air
whole
conditioning
Yeah.
stuff.
They take it from
twenty
air conditioning.
twenty
They take it
thousand
from
dollar air
everything, but they were
conditioning
gone for
unit.
how
They
you was
will
living
steal
in the
your
neighborhood.
fucking copper out the air conditioning unit and get paid $1,200 for it. twelve
Right?
hundred dollars, and you gotta pay more than 20,000 to replace it. That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, how y'all? I'm just saying, how y'all leave a place for a couple of months with nobody checking in on the home? Because
Yeah.
we had somebody staying in our home, and when they went to work is when we got robbed. Right?
Mm.
You can't leave out. But
Well,
anyway, I'm just
well
joking,
that
because I don't
and
wish that on nobody. But to act
and
like that don't happen in wealthy neighborhoods or white neighborhoods is
It
ridiculous.
do.
White people
It do.
steal.
well, I just recall being in our new place, and nothing like that ever happened. Heck,
I bet you
I
had a
remember
security
leaving.
system
I
next time, though. You're not your
I
mom
I
parents.
remember I remember leaving stuff out on the front lawn and it never being missing.
So wait a minute. He said he was in a black neighborhood. That guy he got robbed.
Wait, what was your question,
Yes.
Shante?
I said he said he got robbed in a black neighborhood.
Yeah, he was in your area. He was in Texas, and so he said they left for the whole summer and came back and they were robbed. And yeah, they left the house.
I stayed in the suburb. I was at work. That nigga robbed my shit.
Well,
That's
let me
right.
ask you this here.
Stole
What type of work
all
did
my
your
electronic
mom
shit. Everything gone.
and your dad
hmm
do to where they could be gone for the whole summer?
Most black
Said
people don't steal, but we
Listen,
do have.
what type of
Um,
job did your mom and dad have that they could be off for the whole summer
they
and
could be
be
teachers. Oh, anyway,
both
I'm
of
not
them?
saying. Yeah, I mean, but
I'm
anyway,
asking
why you
him,
asking
Bob.
this man his parents' job? What they got to do with
No,
what we
because
talking
he's saying
about?
they were gone the whole summer. So I want to know what type of job did they have
at,
that they were gone
at
the whole summer?
at the time, my dad was a manager at Halliburton. My mom was a nurse.
Okay, so at Halliburton, I have two family members who work at Halliburton.
Oh Lord.
They give 4 weeks a year, and they do not allow them. Usually, they don't even want them to take 1 week off at a time. How did your parents manage
He's talking
being?
way back when, right? When things
Yeah.
were a little different.
Yeah.
He did say when he was young, his
But
parents, right?
he's under
He's
40. He's already claimed that he's
he's
under
under
that.
40, but he close to it, right?
No, he
Yep.
says he
Yes,
don't
he
know.
said it. He said he's in between the millennials and the zennials, which tell us that he's almost
No,
40.
between the millennials and X.
X, I mean, that's what I meant. The X, which tells us that that's why I thought he was already 40, you
No,
know.
that's why I said he's in his 30s.
But you did,
He in his
but
late 30s. He said
he's in
close
his
to
late
40.
30s.
Okay, but even with that, I have two family members that are
Okay, but
Okay,
already.
but
we
that's your
questioning
family
all
member, Muse.
Oh,
Come on,
okay,
Muse.
questioning
okay.
his
You
parents
tripping
ain't got
now.
nothing to do with this conversation.
What I'm saying is Halliburton historically didn't give
Oh
out
my
that.
God, there she go.
But you don't know about his
I
parents now.
go.
You don't
Do
know
you know
about
how?
his parents. I mean,
I'm
to
Do
be
shut.
you know
fair,
how
I'm trying to keep
historically
him up in the
Halliburton did?
conversation. You trying to
Bomb.
run him away
I'm
because
not
you
trying
didn't
to run
mention
him
his
away.
wife and you done said something.
I didn't even
Okay,
know
we don't
nothing
want to
about his
attack his
wife till you
parents.
came on. What are you talking about, Bomb? I
Uh-huh.
didn't even know nothing that he didn't have a black wife. He's
I
never
know.
told me that. You told me
he
that.
did. Well, actually, if you look,
Anybody
if you look
don't
in
know
the
that his
chat,
wife is not black.
he
Wasn't
said
black.
it in the chat. I wouldn't even
But
mention. I do
SKC,
know.
did you ever can't listen? The 2 or 3 times you've been here, you've never told me that you did not have a black wife.
Girls in the chat, he don't hide it. It's not like he hiding it.
Yeah,
But
he should
but he
done.
never told it to me, and I never knew it.
Okay.
I never knew that.
All you had to do was look in your own
Only
chat.
thing
Now,
I'm
I'm not
saying is,
saying that I'm not. You
Bob,
trying to make
all
it seem
I'm
like I
saying
told you
is
something
that
that he
I
might have
know
didn't want you to know.
personally people who've retired from Halliburton, they
Oh
didn't
my
even want
God.
them people to take a whole week
And
off
we go with that.
at a
Okay,
time.
I don't even know what
And they would
Halliburton
give
is.
them
You right.
almost
You got it. You right.
Halliburton, let me tell you, it's a
This,
huge company.
but you trying to
You saying
look,
you don't know
even
who
if let's
But
Halliburton
you
say
is.
don't know what his
I do
family
know who.
was.
Oh
You
my
can't really
God.
say
I
that. I
do know
mean,
what Halliburton is.
I
we
say you
she
don't
not
know what
say
his family did. That's what I'm saying. What
God,
kind of position? I mean, you just really you wrong for that
what is
because you
wrong
don't
with
know.
y'all?
we
What's
Ain't
trying
wrong
to
nothing
with
wrong. I'm
y'all?
just saying
You
you wrong
saying
for
that
that
you
because you
don't
don't
know what
know about
Halliburton
his
is.
family.
I
girl,
do
she
know
didn't
what
say you would know
Halliburton
who
is.
Halliburton is. That is not what Shante said.
Yeah, I said his family.
Oh, y'all just said y'all don't know what Halliburton
That
is.
No,
is not what she said. She said you don't know about his
Do you know
family.
what Halliburton is?
I said I didn't know. I didn't know
Okay.
what Alabama. I didn't say you didn't know. I
to
said I.
to solve the issue really quickly
This
and
is
to answer
crazy.
the
This is
lady's
so crazy about
Okay,
thoughts.
motherfuckers who
he gonna
say
Have
answer.
you
Go ahead.
willingly saying that
Mute.
they
did any of
Let
don't
him
your
know
talk.
what something is.
did any of
And
your
then,
Yeah.
did any of your
no, you
family members
niggas, let me
travel
say,
and work?
hold up. This is my motherfucking channel.
So what's this?
You
Mute.
say
Didn't you
willingly,
invite him up there?
hold on. You
Didn't you
say
invite him
willingly,
up there? Mute.
you willingly say that you don't know what something is. And then when I try to interject that
I
I
said we
do
said
know,
his family. Didn't nobody say nothing
that
about
I
that
do know what
Halliburton.
it is, and
We
I
didn't say
do
you
know
didn't
that
know what it was. I said
Nobody
his
said that
family.
about you.
you still
We said
talking.
the family,
This is
his
crazy.
family. Do
This
you
is
his
absolutely
family?
insane. When you don't know what something is, and somebody interjects and said that they do know, then you get upset with them.
What?
Why? Is it
Who's
because I'm a
upset?
woman and not a man? Or is it because I'm a black woman and not a white man? What is
What
the
in
What
problem?
are
the
you
hell is she
talking
talking
about,
about?
Mew?
What
You
is going
tripping.
on here?
You tripping, Mew.
No, I'm just saying you guys are very male identified right now.
Who?
We
Ain't
male
nobody. I said family.
identified.
I ain't said nothing about. You know how I feel about SA, but if he ain't said nothing to me, I'm not gonna bother him. But you
Uh-huh.
don't know about his family. I'm just. That's what I
I
said. I didn't
only
say
know
nothing
about the
about no
company
job
that he
or nothing.
mentioned. He mentioned very specific companies.
Yeah, no, only after
This
you
is
asked.
crazy.
Oh, you asked, he answered, right?
I
Because he's being
asked
Jesus.
what type of jobs that they could be gone the whole summer.
Well, how
Okay,
you know they could be gone the whole summer?
Oh
You wasn't there. I
my
mean, you
goodness.
can't say that.
But you
nobody's
openly
being
admit
male
that you don't
identified. We're
know.
just trying to keep
You're very
topic
male
going. You the
identified.
one
This
who's
is crazy.
well, I know
This
I'm not male
listen, we're
identified.
gonna do a
Yeah,
review of
you
this
know
one.
I ain't male identified
I know
either.
That's
that's right.
listen,
She
this
You
is
knows
are.
she not.
crazy.
Everybody know me.
This is
I don't
crazy.
give a
This
fuck
is
about niggas,
absolutely
but
so
I'm saying you got the man you want to interview him and all that. Then you don't know his
oh
family. I'm just
no.
saying
So
right
then
is right.
okay. So why
You
is
don't know
black
his family. I
women
just said a job.
two black women arguing with a black woman? This is crazy.
So what's wrong? We can't argue with black women, and if we do, that means we're male identified.
Listen, this is the same way I felt about you arguing with Vic, who told you
Uh-huh.
that he worked at a WIC distribution center. That's the only reason why I came
But I
up.
was joking. See,
The man was saying, I worked
I
at
was
the WIC
trolling Vic, and Vic
distribution
knows that.
center.
I
And
was
then you
trolling Vic.
kept saying, that's impossible. And I'm
Yes,
She
saying,
said she was trolling. She know
the
Vic know
man,
her.
I know Vic, and
nah.
Vic know me. I was trolling Vic. Not only that, but even remember, I pulled stuff
Well,
up.
you was
Remember?
trolling him because all I knew was vouchers. I never knew any of the shit that man was saying.
Oh,
So if I had been dumb and thought, but when he kept saying honestly that he worked there, that's
right.
when I Googled it. And
Right,
when
but
I
that's what I'm
Googled
saying.
it,
Like when he said
I
I heard
saw
him
And he
say
said it
that
was
you
in
came
his
up.
town. It was
But
in
you
his
know what's
town,
weird about this?
Mississippi.
You know what's weird? You came up and you was like, "Bomb." He said he worked there. I had already heard him say that,
I
right?
Googled it
I know, but
and I
listen.
saw
I
that
heard him
shit
say
was
that. I was
real.
trolling him, and you know what I didn't do? I didn't get mad at you and call you male identified because you heard him say
No.
something.
Mule be with the shit. That's all that is.
Yes,
She
with the
Mule
I
be
shit.
do
with
be
the
with the
And we
shit.
shit.
She
I
okay
be
with.
do.
yeah. She with
Oh,
the shit.
I
You
do
ought
be
to go
with the
and be
shit.
honest and say you with
But
the
y'all
shit.
need to
You
be
know
with
I
the
coming
shit
there
too.
south with
Y'all,
the
you
shit.
coming in with the shit.
wait, where the nuggets at? You just took the baby nuggets.
Yeah, I do be with the shit. I ain't gonna lie.
You
Y'all
get
know I be with the
one of them
shit.
that's on you.
But what I'm saying is right now I'm not with the shit. I'm not. I do like to listen to people. And when people trying to tell me their real life experience,
Who was
I'll
trying to say?
listen to it.
Oh, him.
Now, also what I do is Google while they talking. Now I'm gonna be honest with you. Why Vic was talking, I Googled that shit. I'm like,
I
oh
did too.
shit.
But
Remember?
don't nobody care about no Vic worked at no Wick or nothing. You act like that shit ain't shit. Okay, he worked at Wick. He said it
Yeah,
was in his town. It
that's
wasn't in
right.
my town. They didn't have no thing. They gave us vouchers.
Right. And
So
when he said he was in a small town, right?
yeah.
And which he is true, right? He's in Mississippi, and he said he worked there. Then I started to troll him, but yeah, there's vouchers. But remember, he said they would give
I
him the
only
vouchers.
ever knew about vouchers. I'm gonna be honest. I
Okay,
never heard of
Okay,
none of
but
this
he
shit
said
till
that he
today.
worked there because
So
that
I
was in his
hurry up and
town.
Googled it. Yeah. So as soon as he started running his mouth, you know what I did on my other device? I Googled this shit.
but the thing is, we wasn't really talking about nothing, so I trolled him. But SKC is really talking, right? You asking him questions, we asking him questions, and he answering. Over there, the conversation almost ended by the time. Remember, Witchcom had left, and so I started trolling Vic. That's all. But we all had fun. But
But
right,
I'm saying when people are telling you their real life experiences, let them say it.
you the one who doubting this man. You, I was
I
trolling him when I
I'm
mentioned
really
that they was
not.
being evicted. Right? I was joking a little bit.
Yeah,
Right?
but I'm really not doubting this man.
You
Because I
are. You
feel
asked
like
him. You asked him what
no,
jobs your parents have where they could be off on. And then when he gave you, then you started saying, "Nah, that they don't do that at that company." You the one who doubting him. What do you mean?
because I know people who personally
Oh,
know
Okay,
so
his
but
you
you
are
don't
parents.
know
doubting.
his
Okay.
parents.
Okay, listen.
But you don't know his
Well,
parents. That was people that you knew.
well, just
I
to
know
clear the matter up,
y'all are really
my dad
trolling.
had a position where he could work and travel.
Okay, so
Okay, so your dad and your mom worked there, or your mom didn't work at all?
his mama was a nurse. He said, did you hear him say his mom was a nurse?
Yeah,
I'm
He
asking him.
wasn't listening. See.
So your dad worked at Halliburton, and your mom was a nurse,
correct.
and so your mom could take off 1 month or 2 months during the entire summer.
So she said she wasn't doubting him.
Bam!
Go ahead.
Can you let him answer?
Okay, you're right. I'm sorry. I apologize.
So your dad got what? How long vacation during the summer? Because children are out of school 10 weeks.
He ain't said nothing about
Yeah.
school. He just said it was
So
My
summer.
no, during the
just
summer.
just so you could
See,
understand,
Bam won't even
uh,
let the man talk.
the there are various branches of Halliburton all throughout California, and my dad
Mhm.
could report to any of them while he was out and traveling, and he would negotiate all of that around our travels.
Mhm.
My mom is a contract worker as a nurse. She could take off as much as she wants or works as much as she wanted to.
Um. So for a nurse that could take off as much as she wants, she wasn't a
He,
full time nurse.
he said she
She
was a
did.
travel nurse. Like
God,
she
don't answer
traveled
for
like
her
a
because you know what
traveling
she gonna
nurse.
do.
You can take out when
You
Oh
you
know she
my
want
look
to or
bad right
whatever.
God.
now. Let her
She
fall on her sword, Charlie. Let her do it. Go ahead.
What is called a nurse who doesn't have a permanent position?
Traveling nurse.
Not traveling nurse, Shirley. That's wrong.
If I go
Cause
deeper
see, I
into
know
it,
what the
then I
fucking
gotta go
term is
into my
for
and then I gotta
nurse.
go into
Ooh,
my
does
family's
not
personal
work as a
business.
traveling nurse. See, y'all motherfuckers are so smart, y'all stupid.
He didn't say his mother was a traveling nurse.
That's what she just said.
That's not what
He,
he said.
he said
That's not what
contract.
he said.
He
That's
said
right.
contract.
That's not what he said, but
He
that's what
said
Shazay said.
contract. He said
Shazay
contract.
just
Don't worry about what I said.
introduced
Worry about what he said. He said
traveling.
contract.
Okay, but what is
He
the
said
name?
contract. Nurse.
But shut the fuck up, because I want to know what the term is called for that
He just
nurse.
said contract, Mew.
No. It's a terminology. So you don't
What
even
does that
know.
mean? He's not that job, so why he got to know the terminology?
If
Knowledge.
his mom had that job, he would know it.
Yeah, but he didn't have it. But if I had the job, would my son know
Oh,
it? Would my son know what it's called?
No.
yes, they would definitely know it.
No, they
No, they
would not
wouldn't
all the
definitely know
time.
it.
No, not
I
all the
They
know it
time.
may
because
know
my
it, and they
sister
may
had
not.
that job,
But
and
anyway, the
I
man said he's not
definitely
going to
know it.
answer too depth because he don't want to put all his
Because
family
y'all two
business out there.
motherfuckers keep talking
Because we
and
want to.
spilling nothing but
Look, okay, we let it go.
misinformation.
Hey, Mr.
Bill, you
Kevin.
must have been drinking or something. What's going on? You
Shazay,
need to put
you
down that
giving out
yak.
nothing but
You need to put
misinformation.
down that yak, dog. For real.
Shazay, you giving out nothing but misinformation, and then you talking shit. This shit is crazy to me.
He said contract. I said traveling nurse. He said contract. I heard what he said. But I
Both
just
of
said
them
that
is
what I
not the
want to say.
terms. Both of them is not the terms.
Okay, well that's what he said
That shit
contract. How you
crazy.
gonna tell him what the term is? He said
Okay,
contract.
it's
Well, you
not
know
the.
what it is,
Oh
didn't you?
Lord, I do know what the term is, but y'all won't
Okay.
even let this man fucking talk.
Well, we were trying to stay on a topic. You don't want to go on the
Okay,
side
go
topic,
ahead,
but
go
it's
ahead,
your
Bob.
channel.
Go ahead,
We're gonna
go
let you do
ahead.
what you do. Go ahead. Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead. I'm muted. You can't be muted. I didn't say you mute. I said I'm muted.
I'm muted before your ass, so you know what? Y'all can have it because y'all listen. You and Jose want to
Uh,
run this shit, run it, because
Look,
this shit
as Casey,
crazy.
we look, we
This
all
shit is
sisters up here. That
crazy.
we having a sister argument. That's
But
all.
listen,
Huh?
SKC, you say your mom and you listen. Me and my husband, I am off the whole goddamn summer. You understand? But for him to take off, he gotta schedule his shit,
Right, but you do know the
and it's
conversation we was
different.
having. To you
Yes,
don't you
but
want
what
to get
I'm
back on
trying to
it?
say is, I'm married to somebody in healthcare. He cannot just take off
We
when the
want to
fuck
know
I'm
more about
off.
his feelings on the black community. Do we really want to go down this?
Okay, no, I
Okay,
don't. But when y'all spreading misinformation, you know what? Go ahead.
I ain't
So
Let's
like
go ahead.
so
nobody.
SKC,
so
just tell me.
if
Tell
we
me.
could have the question. So Mule is stating that her husband works in medicine, right?
Oh, I don't know. My husband work in medicine. Mine do, but
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
So
I
do
work in the medical field, so I know a bunch
okay,
of folks and all kind of doctors, everybody. So
And they
yeah.
just get
right,
3 months
yeah.
off, just like the schools. I'm just
okay,
telling.
okay, and that's for a hospital or a clinic or so forth, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and you do understand that there are people that work outside of that, right? That work as privates, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, now the private ones, they work via contract,
Yeah. Some
Okay.
of them
Yeah.
do, and some. Yeah.
and
Some of them do. Some of
and
them don't. Yeah.
right, and they determine the negotiations of their contracts.
Facts.
Okay,
That's right. So
so
they can
then
take off as long as they
Yeah.
want. As long as
so then now you have the answer to your question.
Even if they work there, they'll have a bag, but it'd be like a contract of a bag where they can come in, they work for a certain time, then they can leave. So yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, even Pastor said that's what he does. He just mentioned that a few days ago on my panel. He was like, he took off some time. I think he on
But
that
I
time
but I
right now.
understand it. It's no hard feelings. I understand that people want to verify things to make sure that I'm not on some BS and all of that. But I get it.
Now I think we understood what you. I think Mew trolling, but she trying to get to the bottom of it because I didn't hear you say anything. You know, that was we just. I don't think you're wrong. We just debating different thought processes. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just trying to. I'm giving
But
mine. Yours,
but
they
my
gonna.
mom but my
But
mom did work for a hospital for quite some time. But when she began having children, she looked more into the private sector so that she could spend more time with the kids.
wait, say it again. I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. Go ahead.
I said my mom did work for a hospital for some time. However, when she started to have children, she began to look at handling things in the private sector so that she could spend more time with her kids.
Yeah, that's smart. That's the good thing about having a certain type of job, especially if you knowledgeable enough to start your own little business, contract work. And then you can make your own hours. So yeah.
So SKC, would you say that your mom was not traditional because she was not a full-time stay-at-home mom?
Not at all. I think that um, I think people get the ideas of traditional, and I guess the term now would be modern, mistaken. Um, Take for instance, I know a lot of people connected to my family's network that were like other married couples and stuff that we would hang out with, and a lot of the times the husband and the wife worked, like a majority of middle class
So are you
families
saying that your
did.
mom was more modern and not traditional?
No, I would say if I was to state one or the other, I would say traditional because whenever it came to spending time and doing things with the kids, she would always forego the work.
What do you mean forego the work?
Just like when she began having children, she mixed it up.
Hmm.
She took
But that was
another.
before you were born. I want to
Correct.
know from your personal experience, not before you were born. I want to know from your lived experience with your mom. She worked. Do you remember her
Yeah,
working?
yeah. But whenever we
Where
were
were you when she worked?
at school,
Hmm. So you remember her working when you were in school?
yeah.
You saw that. You were in school, but you saw her being somewhere else working.
What the hell going on right now?
Okay. The way that I would know that she was at work while I was at school would be verified by sometimes getting ill at school and the teachers or principal or nurse having to have to call my mom while she was at work, and she would leave the numbers of the places that she would be in order to contact me or meet me there. If they couldn't get in contact with her, they would call my dad. My dad would get in contact with my mom.
Yeah, that way that's the same way with me because I work the same hours that my kids are in school. So yeah,
So
that is
then
absolutely
I knew that my mom was
identifiable.
at work.
True. But that doesn't mean that your mom forgo a job
Are you?
because
Wait a
I
minute.
didn't forego a job. I actually just
Wait.
worked during the same hours of school time.
Are
So
you?
she probably had a job that just was the same hours that you were in school.
Wait. Do you know what Fargo mean? I'm confused. What's going on right now? He said. He said that
Yeah, you are confused.
his
You are.
mom would
You
put the
definitely confused.
children, him and his siblings, if you have any, right, ahead of the job. That's basically all.
Mhm.
So if they called her to come in, but she had to be there with the kids, he said she would prefer to be with the kids. And you know why
He
she had
said
that ability?
forgo
Because the dad is the
because
real money. He out there
mhm.
making money. So
But
every
he
family
also
don't have.
just said that if in case they could not reach her, then they contacted the dad.
How are we
Bob, you
going
have to
all
let
over
these
the
men
place?
talk. He said that if they could not reach his dad, his mom, then they would contact the dad, right?
When did he
He
say that?
said, because you're not listening, Bob.
Well, I
He
heard him
just
say
said that.
if they
Did
needed
you
him.
just not say that if they could not reach your mom at her jobs that she had the phone numbers to,
Just now you
then they,
said dad though.
yes, if they could not reach his mom because she was working,
But you said
then
dad.
they would call his dad.
Yeah, but
Oh
that's not
my
what you just
fucking God.
said. You said he
Bob, I
said
don't know
that if
what's
they
going
couldn't reach
on.
his dad, they would then. You are you been? Are you off? You've been drinking, huh?
Bob, are you drinking?
I don't drink. Like you never had to worry.
I think you are because
Well,
this
I
man
don't drink.
clearly
I don't
you
smoke.
you want me to
Y'all never
rewind
catch
it,
me
Bob?
high. And when I get silly, that's lack of sleep. Y'all know when I get up there and I start, But
But Bob, he just
so
said it. SKC, did you
you
just
just
not
switched
say?
up what you claim you
Oh,
said.
wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on, Bob. SKC, did you just not say? And I quote: "When they could not reach your mom at her jobs, they would call your dad."
Correct, because my mom was the most accessible. She could, if
That's
there was
right.
something that was odd going on or whatnot, she would be the closest one to my school, so that something could be handled.
Exactly. Same way,
Exactly.
like I said,
But
exactly
that's
like
not
me.
what you had
And if
said.
they
You
cannot
said
reach
if they
me,
can't reach your dad, they will reach your mom.
no.
You
If
made it
they
seem
can't
like they
reach
reach
my
out to the dad
mom,
first.
no. If they can't reach me
Mew,
first,
you've been
then they
God
will.
drinking.
damn, Mule, you
You've
all
been
over.
drinking. You've been
If they cannot
drinking.
reach the mom first, then they will call out to the dad.
Yeah, but
So hey,
yes, and that happened
listen,
with
ain't
all of
no
us.
dick
But
sucking over
that's
here.
not what you said when I asked you what you said. He said if he can't reach out to his dad,
I want to
then
know why are you guys coming after me?
we're not coming after you, Mule.
Who coming after you? You better get out your feelings, homegirl. Get out your feelings. Shit. Ain't nobody coming after you.
Uh huh.
You know,
Well,
I
we're
don't
gonna
work
do.
on feelings. I'm like
When
the
you come on my
Lord. I don't
panel.
work on feelings.
That's right. When you come on my panel and get pushed back, I'm not crying and whining about it. We just having a
Yeah,
conversation.
but this shit is
But
bizarre.
the bizarre thing is you.
The
Eh,
bizarre thing is this man clearly stated out of his own mouth that if they could not reach his mother with the number she gave them, then they would reach his father.
Yeah,
And
that's how.
seemed like
Isn't that how it
two
happened
black
like that in my family
it
too?
seemed like two black women came to argue some shit with
No,
him
wait
for
a minute.
no reason.
What's so bizarre about what he said? If they couldn't
That's
reach
what
my
he
mom,
said. If they
yes.
could not reach his, but you two came to attack me. I wonder
What,
why.
dude? This man didn't say nothing
Y'all
out the
niggas are turning
ordinary.
a
If they
whole
Mr.
couldn't reach
Cam,
circle.
my
This
mom, they
shit
reached
crazy.
for my dad.
Hmm.
That's what
Mi-
happened.
That's
Mr.
normal.
You
Cam, you
saying
hear
that
that?
that's wrong or bizarre?
That is normal.
Yes.
If they cannot reach me, then they call my husband.
But then why you
You
And
act
saying
for
it's
like you
some
act
bizarre?
like it
reason,
ain't normal.
You
you know
said
what?
it's
I'm gonna
bizarre, which
replay
means
this video and I'm gonna do a video on this video. This is some bullshit right here.
I
But go
told you
ahead.
get out there. I told you get out there. Yak. What you been drinking, homegirl? Give me some.
Whatever you've
Shit.
been fucking drinking.
Give me
Whatever
some. I
you
just
got.
got off of work.
Or give me some
Give
of
me something
whatever
to
you done
drink.
had, nigga.
gotta leave
I
that
don't know.
yak alone,
Been
baby.
on life
Yeah,
That's
you
support.
what
been
made
sipping
her
on that yak,
Shit,
accidentally
whatever
girl.
call
you
Mr. K
motherfuckers
about
get
his
when y'all
name.
on y'all
That's
life
what happened.
support.
That's that yak talking.
Yeah.
Yeah. It
That
gotta
shit's
be something
crazy.
talking for you, cause this shit is crazy.
we
The man
was
even
look.
repeated what the fuck
We
I
had
said.
you.
And
Yeah.
he
You was
sat
able
back
to get
with
this
me
man to
his
come up
line.
to have a good conversation.
Okay,
And
but
we
why
are
y'all keep
so far from the
interrupting him
questions I
talking?
wanted to ask. I came up because of him, because I wanted to ask him questions.
Well,
He
ask
was
him, Mom.
gracious
There you
enough
go.
to
I'm
answer,
going on
and then
mute.
you keep
Go
taking
ask
it
him.
to pookies,
So
and
this
you keep
must
how
be
you spell
personal
pookie, and then you took it to girl. It's been all
listen,
over the place.
because I don't attack people here. So
I'm
maybe
not
he just feel
attacking him.
comfortable that I
I'm
don't want
sorry,
to attack him.
SKC. Is it SKC, right?
I ask honest
Did I
questions.
ever attack you
I
while
don't
up here,
have
babe?
anything going against this man. And I think you guys came over here to
I
try
ain't
to
attacked
man
him.
me
I ain't
or
said
show
nothing.
me up. Like,
In fact, you
these
just
people.
said we protected him. Now you're saying we attacked him. I did
How
not
we attacked? We
attack
ain't
you.
attacked
Listen,
him. I
I
ain't
don't
said
do that.
nothing.
I don't do any of that
He's
shit.
never done
Oh,
me anything to attack.
we ain't
And
But
you
you
attacked
the
have
one
him.
great
who let me know he's married to Asian, that he don't like
dude.
black women.
He
I
is. I'm
didn't
not
know
lying.
any
I
of
didn't
this
say
shit.
it
But
in a
Yeah.
negative way. I
okay.
came up to ask a question.
Oh
In
my
fact,
God.
I
Okay, well,
came and
ask
asked
him
him a
whatever
question. You
question that
asked
he
me
willing
why
to
I
ask.
asked him that.
Let me
You
go
said,
ahead.
"Isn't
Hold
he
on,
black?"
mute.
I said, "Yes, he's black, but he's married to Asian." That's all I said. I didn't say it in a negative way. I didn't say it like I had disdain for it or anything. I don't have no problem with who men, black women, and black men marry. If they love each other, even when he explained that they went to school together, I said, okay. I didn't say not a negative thing about that man knowing his wife. You the one who mentioned the Paul, the massage parlor. You did that, not me. So I never attacked him at all. Okay, this is my first time even getting a chance to talk to him. So when I saw him up,
I'm
I was like,
gonna
oh.
happily review this because this is insane.
So I look. There's a lot of women who would love to ask him questions, right? Um, or would like to hear some of the answers to some of the questions. So
Well, ask him.
he was
Well,
giving us some
ask him,
insight
Brian.
of his family. But you keep taking it. It's your channel. You know what I'm saying? We kept trying to keep it on track, and then you keep taking it off. So we're gonna let you do it. Whatever you do.
Brian, I'm
Now,
telling you, you
now
want
go
to
ahead.
have questions for him, right? SKC, these young ladies have questions for you. They want to ask you some questions. If you're willing, can you please just answer them? And thank you. And there you go, Brian. Ask them whatever you need. I don't have a problem with any of this. What I have a problem with is, listen, I don't want to say what I have a problem with right
You
now.
need some sleep. I think that's the problem.
She said none of this, and then
Mm-mm.
she said, "What I have a problem with is."
Yeah, I
Then
don't
she said,
want to. I don't want to
You
say it
need
right
some
now.
"You can
sleep.
say
But
it."
I do
You
want,
need some sleep.
while these ladies feel like they have an opportunity with SKC, who I believe is a black man who now I've learned is married to an Asian woman. Black
I
women are
told you that long. I
interested.
told you that the other day, Mule. Ain't like
No,
you just
black
know
women
No,
are
she act like
everything.
she don't know.
interested.
Yeah, you
She
just
told
like
me
I
she
told
don't
you
know.
that.
Well, you might have said it, but shit, I didn't remember it because I didn't know this. I don't give a fuck. That's the
I told you
thing.
that Saturday when you was on. I was up there on your panel with that dude. What's the dude name? A deacon and some and pastor.
And you told me who Deacon Dave?
No, I told you SKC was he had an Asian wife. I told you that.
And
You
you
don't
said
remember?
it doesn't matter to me because Cyber says he have a. Listen, do you
What
think I
they got to do
care?
with cyber? We ain't talking about cyber. We
A
talking
lot
about.
of men say they have for her Asian wife,
It's
right?
not a lot, but yeah, they
I
got.
don't care. So no,
Okay.
I don't really remember until somebody else bring it up. Then when you bring it up, I'm like, oh, okay.
How
It
you not
doesn't even
remember that
matter
since
to me
Saturday? Today is Tuesday. How you not remember what I said Saturday?
because
Come
I
on,
watched a
dog.
lot, I've seen a lot, I've learned a lot. Listen, like I said, these internet streets this weekend was popping on fire with a lot of mess and gossip.
Yeah, I was about to
A
go. I
lot.
was about to go live, and we gonna smoke, baby. We got some smoking to do.
I
But you,
honestly,
I'm ready. I'm
Brian,
ready
thought
for the
that
you
that
smoke.
was what I was gonna do. I thought it was gonna be a 2 hour show here, and then
no,
Bounded ass
but we
was
over here
go
supporting you,
live.
Mule. So we good. I'm good. We got time to
Yeah, but
smoke.
I got
Maddie
shit
is
I
a big.
want to
He's a
smoke.
big bitch. We could smoke him for a long
Oh,
time.
Pearl, you know that's where I'm ready to go. But
Okay.
this shit is crazy
No,
to
but
me right
that's.
now.
I think this is a great conversation you can have with this man because
Well, that's
he.
what I'm saying. Y'all ask the questions y'all need to ask. I think this guy SKC he likes me because I think he knows I'm not here to attack him. Listen, this is I've been stating this here, and I think a lot of people who do truly know me on YouTube know I'm not racist. I like all people. I
Mhm.
don't want nobody to come up here and think that you're gonna pull a race card on me.
No,
I've
it's not.
stated that,
Well,
but
who else is racist up here? I ain't racist,
I'm
and
just
Bomb
saying,
ain't
like,
racist.
no, what I'm saying is, I think that people who interracially date, honestly, Chose, they email me the most.
I don't give
I
a
don't.
fuck. I don't even get nobody emailing me more than white men or Asian men. I swear to God. And the shit that they email me is always some black love shit. I don't get no kind of emails like I get from white men or Asian men. And that's the reason why I think people who see me on YouTube, they may not be in a chat, but they obviously
But why the
emailing
black
me.
men not emailing you too? Like,
I get a couple. I only get a couple.
oh, okay, I thought you said it
And the
wasn't.
couple who email me is the names I know. This is weird. Like Auntie Fighter, those people who I've seen on other YouTube channels have
But,
email. But
but what
sitting
the
up here,
email got to do with anything?
Yeah, what they got to do with what we talk?
You
What they
mad?
got to do with your tea in China? How much the tea cost
What
in China? What I'm saying is the most people who email me men about black love is
Black love?
not
What you
black
teaching
people.
black love? I didn't even know that.
I don't know that I do, right? I'm thinking
You
that
just
I
email, so they
should.
just outright just emailing you, talk about
You
some
on some
black love.
bullshit. Yes, they
I know
always
you know she is.
You on some straight up bullshit right now.
Look, we
No, I'm
questioning
not.
her like she
What I'm
was
trying to tell you is,
SKC.
Shazay, they come at me about their black wife. They come at me with their black spouse. I'm like, okay, that's beautiful. I just email them back. That's nice. I don't know what to fucking say. That's beautiful. That's all I can say. Great job. Like, what the fuck else can I say? I don't know what to say about that, right? Because I don't know what to say about certain things. But if you have questions for this gentleman, I think that he comes here because he feel like he don't get attacked by me. And
Well, you
I
gotta
don't have
ask
nothing
them.
to attack this guy. SKC, do you feel like I attack you? I
Ain't
don't.
nobody attacked him. What are you talking about, girl? Like who attacked him? You
Yeah,
know,
but
I
on
got a
my
reckless mouth.
platform,
You know,
no,
I got a
on
reckless
my
mouth. I ain't saying
no.
shit.
On my platform, when people I feel like getting attacked, I do mute the other people. And I think that makes people feel like they get more protection here. I'm just saying from what I think. I'm not showing if it's true.
But
This is
who
just
you
something I
let up
think.
here who attack people on your panel?
I've let other people. I had that woman whatever the woman who don't like black men. The diabetic.
That bitch.
And every
Yeah,
time
I
people was
heard
calling her
White man worship.
beautiful,
that
yeah,
white man
I
worship.
kept,
Yeah, nah. What are you
yes,
talking
I
about? Me,
kept
that
my
white
finger
man
on the mute
worship.
button to mute
Well, I don't know
everybody
who that
because
is.
she was talking. So I do think that people do come over here because they feel like they have a sense of protection. If you're getting cussed out too bad or whatever, people know that I will kind of defend that person. Even if I disagree with you, I'm gonna mute the other. I'm not gonna let them just cuss you out like that, right? That's what people think about my channel. They think it's some sense of fairness. I'm not gonna just keep letting somebody. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. SKC, what do you
But you
feel
talking
about
about
what he
a
did?
white man worship? She be on people nets and putting all that different bullshit up. You talking about that bitch? That's who you talking about? That bitch?
Come up here, Rudy, because I
I
want to
don't
play on your
give a damn
emotions.
about no black men.
Come
Just
on,
I mean
Rudy.
like that. But then when she do that shit, I got two black sons. That's some
Rudy,
bullshit she be doing.
Rudy, you be playing on our emotions. Nigga, come up here. I want to play on your emotions. Because you be saying all
Ain't
kind of
that's
sexy
right,
shit now.
Mute? I mean,
Listen,
Rude.
Shazay, let me tell you something about this motherfucker named Rude. I'm changing the whole topic. I'm about to put this nigga in the thumbnail. Rudy is being, listen, you got to stop being so fucking sexualized, so sexy, and fucking these women the way they want to be fucked. And then you got to hide
What?
because
What
yes,
is the
listen,
hell is
I'm
you
not
talking
talking to
about
you,
right now?
Shazay.
What is she
I'm
talking
talking,
about?
I'm talking to my little brother Rude.
Well, you can't be talking to your brother because you just told him that he's sexy, and then you talked about how he effing women.
Sexualized.
When
And
you
You
come on,
sexualizing his
yeah,
Manosphere.
he
little
can
brother?
he can
And then you complaining that these bitches is stalking you. It is your fault, nigga. You're gonna stop this shit right now today. Okay? Don't be talking about you put it on a woman good and you had sex with her good and then she won't let you go and don't want you to be free. You are not no longer free, nigga. You are a prisoner. Stop with the
That's
shit.
right. If it's
Nigga,
that good,
stop
rude,
with the shit.
Mew is giving good information right now. If you're doing it that good, she gonna lock you up. She gonna chain you up in the basement.
That's
Okay.
right. Tie that nigga up, ladies. Listen, if you catch Rude somewhere and he do
I'm
you
about to
right,
take medicine.
tie that nigga up.
hold his neck, do whatever you got to do, because he don't understand he playing with motherfuckers' emotions. And that's the biggest problem I had with Rude. Rude always want to say this sexualized shit and want to talk about how women chasing him. Well, you stop doing what the fuck you doing, and then you won't have to worry about all these women chasing. I'm tired of my brother being trafficked. My brother is being trafficked. He's being sexual harassed, y'all, by women. Really? I'm trying to free you, Rude. You gotta stop it. How has he been? He Man, you being on some sexually harassed. bullshit. I promise you. Shante, Boy, you she don't on know. some bullshit. No, you ain't been on his last two lives. Rude has been sexually harassed. He And always who been I well. gotta If get he him out sexually of that. harass them, they gonna harass him back. So what? I mean, what? I'm trying to give him advice. Okay? He wanna put it down, make these women think they the only one, and then want to complain that they don't want share. I'm just saying, I ain't sharing shit. You understand? So I'm on the women's side. Nigga, if you do all that shit to me, ain't no sharing. Okay? You're gonna be locked up and they won't let you out. You're gonna be singing a song. I'm locked up, they won't let me out. Okay, y'all go ahead. I'm sorry, I'm joking. But Rude don't want to never come up on my Rude, I don't think have ever been on my panel. You know what? I feel some kind of way. You feel some kind of way, really?
Anyway,
See,
so can we get back to the young man you was interviewing him, or maybe
Yeah,
well,
Bob, get
I'm not
back.
gonna do that because see, I'm not cold like other people. You know what I'm saying? But I am gonna say SKC if I would like to interview you sometime. So women can get a better understanding, and a few of us would love to come over there by you too. If you have questions for the women, maybe we can start bridging some of this miscommunication, right? Because if what you're saying is, hey, I just feel like the black community, like you said, the subculture, because I did catch on to that word, which makes what you're saying true, right? Because you're not saying all black. You notice there are the black men and black Manosphere who are essentially saying black women, black women, black women, but you're not even just saying black women. You're saying black people, but you're not saying all. You're saying a subculture, which tells us that you're talking about just a segment. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, you're correct.
Right. And therefore, yeah, I think that's a. I don't think we could dispute that. I think most of us know that. Yeah, there is a segment of our community that is you could say, like you say, not that what's the word you use, effective. And then we could even go lower than that. There's a segment that ain't shit.
Wait, it's somebody who background real loud. Who is that?
Hmm.
Can oh, y'all that's mute me. I'm yourself? digging in the drop. Well, my phone is in the other room. You can mute
Uh,
me. I'm looking
so
for something. So SKC, when I told you when I said that my husband, my brothers, my cousins all told me stories about older black men who told them basically about screwing young black girls and oh basically like you're not a man if you don't do this here.
God damn, how we got okay, never mind. Go ahead.
That's where we
Hey,
began at Bomb.
I'll see y'all later, y'all.
I don't know if what Pope Bomb came in on. That's crazy. But anyway, do you feel like that was true or do you feel like you never experienced that?
Well, I know that I never experienced it. I won't discount it and say that it's not true. Just like I won't discount in the stories that I've heard from some black
Were
men
you
who
a
have stated
virgin when
that,
you got married?
huh?
Were you a virgin when you were married?
Yeah, I'm curious as to what that has to do with this current
No, I'm just saying
conversation.
society wise, were you a virgin? And did you have any pressure from society? Did you ever feel that there was pressure? And if you did feel like, who did you feel it was pressure from?
Well, okay. From what I hear in the from various places, when people state all of the things about growing up and all of that stuff, I didn't have those same experiences at all. Um, so I don't discount them. I understand that some people grew up that way and all of that stuff, but I didn't. So, um, but then again, there were a lot of things that we as kids we were not allowed to get involved in anyway. So, um, heck, I remember some years ago having a conversation with some guys online about family life and so forth. And take for instance, I remember having a conversation with Taz, and his thought was is that, oh, you were one of them niggas that wasn't allowed to leave the house. You couldn't run the streets. You weren't a real nigga. And I just agree. Yeah, you're right. My parents wouldn't allow it. I don't understand how, of course, in the chat and stuff, and people that were on the panel, they would be like, "Oh, and that that made the crowd go wild." I don't understand why. Why should I be ashamed of having parents that looked out for me and didn't want me to be involved in a lot of activities of the streets?
No,
That's
I'm
excellent.
with you. I fight against real nigga shit. I think it is anti-black people. Whenever you hear somebody saying they with real nigga shit, honestly, it is usually to the detriment of our society. Whenever I hear, especially women, who advocate for gangbangers and things like that, people think that's black culture or black society. I think it's anti black culture and black society. So
So,
I'm with
so
you
my
on it.
so my thought on that is this: I'm not stating that what the guys did on the other side as if I'm sneering and looking down at them. No, I'm not. Hey, you laugh, you enjoyed all that. Did you say that helped you to become the person that you are today? I'm accepting, and I'm saying that the things that I was not allowed to do helped me to get where I am today.
I agree. So
Not being involved in certain things and not having the same outlook on certain styles of behavior and and modes of life and so forth makes you a coon.
Nah, that don't make you a coon. I don't know why they told you that. That don't make you a coon at all. That just make you a successful black man coming from a good black family. That's all.
thank you, Mr. Kev, because I feel the same way. Because
Like, we all
but
try to do that for our kids. Sometimes it works, sometimes it won't. Sometimes it's environment. That's different.
yes,
But be careful.
I'll
I feel like
let
a
me give
lot of
you
stuff is environment. All right, a lot of stuff is environment, and we just
let
don't
me
want
give
to
you
admit it.
another counter on that, Kev. Um, Sometimes people will have jokes about this and that, playing the dozens, all that other stuff, right?
Right.
People got jokes and blah blah blah. Okay, you lame, you square, blah blah. Okay, I fully accept that. I'll accept all of that. But the problem that I find when it comes to um, different segments of Black America
Hmm.
is that on my side, when I have jokes back, that's taking things too far.
Mm. I get what you're saying. Therefore, that's then they label you because you're not in their area. I get it.
So, take for instance, if someone was to say, "Oh man, yeah, you with your wife because you can't handle a strong Black woman." Okay, or someone would say, "Oh, okay, well, we can tell that you were weak, you don't know how to fight, and all this other." Okay, you're right, you're right. And then I reply and say, well, yeah, I don't comport myself like an animal. How is that too far?
That's understandable. That's understandable. Everybody didn't grow up fucking fighting, and a lot of people don't know how to fight. And that's why half of these motherfuckers out here shooting because they can't fight, But now fighting is not a requirement to be a black man or to be a strong black man. But I get what you're saying.
Some people will get on the whole heel of I don't know, when it comes to let's say community stuff. Different behaviors that go along with that. Take for instance like the no snitching rule. No, I'm going to call the police every single time.
Well, you're not in the street like that. No snitching is for somebody you doing crime with. The person you doing crime with that says something to police to ease his time, that's a snitch. Both of them
But
criminals.
does it still operate that way though, Kev? Does it?
I agree.
Oh, I'm
I'm
calling the
part of the
police on them. I'm calling the police on the motherfuckers.
no, I'm part of the yes, I'm part of the telltale community. I believe in telling.
But I get what you're saying. Overall, that seemed to be the sentiment that black folks have and all that. That's why you always hear people always explaining what snitching is. If you ain't in that realm, you just a citizen. Citizens aren't snitches. Citizens
When
just
I
trying to protect their community.
when I make observations and I say, Kev,
Wait, SKC,
oh,
can you admit that I'm part of the society to protect black men at all costs? That means that every time I see somebody committing a crime, that I'm supposed to report that shit. I mean, because I'm truly there to protect black people. So tell me what you think about that.
I mean, I don't have any problem with anyone taking that route. I do have a question about that, maybe to all three of you all in the chat. Do you think that the black community, or as some will say, community, that us that have jokes, do you think that it can be saved
Saved from what? Progression?
I believe we
from
can be
it
saved.
from its current projection?
No, I'm very hopeful
I
that we
think
can
the
be saved. I think that we just have to have knowledge that we've been lied to a lot, and that a lot of these black people who claim to love black people have been a detriment to black people. So I do think that if we can recognize the people who are the downfall of our people and keep them away from our young children. Listen, there was a lady who I live maybe 2 blocks from. She actually was always encouraging young teenagers and little black boys to smoke weed because her sons were from a place in Chicago. I'm sorry, not Chicago. Damn, I can't think what state. But anyway, they weren't from where we were. And they were felons. Her both of her sons. And she was letting, like saying, I provide a safe place where these black boys can smoke their marijuana and not um, be scared of the police. And one of my sons got caught up with this bitch. And it was a problem because no, she thought what she was doing was good, but her sons were gangbangers. She was part of that same gang, and that shit wasn't good. But
I
a
think
lot of
that
people
wasn't right though, Mule. That's not the people know that's not right. When you giving, especially if they got younger kids, you giving them a safe haven for anything like that. That's you're dead wrong. You could be held responsible for that as a parent.
yeah, but I'm saying sometimes these women either they just don't know or they pretending that they don't know, and they think they're there for young black boys, and they are absolutely not. They're not,
Mm.
and they make it seem like you, who are being overprotective of your kids, that you're just a bitch. No, I just don't want to see my sons locked up in jail on stupid stuff.
Right. Now I do agree. See what Baum just said. I don't think black people need saving like that. I think a lot of the negative stuff is put out on the forefront through the media and everything else. They got a lot of positive black folks. You don't hear about anything positive black folks doing. I think we're going well. You see the women with the education, entrepreneurship that
Well,
goes
when
through
I
the men
started
too.
the show off, I said 60 to 80% of black men are positive or good. But I do say 20% are a detriment. So I don't know what the fuck is going on.
I know.
We have
I
to
just
acknowledge that we have black men and black women who are not good for our society. And until we can acknowledge that it is a big part, it's not the majority, it's nowhere near the majority, but it is a big part. And it's the loudest part. Mr. Kev,
yeah,
y'all can disagree with me all you want. This shit is true.
yeah, but I just don't think that
You
that
think?
black I think that those elements of Black America are so baked into the subculture that you're not gonna get rid of that. Like even the like you said, the 80% of people who are not involved in certain things, they give safe harbor to a lot of that activity, and they do not want to censor the people who
I
are.
don't even believe that it's 80% that give safe harbor. If you want to say that number, okay, I mean, this is not science, but I'm just saying off of what I think. Even if it's 60% that don't play no games, right? It may be another 20% that's flaky that might give a little safe harbor, right? So that then we bring the number up to 80%. But there's definitely another 20% who do think, even if they don't even commit those crimes, because I don't even want to lie and say 20% of black people commit shit. There are 20% who will give coverage or think it's okay if somebody's doing something. That's what I'm saying. It's nowhere near no damn 80%. It can't be.
Yeah, I don't think that it would be if you say that 20 are the loudest and doing all the most detrimental things. I think out of the 80 who are not, I would say about 50% are co-signing it.
How? By doing what?
Um, well,
Because see
again,
that
a
small
lot of
percentage.
the
Okay.
oh, okay, because if you go against a lot of the BS that takes place and you speak against it, again, you're labeled as not you're labeled as a hater of black people.
Hmm. I haven't really
Let
experienced
me
that.
let,
I
like
haven't
let
really.
me like
I'm gonna say in
like
my
let
experience,
me give
man.
you an example. Let me
When a
give you an example, Kev.
uh
If I was to just make an observation and say, you know what, um, a lot of black people learn uh, orally by what they see, what they listen to, what they take into on a normal basis.
hmm
And then I say, a great majority of rap music is negative. It hypersexualizes people. It talks about violence a lot. It does not help with anything that has to do with relationships between men and women. Uh, it, uh, it shreds any sort of standards and authority, and it self-aggrandizes and puts material things over relationships. Would I be wrong?
I would agree with you in today's current society, but I mean, you had a whole bunch of positive in that culture of rap and stuff like that with Missy Elliott, MC Light, yeah, Heavy D and the boys. None of them dudes have brought no negative, none of that. I can go on and on with no negativity, even though they was in a rap group. You see what I'm saying? So now they're
And
just pushing thug
yet they make
culture.
up and yet if you were to put it in a percentage wise, they would probably make up of probably less than 20% of rap.
Well, see, that was most of rap back then. Now is just thugging for the most part. So the
Right.
times have
So
changed.
so
Yeah.
so then if I make that observation, and the majority of before the majority of Black America, let's say there was a council of Black America, you know, like almost like if there was a representatives at the United States Congress, and if that observation was made, what do you think that the majority of Black America would say if they just had the decision? You know what? We're gonna keep rap or we're gonna get rid of it. What do you think most of Black America would say?
Oh, they would keep it.
Now, are most of Black America out thugging, shooting
No,
people,
but it is
robbing people,
entertainment too,
talking
though.
about all of the things that's happening in there, the drugs and all of that? Are they doing that type of stuff?
Yeah, they also had that in other cultures too. But yeah, I do get that we clamor to it more. But I wouldn't denounce it. You know, if you don't like it, don't listen to it. You know, no
And that
different
and
than that. No different than that old devil worshiping ass music. That's still around. The goth shit and all
right.
that. That's all still.
And
Marilyn Manson cutting bitch heads off. Well, don't quote me on that, but
and
you know that kind of
okay,
shit. That still goes on. I
now,
think the
now let
problem
me
is. I think
now
one
let me
time
let me
some.
now let me pose something to you though, Kev. You notice something though, and you're not the only one that has done this. I've ran this experiment a few times, but as parents, would you allow your children to say to you, "Hey, Dad, we understand this is the rule that you're putting up for the house and everything, but all sorts of kids they do this and such and blah blah blah. We don't understand why." Would you allow them to do that?
I think that our society follows entertainers a lot. Me personally, with my daughter, I try to steer away from a lot of the negative rap stuff, but it's all over the radio. You see what I'm saying? They don't even play.
But would you allow your children to tell you as the father when you say, "Hey, this is what we're gonna allow in this household"? Would you allow them to tell you what other kids are doing?
No, not in my household.
And that's the weird thing about Black America is when you try to set up certain standards, like when I brought up the thing about the whole, let's
Now they're
say
gonna
this,
say it. They're gonna
the
say it. They
hypothetical,
may say it
hy,
anyway,
hy,
but I don't. I don't. We don't do it. Like I had to tell my daughter, we don't do what other kids do.
correct. So then why does Black America on so many occasions, when you bring up things that are specific to them, in order to try to justify things, why do they bring up other groups of people?
Well, you put it like because one, you're just hitting on entertainment, and we don't really control. Well, the gatekeepers kind of control what they're putting out, and I think that they just switched it to just all negativity and rap, and that's what they pushing. That's
If
what.
black people all of a sudden, stated, you know what, we off rap, do you think that rap would survive?
Yeah, because most 80% of white people support rap. eighty
No,
percent of eighty percent of
I'm
the
asking.
support. Hold on there, because I think it will survive because 80% of the record sales from Lil Wayne is white folks and other people. So yeah, it'll still survive. He ain't got to rap to us. He's still gonna make money. We not
No, no,
going
no,
out
no,
there paying that kind of top
that's
dollar.
not my question. That's not my question. My question is let's say if black people as a whole just stated, you know what, we're done with rap. We no more. There are no more rappers, no more black rappers, no more black rap or nothing like that. Do you think that rap would survive in the United States?
I don't need. That's a fictitious question, man. That'll never happen. But yeah,
You think that white people could carry rap
as
by
far
themselves?
as far as supporting the rappers, yeah.
No, I'm not supporting creating it, the
Well, white
styles
people
from
didn't get
it,
created. That was something we created,
the
so it had to be
you,
support.
I absolutely they would. And guess what? It would be rock and roll, pop music. They would just take over jazz and all of that shit. So what are you talking about?
So what I'm asking you is, you believe that white people can create rap?
No, it's
Yes.
already been created.
They can't create it, but they can imitate it like they can imitate everything else. What is the point?
My point is if black people stated, you know what, we're not doing that no more, the rest of the people who
Do
feed
you
off
know
of it,
who the
they would
king and
not
the
be able to
queen
do
of
it
rock
anymore.
and roll is?
So
They're
you
black
don't.
people.
So you dislike
Do
rap,
you
or you
know that
think rap
Patti
is
LaBelle
a
is the
major problem of
queen?
the
Yeah,
black
yeah.
community?
This is is the thing. Black folks invented every genre of music here, even country music. We've come. Listen, do you not know that when we move on to the next genre, that those other people take over it and claim it for themselves, or become the elite of that, and we just moved on to something new and greater, which they think is lesser than, until they get a chance to take it over, and then it'll be the best. You don't realize that this is how it's historically been in this country. I'm not understanding what you're trying to say, SKC. Historically in this country,
What
sawgrass
I'm trying
music. Who created sawgrass?
what
Who
I'm
created
not
country? Who created
I'm
rock
not
and roll? Who created
I'm not
jazz?
keen
Who
I'm not
created
keen
rhythm and blues? Who created this shit that
I'm
other
not
people come and take over?
I'm not keying off on music as a whole. I'm just saying when there is something that is identified that is having a negative effect upon black people, they seem to not be able to let it go.
Listen, do y'all know country music was an offset of before blues really became blues? It was always about my woman left me because I ain't had $2. My woman left me, and that was original country music. And
It took
also
the
that was
dog.
original.
The
Yeah,
man
she
in
took the dog. She took, listen, that was original country music.
So like
And
to get to
no,
like
no,
make a
no.
comparison
Let's just
to
be
like make a
honest.
comparison real quick. Like you said,
No,
country
no,
music
no.
and so forth.
Okay, you're
Country
not
music
listening.
right now,
Listen, what I will say to their benefit is those groups of men don't hate their women. So while these groups of men on a manosphere are here crying every day, they're crying, they're complaining. Our black women want the black woman, the black woman, the black one. These other men, when they take their shit over, they uplift their women. Even though their women gave us feminism, even though their women gave us woman empowerment, even though they don't do the shit these black men do. That's what I'm saying.
so would you say that that is a better culture?
Absolutely, I can say yes. It is a better culture for the upliftment of women. Now, I'm from a city called New Orleans. There's no culture in America that I can honestly, in a clear heart, say is better than my culture. I'm gonna just be real with you. In my culture of New Orleans, we're completely different from the whole country.
Mm.
And I only can say that about what I know. And what I know from where I've moved to. I've lived in Huntsville, Alabama. I've lived in Houston, Texas. I've lived in Norfolk, Virginia. I've lived in um, Alexandria, Louisiana. I've lived in Georgia. I've lived different places.
What part of Houston did you live?
I own two properties in Houston. I own one in Sugarland. I own one right outside of Katy. That's actually in Houston zone, but it's one block, one street over would be Katy, Texas. But anyway, beside the point of all of that, I've lived many states in America. Is no city like New Orleans, where we have such a unique, and I don't know, bomb left, but Mr. Kev, you here. It's just different. We have a rich African American culture there.
Yeah, it's a little different down here than any other black place where majority blacks were, and I'm sure it's quite different. Where you at in California? That's quite different too. So yeah, they're different. But I will say this, which we did create pretty much 99 a good percentage of the music. But the rap music, I mean, a lot of people get on the rap. I get it; it just happened to be popular. But they also can't R&B that was popular, things like that. But you gotta. I always remember, uh, rappers was rapping about the environment. For the most part, Boogie Down Productions, NWA, and they spoke on what they was living. I think I can identify with it because I've been around those areas. I was in that environment. So I understood where it was coming from, even though I didn't get out there and sell not crack or anything like that. Some of the people I know did, and I seen all the rigmarole that goes along with that shit. So I can relate to it, even though I wasn't involved in it. If that makes sense. And I think it became a hood thing that blew up because it became talented and people liked it. And and I think that's how it jumped off. None of the old school rappers started with get to the point this bad. They're the ones that's pissed off that they ain't got no more talent in rap. It's all thugging now. It's all thugging and busting it open. And and it was complaining about that the companies are
And listen,
pushing that. And so it's
Mr.
different.
Care,
Mhm.
I was a rap head. And I came up with Boogie Down Productions. I came
Mhm.
up with MC
Public
Light
Enemy,
and
right?
Public Enemy and
Right. Who had
Welcome to
real
the
good messages for
Terradome.
black
And
folks. I mean,
yeah,
they had good messages in rap too. If you wanted to listen to the underground shit, you could do that, or you can listen to the positive shit, or just something to dance to, like Missy Elliott came out with. You
but
know,
now it's not
Timbaland and
just the
Magoo.
dance
You
music.
know,
It's
I can
not
name
the
a bunch
dance
of
music. It's not the conscious community. It's not the gangster. We had so many different versions of it. Now it's one and no other. It's just only pimps and hoes.
them. Right.
Honestly, it's only
And we don't
hookers.
care for that either.
And
See, tell you
yeah,
that
it's
it
too
got
much of
old.
it. Too much gangster or hoes. That's it. That's all we have now.
Now the
And they
influence.
don't have it.
The influence, yeah, I can see it because now everybody, I mean, I hear some of the new rappers now, I can't really listen to it now because the first thing they come out with, what they got a pistol, they're about to pop somebody, they're making money and kill a nigga, so, and that goes for both sides of what they can get out of a situation like that. That wasn't old school, you don't remember, that wasn't all rap was, but they just took the negative part is just at the forefront. If that makes sense. But I did hear some, I get what some people saying when they speak like that, and they'll say something, like somebody said one time on the YouTube channel. Look, white people they know who white trash is and honey boo boo and shit like that. They separate themselves from that. But so many black folks live in those type of environments that it was able to thrive like that. That's kind of different.
Yeah, but
Your
I agree.
environment, see, is not like a trailer park trash environment or 8 Mile where Eminem at. You see what I'm saying? If that makes sense.
Yeah, but I want to say this here. When I came up, it was Houdini and it was
Hey, Rappers Delight, Houdini,
Rappers Delight. It was Big
Fat
Daddy
Boys.
Kane. It was
Fat Boys ain't never talk about
fat.
killing nobody.
Yeah, but
They
I'm
gonna talk
saying
about
it was.
eating.
Yeah, but it was my favorite. Eric B and Rakim.
Right.
Fish, which is my favorite dish, but without no money, it's still a wish because I don't like to dream about getting paid. So it was just to me, it was more the style. It was just what was going on,
Yeah.
right? It was a guy who was poor, but he had the ambition to have better things.
Mm.
We don't have that shit no more in rap. We don't have nobody speaking truth. Everybody is I know the real Noriega. I saw him cake. You know what I'm saying? It's like you guys are lying your ass off.
Right.
So I have a question then. Why do you think that's the case?
Wait, who was coming up?
I can't see. I think that it just became the money maker, and then they just put it up. I don't think we controlled that. We don't control the radio waves and stuff like that. And I'm only mentioning what the old school
I
rappers
think
said.
it was the Jews. It was the Jews
Right.
because they own Sony. They own all the major distribution,
Right. Again,
and
I'll give
it
you a
was
prime
what they
example.
felt
When
like. It was what to me they processed shit that was detrimental to us, and anything that was positive did not get paid. And the more horrifying you are to your own community, this is why and I don't know if they're going to shut my channel down, but I believe the FBI is behind a manosphere. I believe the FBI is behind this gender war. And y'all can shut it down because I don't pay shit. Okay, I paid for
What,
StreamYard.
And not only
YouTube
that,
is
that
free.
it was also a
If
play
they shut me
on
down, I'll start a new channel. Fuck them.
with
if I
the
could ask something really quickly, so you guys stated that the black people they didn't have much control over it, and it could have been a different group of people, and okay, and but
you didn't have
I'm
control over
just
the creativity,
but
but they
I'm
had
just
control over the distribution.
but I'm just wondering now, because how is it that black people as a whole can come out and they can go ham on someone like Clarence Thomas, but they can't go ham on various rappers that are making black people look bad.
Well, Clarence Thomas is a hypocrite.
And the rappers aren't?
As far as what? I mean, Clarence Thomas voted against what he voted against as far as affirmative action and stuff like that, even though you use it and things of that sort. That's kind of hypocritical. Now you don't want anyone else to use it. I don't see how rap is hypocritical.
So
And
you
there's
don't
been
think that
black
I think that
female
you got
judges.
lot of young
Wait,
dudes
hold
that
on,
just they only
SKC.
listen to young dudes now. You know, Chuck D and them was in their damn 30s. You know,
Yeah,
so
but
so you don't think
no, but
rap is
SKC, to
hypocritical?
your question, SKC, you mentioned Clarence Thomas.
Uh-huh.
He is a hypocrite. You know,
Okay.
the thing is, the thing that made him successful, that got him to college, was affirmative action. That he, in his own words, thanks. Even though he was a straight A student, and it's other black women and men who thank affirmative action for giving them the opportunity to shine. But this is the thing I have a problem with Candace Owens when they say they were victims of discrimination. And then they shit on everybody else who come
who
behind
try
them
to
and say
fight
anything.
discrimination. Right.
Yeah. And this is the thing I have about Clarence Thomas. You, in his original story, I have it, y'all. This nigga original story, he was a victim of racism.
Big
But
time.
because you married a white woman, you want to be in that white culture, you submerge yourself in that culture, and so you pretend now that you don't see it. But you saw it when you were a kid, you saw it in college, you saw it, and you wrote about it, and you proclaimed it.
It's kind of like you go use the black benefits, then cut it off for everybody else and say you should be able to pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
Exactly,
Like, oh,
exactly.
I
That's the shit that I don't respect for them. I don't
mm,
respect
I,
that shit.
I disagree. I disagree.
at what
And
point?
I've had this conversation before, but I
Tell me
usually
what you
stop it at
disagree
the
about. That he didn't go through racism. That he acknowledged that he was went through racism.
no.
Is
I
that what
think
you
that
disagree with? Tell me what part what I said.
I disagree
Uh
with
huh.
people that have those opinions of Clarence Thomas because,
Hmm.
and I'm not saying you, I'm just saying the
Ask
majority
me
that I've
this.
come across,
Answer me this.
the
Did he
major,
go through
the ma-
college
Let
on
him answer.
affirmative action?
if I could finish, the majority of
Did
them
he
have
go
never
through
read.
college on affirmative action?
He
Do you
did,
know that?
and
Because I
and
know
he
it's
states
true.
and he states that himself. The problem
So
is
why would
that
a
people,
black man want to stop other people, other black men from entering his world that he had that leg up on?
because what he states afterwards is that although he benefited from um, affirmative action, the after effects of that benefit were far worse than the benefit itself.
How could they
Wow,
have
he achieved
possibly
justice.
been forwards?
I
Listen,
mean, he
this is
achieved
the
justice.
lie
I
that
mean,
these
the
white
motherfucker
folks
made it up
want us to
to
believe.
the grand stage. I mean, what
Exactly.
after? I
He
mean,
made it
shit.
to the highest of the
Now,
highest courts. There's no
right
higher
now, I
court.
did hear him say that
This is
people
what I
kind of
will say this here about black people. They get two nickels out of poverty and they start shitting on black people who's still in poverty. I promise you, I've seen this. I have an uncle who's a podiatrist, a damn foot doctor. They shit on regular poor black people. Niggas that get two nickels out of poverty start shitting on regular people.
They don't
And
want to date
that
a bus
no,
driver. Once they make it, they don't date bus drivers.
they
Some
don't
of them like
I
it.
don't.
listen.
You get
A
what I'm
I
bus
don't
saying?
think
driver,
people. I don't think people understand his argument. But I
his
understand why.
argument
But
is, I
you
want to
understand the
be as
hypocrisy in
white
his
as white.
argument, though.
Listen,
The
do you
hypocrisy
No,
is
know
I
that
clear.
he has?
actually I don't think that
Do you know he
his
have mixed
argument is
race
hypocritical
children
at
with
all.
this white woman? And do you know he threatened to disown one of his own mixed race children because they wanted to date a black boy?
That can't be true.
Nigga, I'm sorry. His
The
daughter
and
was
the
dating
the
a
reason
black boy.
why I say that is because he only has one child and it's a boy.
He has a daughter. His daughter was dating a black boy, and he was very upset.
And then for some folks like Clarence Thomas, man, he just want. Yeah, I mean, he just want to fit in with mainstream American white folks. That's his choice. So he left the rest behind. But the thing is, if you're gonna do that, whether you marry a white woman or it's even worse if you turn and be hypocritical about something as far as black folks confirmed, because he didn't never want to be identified as with black and stuff like that. He wanted to go on his own accomplishments. That's fine, but you go dump on the rest of them. Now the black folks, you can. It's like using black folks, being a black person, getting the advantages, and then turn around and say, "Now we go cut that off."
Well, let me
But
give you
my okay,
let me give you an example right quick. It's like take for instance and I know people have a visceral response to when you just mention the name Clarence Thomas, but I've read him. I've read casework from him in the whole nine, and he only has one child. It's a boy named Jamal. He never had a daughter, and and I'm just stating this because so many times when black people don't like someone, all of this added stuff gets poured onto them without even really understanding their arguments because they never really just listen to the person.
Oh, I listen to him. I listen to him. Very smart man. That's just his choice. That's the road he chose to go down. And the same thing with Candace Owens. If you go be in that environment, why is your whole damn thing against the things against black folks? And then you try to say, well, I'm trying to help black people. We don't need that kind
Well,
of help.
well,
exactly. And that's that is
Candace
where I
and
think you do
Clarence
fit
Thomas
in
are two
when you
different
say
people.
you're a
Yeah,
coon,
but I
because
mean, they both
Candace
converted over.
Owens and Clarence Thomas are the same type of people, right?
I,
They are
I
the
think they're the
same type
same.
of self-hating black people. Clarence Thomas married outside his race. He hates his race. He married a woman outside his race. He does nothing for his race. He doesn't even deal with his own black family members, right? Because
You think
he
so?
hates himself. I know so.
Where do you get that from? Like, take for instance the his name of his
Do you
autobiography
think that
is
his family is proud of him?
very much so.
I don't believe so. Do you even think he allows his black
They
family? You
they
think
leaned
he
on him.
allows his black
They
family
leaned
members
on
to
him
come around
to
him?
they leaned on him to get into school.
He allows his black family members around him to come to his house.
They, there are pictures of his
Listen,
family at his
okay,
house and so forth.
okay, what for special occasion? But do you think, like my niece and my nephew can pop up and come to my house? Do you think that shit happens
He
with
pa-
him?
he paid for his nephew to go to
Come on,
college.
okay.
I got a question for you. It's kind of like this with Clarence Thomas, and I'm gonna ask you this too. We can go to the reparations thing. Do you
If
like
I
if
could
you ask
add in,
Clarence Thomas, do you think black folks deserve reparations? He would say no.
he's gonna say no.
Do
Yeah,
you
but
think
see
with Clarence
But
why?
Thomas,
and
he would say that
What,
if I could
what
add
would
slavery?
you
in
say?
something though, if I
Listen, do
could
you
add
think
in something
Clarence
though,
Thomas will say that slavery was a benefit for black people? He would say yes.
no, I don't think that he would.
Yeah,
But
all these Republicans trying to say slavery wasn't that bad, right? Clarence
well,
Thomas will be with them niggas. He will be
well,
with Nick Fuentes.
well, there are writings of his within the court that dispute that. Now, if I could just add in one other thing that I hear a lot of Black people
Okay,
talk about.
name one thing that benefited Black people that Clarence Thomas sided with. Name one fucking verdict. One thing
Okay,
that he accomplished that
I can give you more than that. I can state outright
give it to me
right now
that
that
benefit Black people.
among the court for the time for the duration that he's been on it, and he's been the longest person on the court that's on there right now. There has been no other justice in the history of the United States that has fought against the effects of redlining more than Clarence Thomas, and that is a major thing that Black Americans complain about all the time. There's no one that has written more about
I
it.
disagree.
There's no one that has made more decisions about it. There's been no one that has created dissenting arguments that
I
other
completely
justices
disagree. That is a
have
big
stated that,
lie.
okay, we need to consider that now.
Okay. Oh, yeah, right.
And
But
yet people will
did he vote
state that
against it?
What
Clarence
is the
Thomas
Just
doesn't
black
fight for
judge
Black people.
that came on before Clarence Thomas? What is his name?
Thurgood Marshall.
And who is the one who started all of the redlining decisions? Thurgood
What do you
fucking
mean?
Marshall. Thurgood Marshall. This bullshit that you're saying is a lie. It is a complete lie. Thurgood Marshall brought up all of the redlining problems. You guys got to stop this lying.
What are you talking about? Give me
You're
a
talking
case.
about Tom. You believe that this guy.
I can send you the cases right now.
well, let me ask you this: did he vote against? Did the redlining go to the Supreme Court? I know Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana has an
Way
issue
before.
with it too, and I
Listen,
think it got.
Thurgood Marshall.
Every
I was in
time
high school.
it has gone
I was
to
in
every time
college
that
with
it has
her.
gone to the Supreme Court, Clarence Thomas has been against it.
Clarence
Okay.
Thomas did not even get into
He
the fucking
he
election
he
into it until after his shit with Anita Hill. Listen, this shit with Thurgood Marshall was the beast of the Supreme Court for Black people. You got to stop lying, man. You got to stop lying. He was against Black women way back then with Anita Hill. This nigga,
that has nothing to do
listen,
with what
he
I brought up
never
about
was for
redlining.
Black people. He's never done one thing for fucking Black people, including redlining. All of the redlining verdicts came from Thurgood Marshall. All of the school shit came from Thurgood Marshall. Everything.
If I sent you information to state otherwise, would you believe it?
Go ahead, send it.
Okay. I'll look on your channel and find your email, and then I'll
It's
send
just
all of
simply
the
Lima B Marie 29 at
yeah.
Gmail.
I'll send all of the casework and also
Mm-hmm.
the
But this is the
decisions that
thing.
he's written about it.
You're not gonna to be able to compare him to Thurgood Marshall.
I wasn't
Clarence
comparing him to
Thomas
Thurgood Marshall.
did nothing for Black people like Thurgood Marshall did.
I didn't compare him to Thurgood
Okay,
Marshall.
but you sitting up
I
here
just
trying
refuted
to.
the idea that he never did anything for Black people, and I
He
can
didn't,
show in writing
and
where he
I
has done.
promise you, he didn't. And if he did, it was a fucking accident because he hate Black people.
So
Like
and
most
this is what
people who put the word coon in their name.
yeah, and hey, I will go ahead and accept that. It's not I can't
You know,
refute
I had to take that
an
shot,
emotional.
brother. I had to take that
That's
shot.
okay. I mean, I had no problem with it.
Because
The
listen,
issue that
I
I
have an
have,
uncle.
is
No. Let me tell you why I take you personal. I have an uncle who I love, who is so sweet, I love so much, right? Have been at each one of my children high school and college graduation. And he always complained about Black women. Now he's been married to 2 white women and an Asian woman. All of them cheat on him, whatever, divorce him, blah, blah, blah. He goes through all this hardship. He's constantly, when he came to visit me in Houston, matter of fact, I picked him up from the airport. Listen, All he does my whole life is complain about black women. This is the craziest thing. And when I'm with him, even if a black woman is being super nice, he'll be like, "Oh, because you know she had to ask. Did you see how she forced us to say good morning to her? Did you see how
It,
she said
it,
hello and
it,
she forced you to acknowledge
if
her?"
I could interject
Wait, hold
something
on.
really
Let
quick,
me
because I
just say this here. My uncle sees shit from his own lens. I just see people being nice. I see people being friendly. There was a woman at an airport, y'all. I swear to God, this is a true statement. My uncle and me went to this airport in Houston, and it was like glass, so you could see the people who worked there. It was two black women back there. Do you know he said, "Keep walking these"? Do you know we walked past that so he could call that damn rental car place? And he called and he got his information. I didn't know what he was doing, right? So he called and he got the information. And he was like, "Yeah." So right before we walked in, he was like, "Yeah. Now watch, this is the price I want. But watch these bitches, these black bitches needs gonna get." And I'm just quiet, like, oh my God, here he go with this shit again. Because he's so, it's really unfair. And I know black women, y'all gonna say I'm a mammy and a mule. But he does love me, and he does. He doesn't have to come from California to see my kids graduate in different states, right? But he always wants to be there for me, right? And I love him. And he always said, "But not you, niece." And I don't know if it's because me and my sisters are married, but he does that with me and my sisters because we talk about his ass, right? And all our husbands hate him, right? So we go in this place, and this lady walks out of the doors, and she says, "Okay, so when you bring it back the car, sir, just make sure you come up that elevator, not this one here, because it'll bring you to a different." And he was like, when we left, he was like, "You see, I had a call." Not, she was trying to tell him a different price. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
Can y'all
we
hear me?
we hear you, but we lost.
She
Go
was
ahead.
trying to tell him a better price, which was like $10 more, but it was for the complete week. And what he was trying to do was a 3-day rate. And she was telling him, "Listen, I can give you that rate," which they quoted him on the phone. But she was telling him, "You might as well do the 7 days, which would be $10 more, even though you're going to only be here 5 days. But if I charge you a 5-day rate, basically, you're going to be paying way more." So he wound up finding out that she helped him, right? And then when we left, she comes out the office, comes into the hallway of this airport thing, and she points to not this elevator, come to the other elevator, and that's the one you want to come to when you return the car. When we leave, he goes, "That's the first black woman in years that's been helpful." It's like every single thing that a black woman does, he discredits. I love my uncle to death, y'all, but he's out there in Santa Monica and California, and honestly, he just hates black women. And his mom is a black woman. His great grandma is a black woman. I don't know why, but he hates black women. I don't know if my grandmother did him something as a child. I even asked him. I'm like, did mama did this do something? So what do y'all think about these men in the manosphere that just absolutely hate black men?
You mean women?
No, for the men who absolutely hate black women,
Black
what do
women,
you
right?
think their do you think their
That's no
moms
surprise
or
to
their
me. There's going to
grandmothers
very
did something?
there's going to be a very small group of people that do not like black women or in women in general. Very small group.
I'm just wondering, Kev. I mean, I'm just checking for my own self awareness. Was there anything that I stated that gave anyone the opinion that I'm like a hater of black women?
No, we
I'm
would now
asking
you.
you, do you hate your mom? Do you hate your grandma?
Why would I? Was there something I said that would lean toward that opinion?
I think she was just telling her story about her people she knew.
Yeah, I'm really curious.
I'm
Is there
asking
something
you,
that I,
did you feel like your mom was an adequate mom? Do you feel like your grandmother or your grandfather would? Do you feel like your parents were adequate?
yeah, I think that my parents are great.
That's good. Mine wasn't.
I like that they protected us from a lot of thought patterns that have now become normalized.
Yeah, they was able to switch your environment. That's good. You didn't have to deal with that. That's excellent.
What did I not have to deal with?
Well, you didn't have to deal with the environment that's prevalent now with the negativity. See, you wasn't in that environment, unlike some people who were in that environment who had to deal with that. So yeah,
And
that's what,
where
and
did
that's the same, and that's the same thing I had to do for mine. To put in my daughter, my kids wasn't going to the shitty ass school I went to that only had one class set of books of 5 books in the class for chemistry class as a senior. No take home
and
books.
what was
My kids
and where
wasn't
was
going
that
through that.
and where was that negativity coming from?
Where was the negativity coming from? What, in schools?
I mean, you stated in
I think
the
negativity that came from that environment. You also got
right.
to, I mean, you got to think about that whole history. If we go talk about the negative environment and history of black folks in the hood and stuff like that, you got to remember they pushed every kind of drug they could through the hood. I'm 70s baby, so I remember when the shit kicked in. I remember how it
Okay,
fucked over large
so,
areas of black folks, and that was orchestrated and done by white folks purposely. Drugs have and literally helped build the Republican Party, literally.
so they had no choice but to take the
No,
drugs.
everybody got choices, but even if you do get a small group of people that's involved in that, it still can fester, especially in a poor environment like that. That's just facts. And it could have been
And
anybody. I mean, if the white folks was in that situation, there'd be a whole lot. Look how many crystal meth heads they got now, hooked on opioids and stuff. But they gonna still put us on the forefront, regardless of what the situation is, even though crack is gone.
man, I agree with you. I understand exactly what you're stating. You just really quickly, Kev, or anyone else that's on the panel, do you know, like, could you name me one of the very prominent white music artists that promotes meth?
I don't know. I don't really listen to those type of movies. To rock and roll or that kind of death
Okay,
metal
what's
stuff
his
like
name?
that. But they did
Macklemore?
preach on
No,
getting
his name is
high. Sex,
Macklemore.
drugs, and rock and roll was a white person thing.
Eminem.
Sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Yeah, Eminem. All right, they always had that.
And both of them are associated with what genre of music?
I'm saying they did meth. They
Right.
actually
So so
stated that
so
they
who are
did
the
meth.
people making $1 million songs about meth?
I don't know. I don't listen to their music like that. I couldn't tell you. Because you got death metal, all kind of stuff like that. They talk, Eminem spoke
But
about
but the
kidnapping
weird
his
thing
girlfriend, stuff
but
like
the
that.
weird
I
but
don't
the
really
weird
listen.
thing about it, Kev, is it's not popular. Why?
Because the gatekeepers will not allow that
Wait, are you
negativity to
lying
come out.
saying that Eminem and Macklemore is not popular? Are you crazy?
No, I'm
Now he was
saying that
talking
both of
about
them are
music
associated
about
with
about
I'm saying both of them
promoting
are
meth and
associated with the
drug
rap
use.
industry.
Right, but see that, but they still promoted drug use. You just label it down to one drug. I don't hear anybody, they got other stuff. I don't hear nobody really making songs about pushing, H, and stuff like that, a horse and stuff like that. But that hit us too. Before, even when rap was out in the 70s and 80s, that was our
Exactly,
biggest
Mr.
thing was
Kev.
the H.
They don't want to say, but that H and all these damn, you know what they really don't want to talk about? These goddamn pill poppers. These
Right. Well,
motherfucking
white folks talk about
people
popping
who
pills.
hooked on
Now they
pills.
did promote drinking, getting drunk, white boy
But what
wasted
about the
shit. I
pills?
mean, that's just as yeah, now, yeah, that too. but they did have that. If you want to associate that with a bunch of white alcoholics that started back then, you can do that.
No, they want to do rehab for these damn pill poppers, these heroin addicts, these all this shit. Don't put no abbreviation. You don't put no fucking abbreviation when you say
Right.
crack.
And one thing we got to
Crack.
realize,
Wait,
cultures
why
are
is it that
different,
you don't
people are
say
different,
C
our history
instead of
is
saying
different,
crack, Mr. Kev?
and our environment is
Why
different.
did you freely say crack instead of saying C? But when you said H, you said H
Because
instead of heroin.
that's a big. I think that might be triggering. I didn't mean to say. I don't even think they even do crack, but I didn't want to say horse or whatever. I don't know how the algorithms work. I just don't want to get the channel hit up. So I don't know really which words to say. Did they have a slang word for that for the crack? I know
Shit,
that
I don't know
the
no
H
better,
Mr.
Mr.
They got horse,
Kev.
dog
Look, I
food,
was just fucking with
and
you. I
H. They
don't
got
know.
3 names for the other one.
If I knew better, I'd do better. I don't know better.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean they had that. They push
Mr. Kev,
drinking
you
a
know
lot,
Weird
and
Flex?
that's just a straight poison too, which is a big problem
Mr.
also.
Kev, I'm about to let Weird Flex up. You know him?
I don't know him.
Weird Flex. Do something in the back. Let me see. Turn your camera on.
But you understand what I'm saying? See, I
Let
mean,
me see your
a lot
face.
of things are completely different,
Okay. All right.
from
Turn your
culture to
camera off.
culture. And not only that, we were targeted. It was damn sure a damn target to do that.
Welcome, Weird Flex.
Hi, I don't normally come on panels because I have my kids and stuff, but I just wanted to speak today. I've been a long time supporter of Yale University. Sorry, I'm a little out of breath. I've been running with these kids, so just give me a second. What I want to say is like I used to be under Matrice as my profile name, so that's me. And I wanted to say this to this person. They have always the same stuff that we penalize each other for. They've always done in their culture. So if you want to say like Nirvana, you have Nirvana, you got Metallica. It was heavily promoted within their what's that genre called? Heavy metal. Has always been known for using drugs. They talk about the drugs they use. It was heavily promoted in their music, right? They just don't, where Black people make fun of each other for that type of stuff, they help each other. That's the only difference. So there's no making fun of a person that's on meth. They try to get the person help. That's the difference.
You're right.
You see what I'm saying? It's not that they don't do those things.
Yeah,
you know
but
what you
I
remind me
actually
of? They
grew up
used to have a
loving
whole lot of
Nirvana.
rave
I
parties. Remember
actually
the
grew up
rave
loving
parties?
Helter Skelter. I actually grew up loving Linkin Park and all these other rock and roll groups. This is the bullshit.
They've
So would
always
you
You
so
done
would
that
grew
you
up
type of
say
in a
that
stuff. The
mil-
that's
difference
I grew up
is,
in a mixed society, right?
so
So
would you say that that's
growing,
cultural?
it is cultural because they're known for doing drugs. The Black community and white community use those drugs at the same rates. We're just
Right. So
penalized more because we're penalized more because we don't have control of the system. So
I
stop
agree.
acting like they don't do these things when they do. We
I
keep
agree.
putting them on a fake high horse. Black people are on a fake moral high horse that's not real in any community.
Wait,
The
let me just
difference
say this
is,
here.
okay,
So
Let her finish, Mule.
wait, but yeah, I'm cutting it off because I just want to say this here. I do agree 1000% with everything she said. My thing is, I do have a problem because to me, Black people do put white people like against our collegiate examples, right? And then Black people will, then they will put the lowest of the Black people against the best of the white people, and then the best of the Black people, they will
even speak
put,
up.
Yeah, and they don't never speak of. My shit is how y'all think y'all gonna put black people in projects against the highest of the elite of the white people, and then y'all don't even speak about our black elite. This shit is crazy. So I agree with her.
What I want to say is it's a fake moral high horse. What I feel like other people do that we don't do is they're not being realistic. Our community works on a fake moral high horse that has no foundation. So, like, it used to be like we couldn't talk about those certain things because we already had the stereotypes we were dealing with, right? We already know, like, hold on, you don't want to put a black man down publicly because then we all look bad. We keep relating to each other like we are an actual monolith. We're not, but we keep acting like we are. So then when we keep saying stuff like, well, that girl over there doing the bad stuff represents me too. She represents herself. I'm not twerking in any restaurant. That's her over there doing that. I would never do nothing like that. So when we keep acting like all of us are doing the same stuff, that's what's creating the public perception that, hey, all of y'all are doing the same stuff. And then we keep acting like we're all doing the same stuff as we simultaneously say, well, no, we aren't all doing the same stuff.
I
We act
1000
confused.
agree.
We act
No.
completely confused like we don't know that.
No.
So
you
then
are
we keep having to
absolutely right,
reiterate
sister.
points. And it irks me and it annoys me because we keep acting that way, right?
Yeah.
It's
No,
like we have to
you're
get
right.
realistic about stuff.
hmm
And this is my first time up here, Neil, and I just want to say I appreciate your platform. And normally I
No, no,
stay
no,
down
no,
in the
no.
comment
Hell
section.
no. I love it. I want you to stay up here. Don't you dare leave.
I can't say
Listen,
much longer.
you
I got
ain't
to get
you
back to
ain't
the kids.
listen, Negro, you ain't said nothing, not one thing wrong. You haven't said one thing wrong. Because I've been saying it. This is the problem. When we say I've been robbed in my personal life twice at gunpoint by black men, it sounds like I hate black men. It's bad when you say something right about black men, but then you online and it says everything negative about black women, and you like Negroes. Do you know who you niggas is? Like, do you know what y'all do? Not saying it's the people who I'm talking to, and that's where I think the problem comes because the people who I'm talking to think I'm talking to them. I'm talking about my real life experiences that I've been had a gun put to my fucking head by black men. I've never had a white man put a gun to my head. Never had an Asian man or Arab man or whatever all this bullshit y'all won't come up. But when I say it sounds like was somebody trying to come up? I don't know. But she done left. Damn. I wish she would have stayed up. But anyway, what do y'all think about that? Because like I said, I've never had these other races of men do this shit to me. But if I say it, then it's like I hate black men. And I'm just telling you my real truth experience is that's who robbed me at gunpoint. So what y'all think?
Okay. I'm saying your experience is real and it's recognized. What I'm simply saying is like to what SKC said in the comment section about, I don't know, something about black people don't love each other like that, then if that's my argument, I'm saying it's not that we have to love each other like that. No one loves each other like that. What I'm saying is it's supposed to be certain rules within a group as a people that we just understand without it always having to be broke down to the last compound fraction every time it happens. Because it's like you can't be against Pookie and Ray Ray and then be mad when a mom gets defended by her son. So it's like y'all are schizophrenic in your beliefs and actions. It'll be, we don't stand with Jeremy Brown and guys like that. But then if her son kills Jeremy Brown, suddenly he's an honor roll student and now being influenced by his trash mom and all this other stuff. So then if she raised her son well to defend her, then the same group of people will turn around and act like she's a bad mom because he had to kill a Pookie. But then these men that don't normally speak for Pookie and despise Pookie, then you want to take up for Pookie like what he did wasn't a problem and she should have did whatever. It's like, to me, we have these like and it just becomes a circular thing where no matter who the black man is, he has to be defended regardless of what he's done. And the issue is that everybody can see the hypocrisies. We're not alone in this world as black people. Everybody else can see us. Just like I like the thing that Lucas has been doing, like where Yule's been reviewing some of that. He's right in the sense of like the manosphere and divestors are both the problem, but they don't see themselves as the issue that they are. Like they're mirror images of each other while acting like they aren't though. And so it's like, to me, those are the extreme radical people that aren't rational.
My God. Who are you?
I'm Weird Flex. But okay, because I think these people be trying to flex on things that's weird. Yes, I know you. You the one that went to Irene's channel. Hold on, wait. I just want to say this to Mule because she gave me life when she said white men like fit, feminine, and ugly. So I've been watching you. I've always liked your channel. I used to be Matrice in the chat, but now I go by Weird Flex.
May I offer a rebuttal?
Because guess what? You say so much shit like it that's truly in my heart. Like, you got to know me, man.
I've been listening to you for a while. Like, you've been my spirit animal on panels for a long time.
I feel like you're my spirit animal. What the hell?
I just can't normally come up, but I got to go back downstairs and I got to start cooking in a minute. Because these kids and people's family got to eat. So
I'm cooking spinach and rice, y'all. Spinach and rice and some fried chicken wings. God damn.
I'm gonna bake barbecue chicken today. I'm gonna make some string beans. So I gotta get down there and start cooking. But I'm listening to y'all. I'm listening to y'all, and I've always loved your energy. But you crack me up. Like, you be going on Nyla's panel talking about we gotta save these black men, and I be about to die laughing. Like, girl, if you don't stop,
black man is king.
You better stop doing that. You better stop doing that. You be having me dying. Like, you be having me dying. You be giving me my whole life.
I'm about to choke myself.
You be having me dying. I'm sorry, but I gotta get back to it. But I'm listening, and I've always listened. Like I said, I just normally can't come up here. But like, what did you want to say to me, sir, before I get off?
No, I just think that as a whole, I think that the entire culture is past its prime, and that I think that a lot of the conversation online goes back and forth between black men and black women who have both engaged in activities that caused the downfall of the subculture as a whole. And each can play their part and argue about who has done more, but in the meantime, it just continues to get worse and worse.
But see, that's why I think the lie keeps getting perpetuated. See what you just did? I think that
no solution.
USKC just perpetuated a lie. So for it online, hold on, wait.
Okay.
Let me just finish my thought. I think what you just did was perpetuate a big lie, right? Because we know that since 2004, Thomas Sotomayor and all these other men in the Manosphere started this shit with the black woman hate, right? And then we know that it was not until 4 years ago that we got the beautiful queen, Cynthia G. And now, if you join, you will start saying, oh my God, they both hate each other. You will start hearing, oh my God, well, but you won't say that for so goddamn many years, even through rap music, when Snoop Dogg, We Don't Love Them Hoes, and all of these men was preaching against black women. We won't acknowledge that shit. right? We won't acknowledge. This is the problem I have with black men with their fucking fake tears. The black men with their fucking fake tears. They will tell you we didn't have an outlet. Niggas, you dominated rap. You dominated. It was like every 10 years they would let one black woman in.
Always had a voice.
Just
Y'all been silent.
They always had a goddamn
just
voice. And all
just a
their
thought on that.
voice was
Remember
about black women was
remember when we
bitches.
were having that
Hold
conversation
on.
earlier
Their women was
about not
bitches
being
and whores.
associated with? Remember when we had that that
Mm-mm.
conversation earlier
No, no,
about
no,
not
no, no.
being
We're not about to
associated
skip
with
past
Pookie and
this
Ray
shit.
Ray and so forth?
They
Here it
want
is.
to
You're stating
actually
that
say that we
rappers
had
spoke
one
for
black
all black
woman
men.
who was
And it's like, okay,
Oprah,
if that's your argument,
who
that's your argument. Okay.
destroyed their black man image, right? As if we didn't have plenty of damn men at the same time. And we even had a black man with a bald head who was very profound at the time, who didn't take these Manosphere points. This is my shit. The lies, it's the lies and deception that they are teaching the young black men. The old black men are just dumb. They're just looking. Listen, let me tell you something. I have two black uncles. When my grandmother died, they used to sleep on one of them on a bed and one of them on her sofa. And these black men are teaching younger black men about their fucking degeneracy. That's it. And so they're mad and angry that every woman they live with, they will move in, they will give $200, $300, and that rent will keep going up and up and up. And then woman will say, no, we need more money. This shit costs more. And then guess what they would do? They would move back in with my grandmother because they were paying car notes for brand new cars. Listen, we don't want to talk about the flashy degenerates. All y'all want to talk about is the degenerates that's driving. I'm trying to think of the word, what they call a poor black people called clunkers, whatever. Clunkers or whatever. It's another word. I can't think of it right now, but I will. But they don't want to ever talk about those people who are what they call it? Black men and women have been on the same. No, I'm talking about. No, I'm not saying white people make black people hurt each other. What I will say is, it's like that stereotype. The black man goes out to work, right? He gets messed over by his white boss. He goes home and beats his black wife. The black wife beats the black children. The black children beat the dog and the cat. What I'm saying is, we have to stop this cycle of abuse. And we have to stop normalizing it. We have to stop pretending like that shit is normal.
Well, as my final point, I'll just say I'm really glad that my parents got me away from all of that because I didn't grow up around even black people that were fighting each other and beating each other and all that other stuff. The I didn't grow up around a lot of them, but the people who were black that were in my neighborhood, they didn't behave that way. And I think if more black people would create a line of demarcation and hold fast to it, then that you could possibly have some sort of turnaround. But the majority of black people want to hold on to those who engage and enjoy degenerate behavior.
Can I say something real quick and then I'm gonna hop off?
Absolutely.
Okay, this is what I feel like happens. It's kind of like the cycle is that this is just my feeling and from what I see online of men. Black men want black women to take responsibility beyond what they're responsible for. So it's like you want to complain about single mothers and fatherlessness at the same time, but then you don't want to address deadbeat fathers. So it's a weird conundrum, because this is the thing though. You don't want to take full responsibility. You want women to be responsible for who they sleep with, as if the man is not participating. So it's like beyond a guy getting raped by a woman, which I don't think is happening. These dudes get on panels and talk like they have no participation in the stuff that is happening. And then the things that happen after the fact, then it's like if you can't blame WS and you can't blame Black women, and you're not, it's like this, if you can't blame white men or white people, then you have to blame Black women. And then you never ever blame yourself or take responsibility for your part. And I feel like that's what keeps happening. Black men want to say that half of them don't have children, and then women are only having a small, like kids with a small number of men, while at the same time claiming to be the best fathers and active fathers and all this stuff at the same time. So it's like, if there's all these active fathers, then why are you complaining about single mothers? Because they all have active fathers. Then you want to promote not getting married and then try to hold women to a standard of marriage. It's like y'all are walking around literally acting schizophrenic, like you don't hear yourselves at all. And I would say that's mostly for men in general. It's just like they don't hear the stuff that they're saying out loud. You want women to be responsible beyond their part. So the thing is, if the single mother raises her child, she's there and she's taking care of the child. So then it's like that is her being responsible. That's the thing. It's like that's her being accountable. She was automatically accountable because she raised her child. She stayed and raised the kid. So then what more accountability do you want her to take after that? And that's why I said you guys want her to take responsibility for even sleeping with that man. So now that birth rates are dropping, right? It's like you still want to hold on to this old way of how it was. It's like birth rates have gone down, not up. So then why are you still getting mad at women for being single mothers? It's like, why is that such a huge thing? But it's like you also promote not getting married. So it's like you can't have all of those arguments at the same time. It's like you have to pick a lane. Like either you want the women to have the children and you don't want them to get abortions. Because it's like the same people that have these thought processes are mad at women and want to say, well, y'all had the most abortions too. So it's like we had the most abortions. We single mothers and all this. It's like who took her to get the abortion? It's like you don't want to address anything that has to do with men holding any type of accountability. And I feel like that's the issue within the Black community. In other communities, it's like I feel like Black women are gaslit to the nth degree that you can be gaslit. Because it's like in other communities, it's like this. We keep saying the welfare system was created for white people. Exactly. It was created for white people. They created it because the white men were abandoning their children. So they found a solution for it. What they didn't do was start denigrating their women and then gaslight them like they didn't know who the fathers were that left those kids. They created the welfare system.
Oh,
and then because people complain about welfare, they said, hey, we're going to start enforcing child support. So then it was like, hold on, the government said we're going to step in. These women are going to start getting child support so that they don't have to be on welfare no more. So every time the solution is implemented, we in the Black community act like, so then if you don't want to blame the white man, you don't want to confront that, then it's like all your blame goes to Black women. And I feel like that's the issue in this space, that Black women are at the center. They're at the everything. You don't want abortions, but you want the kids born. You don't want to get married, but you don't want single mothers. Y'all are convoluted in your thought processes, and it doesn't make any sense. And everybody can see you. So like I said, it's not that white women aren't single mothers. They have the highest number of single mothers. Their men just don't gaslight them about that shit. That's the difference. They know that they're the fathers of the children. They're not on public platforms saying, well, half of us ain't got no kids. They're not on public platforms saying dumb shit like that. Y'all are on public platforms trying to say 60% of us ain't got no children. Are you serious? You really trying to claim that 60% of Black men ain't got no kids publicly? Y'all are saying a bunch of dumb shit that is unfounded, not statistical, and just made up bullshit. Most of y'all have kids. Men, black men 30 and up have kids at a 62.5% rate, period. So childless where? If you are under the age of 29, I might see you. The rest of you niggas are lying, period. And with that, I'm going to get off this panel. Bye.
She dropped the mic. Woo, mic drop. Why you had to leave? You ain't had to leave, sister. Because you saw nothing but the fucking truth. And let me just say this here. Was it whoever came on this goddamn panel? This is the problem I have with a lot of black people. They never tell the complete truth. They will tell you this false narrative. The CIA brought drugs to America. They won't tell you that the CIA first did bring drugs to America. True. Certain drugs, right? But they brought them to the Italians. And you know what the Italians said? Oh, we're not going to sell that shit to our people. We don't want no part of that. But when they came to the black man decided, oh, nigga, we ain't going to just sell it to our people. We're going to make it the best thing since sliced bread. Crack cocaine became the only drug that took the black woman out of their home. It was originally like party drug. The black husband gave it to his black wife, thinking it was a party thing, not realizing that someone would never, ever, ever come back. And so, where I blame the black man in 2023 is they have no foresight. I feel like we have left this society up to patriarchy for so long for the black community. I just purely don't trust their judgment. I do not trust black men's judgment. And that's the truth. Their judgment has always been off, wrong, and indifferent. It's never benefited us. If you want to go since the 80s, 90s, 2000, 2010, 2020, their judgment has always been off. These men always want to tell us about, especially in 2020, 2000, 2020, 2010, 2020. They talk to us like racism does not even exist. This is black men. Well, I can tell you in 2010, because I had braids in my hair, I was discriminated against. That doesn't matter because I'm a simple, low-life black woman for them, right? They will pretend and tell you this Republican Party is for them. When I know, and most people know, the Republican Party want to see most Negroes, most niggas in jail. So what I will tell you is that if we listen to the black men, they're going to lead us back to slavery. Because if my vote counts and other black women vote counts, and the way the black men are going to go so against just to be wrong against the black women, What y'all don't know is we are petty as fuck. I am petty as fuck. And if y'all keep trying to force all black people to this Republican Party that really want to take all of our rights away, that before they take every black woman right away, and we have the last goddamn vote, nigga, we gonna vote you bitches back to slavery. We're gonna put us all. If you want me to be your slave, nigga, you gonna be everybody's slave. How about that, nigga? How about that? Since you want the black woman to be your slave, how about we make you the fucking white man slave back with us? I am so sick of you niggas talking about submission, talking about subjecting. I am so sick of you motherfucking men. Y'all come in my chat, y'all say all this shit, and I don't block y'all. You know why I don't block you motherfuckers? Because I want to see the degeneracy. I want to see you niggas sickness. That's why I don't block you. SK, see you coming up. But I want you to tell me this here. When these niggas is trying to put black women back into servitude, how you feel when us black women put these niggas back into slavery?
Oh, I like it. I like it.
That's
I
the real
think
talk. So you
yeah,
like being a slave, right?
I think we'll
You
be
thought
better
slavery
for
was
it.
the best thing for black men?
No, I know for all of us. I think it'll be better for us.
I know a guy named Ruthless Truth who feels the same way you do. So go ahead, expound on that for me.
Okay, are black families together now?
I say yes, but what you say? I want to hear
I
your
say
truth.
I say not really.
No? Okay.
A lot of the crazy running around, and since people can't um, control their kids all of a sudden, and they let them run rampant and do all of these crazy things. Maybe they do need a slave master to make them act right, because apparently their parents can't do it.
Do you feel like you need a slave master as well? I'm just
I don't
saying,
know.
because a lot of
I don't
people
I
like
don't
to
know.
get beat.
Maybe I need a slave master so that the whole can behave better. I'm willing to take the L. How about that?
Listen, it's cool. I'm so glad you said that because I'm willing to be the whipper.
No, no, no,
I'm
no.
willing.
What I'm thinking is
Listen,
is
I
that
have really like in the last year got into something called BDSM. I didn't even know about this until maybe 3 months ago, but I've been hearing for a whole year about how it keeps black men under control. I didn't know this when I was younger,
yeah, I
but I
haven't
think that if you
I don't
start
know the
whipping
intimate
men,
details of it, but I heard that it
but
happened
do you
during
like it?
slavery too
But
with bed witches.
but did you like it?
No, I don't
But
know
what?
anything about it.
But I'm just saying, if like say if you got on the line and you had a black woman, somebody to put a mask on you and I think a fruit in your mouth. I'm not sure about that, but something in your mouth and a mask on you, and then they beat you,
Well,
and then
I don't think that would be necessary because typically I don't get out of line. I enjoy following the rules.
okay, okay. I do too. Honestly, I don't know, but I just started hearing about this maybe a few months
Yeah,
ago, and
I'm not
but I'm
rebellious at all.
thinking that if you just maybe men need a mother figure. I'm not sure. I'm not really 100% sure on a lot of shit I
But
saw
hey,
on YouTube.
but I'm looking at it as a whole. So if people want to associate
But
me
what if you need
with
to
the
be
community,
whipped?
and I'm
So
like,
wait,
okay,
wait.
well then
So
maybe all
whipping
of us
was
need to go
from
back to
slavery,
slavery.
right? So if whipping was from slavery, and now we don't do that anymore, do you think that the black men miss it?
I think that the whole community misses it.
I don't know. I don't
because
want to be hit.
they talk
I'm
about it
so scared
so
to be hit.
much. They talk about it so much to even you have generations of people who have never been hit by a whip or a lash or anything,
Yeah,
but
I've
they
never been
fantasize and
hit.
talk about it for like a
But
lot
but but
of
this
their
is the
life.
thing. It
So I think they
what
maybe want it back.
yeah.
Maybe
So
they're
who
jealous of their
Black men,
ancestors.
right? Only black men want it back, right? Only black men want it back.
Hey, I don't know. I don't know, but maybe it'll help out everybody. You know, like maybe when people get a whip to the back or to the neck or something, that what do they call it in the South? That act right gets into them,
Yeah, yeah,
and
yeah,
and all
yeah.
and all of a sudden they can obey rules. You know, laws become laws again. People understand not to steal,
Yeah, that's what
not to shoot each
I'm saying.
other,
I
not to
think
curse each other out, not to try to intimidate and beat each other up and all that stuff. When you have a big whip that keeps everybody in line, in
and then
line.
so you agree we should start beating people.
Yeah, maybe so, maybe so. And there's no real big numbers of black families anyway. So I mean, it's not like you're hurting anything. You already got a big band of single mothers anyway. So I mean, it'll be the same. It won't hurt anything.
I think we agree. I honestly, because I'm hearing a lot. There's a guy. His
You'll get more
name is
production out the company, at the country.
out the company. Oh,
Yeah,
well, there's
at the
a guy
country.
named Ruthless Truth.
Uh
He
huh.
be on Jay Prince channel, and he says black people, especially black men, I guess, never had it so good than in slavery. And I've been fighting against this guy. I've been arguing against him. But I'm gonna play this shit next.
No, I mean, I'm just saying it sounds like an interesting argument because if let's say you're a black woman, you would be cool with that, right?
No, absolutely not.
Would-
I love
You wouldn't?
freedom. I don't like bondage. I definitely don't like to be hit at
No,
all.
I'm talking about for black men. You would be cool
Honestly,
with that.
no, not for my children. My uh, not for my sons or my husband.
So, but
I'm
but
I'm
there- but
just
yeah,
speaking
but
of the
if we
black
go
men
back
that
in
I've met
time,
on YouTube. Like
yeah, if we go
do you
back in
want me to
time though,
name the guys on
there
YouTube
there were
who?
free blacks in certain areas.
Okay, well, there were black men on YouTube who say that we had it better in slavery than we do now, and say that during slavery, at least they had a master who protected them, and now when they go in the hood, they have a lower life expectancy because they don't have a master. So what I'm saying is kind of what you were saying. Maybe that's true, and as a black woman, I just don't understand.
You don't understand?
Maybe I don't because honestly, I cussed him out. I thought he was trolling me when he was telling me that black people had it better under slavery. I thought, man, this dude is trolling me. Like, ain't no way you could be serious.
Well, I mean, I don't think that do you think that black men and black women argued as much under slavery?
Well, what I will say is, under slavery, the
Do you
black
think
men
they were
didn't
at
have.
each other's necks
Oh,
like they are
okay,
now, right now?
okay. So let me just say this: I do feel under slavery, the black man had no power. So when a white man came and took his wife or his lover or his girlfriend or whoever he thought he may have had a connection with and
Hmm.
did what they wanted with her,
Hmm.
they they did nothing. And I do feel like those women felt like their men couldn't protect them or were lesser than them.
They
Or they
couldn't. I
felt
mean,
like their men were lesser than men, right?
yeah, they
Because they
and
knew
they
black
couldn't.
women
What
have
could they do?
always known that they had no
Like
protection.
just going on with
Right.
that
This
thought there,
false
because you made
sense
a
of
good point.
security that
Like
these
you made a
people
great point.
today say that that men are there to provide and protect. The truth is, black women in this country
Mm-hmm.
have never had a provision of protection.
Oh, okay.
That is that is the
Yeah.
truth.
Okay. And like on the slave plantation and everything, it wouldn't change anything, because just like you don't have protection right now, you wouldn't have protection on the slave plantation either.
Exactly. And so
So
that's why I say
that's what I
they
mean.
point
Like, it doesn't make a
they paint
difference.
a fake narrative of black men being so good and doing so much and black
No.
women.
I think that the black men that was on the plantation, different thing. I don't think that they could do a lot of the stuff. Like, what were they gonna do? Fight against an army of white people who were able to fight the largest world power at the time, which was the British government, and win? Do you think that slaves that
Okay,
didn't
so what
even
do you
know
think about the
their
black women?
language or didn't have any weapons whatsoever would be able to defeat a bunch of people who defeated the largest, most powerful nation on the face of the planet at that time?
So what do you think about the black women? Did were they were supposed to defeat them?
No. I'm not saying anything about the black women. I'm saying I'm sticking on what you're talking about with the black man. I'm saying the black man could not have been able to win that battle. It was impossible for them to win that battle.
And the thing is, who
The
do they
white man at
blame?
any
But who
the
do they
white man at
blame?
any point could
Anton
forward
Daniel
in
says
machine
that the black
guns,
woman
the
is the
army,
worst.
the whole nine.
But who do they blame, sir? They blame the black woman. They
No.
Anton,
I'm not blaming
this
them. I'm
guy
not blaming the
named
black woman.
hold on, can I speak? This guy named Anton Daniels and several other men, Obsidian, they say the black woman is the biggest detriment to black men on this continent before
In modern times,
even before slavery. So
I
they
haven't heard them
actually
state that.
hate they actually hate black women more than they hate their slavers.
Yeah, I haven't heard them state that. I have heard Anton state in modern times, and
Mhm.
I'm like, I think that there's some legs to his argument.
What is the modern times? Black women didn't even have a right to have a open bank account to 74. So
Yeah,
what
but
the
it's
fuck is they
2023 now.
talking about since modern times?
Yeah, I think that what they're talking about is 2023.
In 2020, in 2008, he had to live in his mother's fucking house, who was a single mother. His mother, his dad been dead. He had to live in his mother's house in her basement with his whole family because he was bankrupt, because he had no money to provide for his own wife and child. But he was
Hmm.
able to live there for 4 years off his mother's fucking back. See, this is
I
the problem I'm
I heard
having.
it
Let me
differently.
tell
I
you
heard
this. This is the problem I have with these young niggas. They live off of their fucking black ass mama. They come up off of her. And then they shit on all black women. Like no black woman have been helping them their entire motherfucking life. That is the problem I have with black men. The minute they get two niggas out of poverty, they shit on where they come from.
hmm,
That is that is black man. That is a black. If you want to know the essence of these young black men,
hmm,
soon as they don't need their mother to help them, they go to shitting on their people.
hmm. That's an interesting that's an interesting thought. I don't know a lot of those people
But you say
personally,
you
but
know Anton Daniel's story. You know he had to move
yeah,
in with his
yeah,
mom, with his whole
yeah.
family, right?
Well, what I heard from him directly was that in that story was that
He had to
after a
move in with
little,
his mom, right?
he said his parents, and he gives
Not his
a portion.
parents. His dad been dead. That nigga
Well,
dad
he
had been dead since he was a teenager.
well
He was
as
a
he
fully grown man. He had to move in with his mom.
Well, as he states, he
And
says
he
that
states that he had to move in with his mom, not parents. Don't lie. See,
as he,
that would be the
I'm not
problem
lying.
that me and you
I'm
have.
only recounting what
Yeah,
I
but
heard
see,
him
when
state.
you lie, that's Google it before you say it, because I remember the story.
But you
His
also
dad
stated
died.
that,
He was a
but
teenager,
you also stated that Clarence Thomas had
right?
a daughter.
But this man states that his dad died when he was a teenager. So now you
Could it
about to say in 2000, man, come on.
could it pot could there be could there be a slight
I'm
possibility
giving you
that
a
you could be
voice,
wrong?
brother. I'm giving you a chance. Just go ahead and Google it before you mention it.
Could there be a slight
Okay,
possibility that you
just
could
go
be
ahead and
wrong?
you have your computer in front of you. Just Google it.
I don't think that the man's personal information about that. I think that's
Okay,
in
so can you
a
Google it?
stream.
So are you saying that, okay, since you're all getting this point, are you saying for a fact that he moved in with his parents, that his mom and dad
That's what I heard
provided
him
him?
say. That's what I heard him say.
That's what you, okay.
I also heard him state that
I'm about to Google it since you're lying.
after about a year, I heard him state that, and his dad came to him and stated, "Hey, you know you won't be able to stay here much longer. You're gonna have to get out there and get it." That's what I heard him say. And just like with the story about Clarence Thomas, I'm just asking: is there a possibility that you could be incorrect? Because earlier you stated that Clarence Thomas' daughter was being pushed away from dating black people, and Clarence Thomas doesn't have a daughter.
Destiny is supposed to be, and we put this in you, and everything that you do is rebellious towards it, and you never want to live up to the expectations that you know that you're supposed to do when you so busy trying to be something different than what you're supposed to be, and you know you're supposed to be in a church, and you saved, sanctified, filled with the Holy Ghost. And that's another thing. Let me share this with y'all. Too. Thank you for tapping in with me, because just the very what up, CJ? Just the very idea of me having this conversation and telling this story is very humbling. Just the thought of
He about to tell the story of his mom putting him out of his basement apartment.
D Alice, what's happening, fam? Denzel, Kojo, Jimmy. Appreciate you rocking with me. Specifically is going to combine a few things. It's going to combine a lot of the different. Here's the thing. Back in the 2000s, similar to what the cover photo was showing you guys, back in the 2000s, I'm riding high off the hog. Not really. I thought I was, but I really wasn't, because I didn't put into play the things that I had learned about money. So I'm not even going to pay attention to the chat right now. I'm just going to really, really focus on giving y'all this game, telling y'all this story, and then I'll answer whatever questions I can answer based off of the time that I got left. But it shouldn't be a very long story, because I'm going to get straight to the point. So back in the 2000s, if you guys are familiar with some of the stories that I told on my other bad influences all around me, and we was having a good time, and anything that we could get away with, we did. Bad influences all around me, and we was having a good time, and anything that we could get away with, this one specific trip, I just had a bad feeling about it. I had a really, really bad feeling. So this one trip we was gonna take, and they needed me. It was everybody else had already called off at that time. Anyways, it was over immediately. I knew all of my money. I was checking my accounts. I was seeing what I needed to pay. I started trying to figure out, because at the time I just had a consumer mindset. So I'm just spending and having a good time and balling and all of this stuff. But I already knew. I knew it was over. I was more concerned with her than anything. Now, let me tell you how far reaching the consequences of our actions, because she wasn't doing the right thing either. Even though I don't blame her for anything, but she wasn't doing the right thing, and that she was giving out doctor's notes to different people in our families and all of that. But I can't speak for what she do. I can only speak for the things that I do that affect other people. But let me tell you how far reaching it went. I got fired, lost the bag, and she got fired, and somebody that she gave a reference to that wound up that was also in my family. There was a family member also, but obviously these people are much older. I'm in my 20s. But somebody that she gave a reference for a corporate executive job that was working that job, he was making a lot of money. He got fired because anything that was tied to her, they went after him. I messed up so much money. I mean, when I say a lot of money, I messed up crazy bags. I mean, because she was making a lot of money. She was up there. I would imagine that she was probably at the time, if I have to look back on it, close to six figures. My other relation, right before the recession in the 2000s. I mean, it could not have been any worse timing. So I was already in a recession before the recession hit. Now, I did kind of land on my feet and get another job, but it was nothing like what I was making at the job that I was. Like, I didn't have any gap in my work history, but I had no discipline when it came to my spending. They had to go and scramble and find some stuff. And the interesting thing about this whole thing was the whole time afterwards.
Did y'all just hear what he said? They had to go and find and scramble some things. Who was the they? That meant his wife and his children.
Say what?
Did you hear what this man just said? They had to go and scramble some things.
When I
That could
wasn't
mean
thinking about that, I was thinking about all that executive. They was close to six figures, and there were other contracts that came along that her name was tied to, that she got for other people in our family for different things that was for the hospital that she referred to. They lost their contracts, and let's be clear, like, we was all kind of in the same boat. And it's funny because the person that lost the contracts, they were one of the people that was on a trip with me. Like,
listen, I have a sister. I would never forget. We had a cousin who was an RN. I have two aunts that's RNs. And they warned my sister and my cousins about helping family members with fake doctor's notes, right? I had one cousin who was working for a huge hospital. And she would freaking give my other cousins who worked for offshore companies all kind of bullshit jobs, all kind of good jobs, right? They warned them not to give them fake doctor's notes. Do you know what she did? She did it. Lost her RN. This woman went to school for 6 years. And to help bum ass brothers of hers, bum ass cousins of hers, not to have to go to work or give them excuses for work to being not at work, she did this shit for bums. And you know what they ultimately did? Blamed her. Black women don't help these niggas. That's all I'm saying. My aunts, My sister used to warn, don't do it. You don't give all these fake doctor's notes and think you're gonna be protected or out of these men will protect you or love you. They not. They're gonna be like, nah, nigga.
Like, yo, listen, we got this sold up. We all over the place. We can take care of it. But all the money was lost. I mean, all the money was lost. That bag got so messed up. Let me tell you something. In the time that I was sulking as a result of the money that I messed up for my wife, because Rita was soon to get pregnant too, right? She wasn't pregnant at all, but she was about to get pregnant. And the time that I messed up that bag, when I wasn't thinking about that, I was thinking about thing and that I've ever had in my entire life. But on the flip side, it was the best thing that I ever happened to me in my entire life. So let me tell you something. I suffered. I lost everything. I remember that when we would do our budget. Okay, so my cars got repossessed.
Don't skip that ad. In the next 30 seconds, I'm going to show you how to start a business on Shopify. Go to shopify.com and sign up for your...
One of them got just taken in the middle of the night. The other one, they came, because I wound up moving into my mom's basement. Let's be clear. So we moving into my mom's basement. Just side, it was the best thing that I ever happened to me in my entire life. So let me tell you something. I suffered. I lost everything. I remember that when we would do our budget. Okay, so my cars got repossessed. One of them got just taken in the middle of the night. The other one, they came, because I wound up moving into my mom's basement. Let's be clear. So we moving into my mom's basement, whatever, so on and so forth. So I held on for a little while. So, you start getting behind, and 1 month go by, and then you do the extensions, and then you can still pay it, and I'm hustling on the side or whatever. But it wasn't even no money really to be had like that back then. Like, I had got a second job at Home Depot at night and all of this other kind of crap, right? So I'm trying to get my life together and all this other stupid stuff. And this is just a painful story. What kind of cars did I have? That's a good question. One of my cars was I think it was a Trailblazer SS, the Bentley. It was some nice cars out here. All of them got lost. Let's be clear. But so I'm scrambling, trying to get everything together, whatever. Rita wound up getting pregnant, and the interesting thing about it was that, I was praying one day, and I was in the basement. I had lost everything. I didn't really have no money, and when we would do our budget, like the bills that we could afford to pay, we would literally budget it out to where there would be like $10, $20 left between me and Reed.
SKC, are you gonna deny that he lived in his mom's basement? That he keeps saying he lived in his mom's. Listen, his mom didn't get remarried till 15 years after his dad died. Are you lying?
No, I'm unaware. If that's what he stated, that's what he stated.
But
I
he keeps
thought I
saying his
heard.
mom's
I,
basement. He lived in his
I,
mom's basement.
I was praying one day, and I was in the basement. I had lost everything. I didn't really have no money, and when we would do, so I'm scrambling, trying to get everything together, whatever. Rita wound up getting pregnant, and the interesting thing about it was that, I was praying one day, and I was in the basement. I had lost everything. I didn't really have no money, and when we would do our budget, like,
The only thing I'm saying that you're lying about is that it was his black mom, not his black dad, helped him out. That's it. It was not a black dad in the picture because his black dad was dead.
Um, I just looked up that's the I don't know a whole because I don't really follow Anton like that, but I do hear some of his stuff from time to time. But if you could go to the 23 minute mark in that video, I think the video that you're watching is called How I Fumbled the Bag, right? If you can go to the 23-minute mark, at 23:23, he says, uh, in my mom's basement and be raised by my grandma in order to be successful. No man, no man. I just know that I had a father that put all these things into me, work ethic, and I was just subjecting myself to the mindset of people I was surrounding myself with.
Exactly. He's talking about his grandmother, his mom, and then he says, I just remembered that I had. Listen, he did. I'm not saying that his mom and dad weren't married. What I'm saying was his dad had been dead. His dad had been dead. So when you come into your mom house as a 25 or 28-year-old and you're fucking horrible and you losing everything and you're on your ass, don't make it seem like it's not black women. This is the problem I have with my uncles. They always
I'm not
wait,
disputing
listen,
that.
my
What
uncles always talk about my granddad, right? The problem I have with that shit is my grandfather died in 1980 something, right? Early 80s. I was young. My uncles lived off of my grandmother's pension. They would actually get an attitude with my grandmother when she didn't give them their allowance. And these niggas was in their 50s and 60s. They felt entitled to her money. And what I'm trying to tell you, black men, is you are the fucking problem. Those men who think like that are the problem. These men like Anton Daniels are the problem. They don't look at it. Listen, I've worked my entire adult life. I, I I can say that me and my husband own several homes. We even own a small building. A small we own certain things, right? I will promise you my husband
what
did not get that shit on his own. I
right.
can
None of that
promise
is my
you that
I'm not
he did
disputing any
not
of that.
build this here. But what I'm
I'm
trying to
not
tell you,
disputing any of
hold
that.
on. I have a problem with these men. They sit up here and want to live off of their my grandmother. They want to live off of their grandmothers, their aunts, their mothers, and then they want to think, well, it's not just that I was living off my mom. My dad made that possible. And they don't want to even put no value into what their mom put into that shit. You told me to go to a 23-minute mark where he said his grandmother and his mom, and also that his dad put into him.
Correct. It seems like he's giving everybody credit.
Yes, but his dad been dead, nigga. This was an
Right.
old ass man. This is a
So
man who, this wasn't a boy. This was a
so
grown 28. Listen.
right. And all I'm saying to you is I'm just asking a
So this
question. I'm just
overgrown
asking a
man.
question. I'm just asking a question.
Mhm.
I know when I was a kid, the house that we got robbed out of as a kid, that was paid for by my mom and dad.
Mhm.
Could not Anton, as a much older man, had moved back
It
into
was
the
paid
house
for.
that his mom and dad had
Okay,
already bought?
how many years did they pay for it? I will tell you if you know the truth.
Say what?
Did your mom and dad purchase it? How many years did they live in there together? Your mom and dad.
We They lived there until we got robbed.
Okay, but how many years did your mom and dad live there?
Before, I gotta go back and look because that's much longer than I was the last child.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say I'm guessing at least somewhere between um, probably right at about 20 years.
So are you saying your dad died after that? Or your
No,
mom
I'm
died?
saying I'm saying how do you know that?
Who died? I'm trying to see.
No, in my family, my mom died. But I'm saying
Okay.
in Anton's family, he
Okay,
moved
so
back
you're
to
saying your
their
mom
house
died.
as
No,
a
I'm just
older man.
saying because for that to be a one parent home all of a sudden, either somebody died or somebody divorced. That's all I'm saying. All I was trying
Well,
to figure out is for
you're the one that stated that his dad died.
listen,
I
my
didn't
mom
know that.
died when I was 3. So what I'm trying to tell you is that when it is a one parent home, and it is a one parent home for a reason, either the parent died or they divorced or was a single parent. I'm not sure. Those are the 3 things I can think of. I only can think of those 3 reasons that somebody is a single parent and have a home. And that's the 3 reasons. He
Well,
gave a re
I'm
he
I'm just
actually
wondering.
stated that his dad died when he was 14 years old. Now,
Okay.
unless he's a liar,
Oh,
unless
okay. No.
unless
Let's
he's a liar.
say that's absolute truth. Let's say that's the absolute
So
truth. His
so
dad died.
okay,
My
so
question to
now
you
fast
is
forward, he's 28 and bankrupt. He filed for bankruptcy. He's 28. He has a wife and a newborn child. He has to move into his mother's basement. He lives there for 4 years. For you to sit up here and again act like black women have not contributed greatly to your success. Your wife is a black woman. Your mom is a black woman. The grandmother who you say helped y'all was a black woman. The grandmother helps your mom because she was so hard grieving your dad, right? So you acknowledge that your grandmother helped your mom. But nigga, you was a completely grown man at 28 when you failed.
I'm not disputing any of that. My argument is that how do we know that the house wasn't already paid for before the dad died?
I don't know if it was paid for. I'm gonna be honest.
I mean, all
It
I
it,
know is
it, and, and
mine
does it
was by the
matter?
time I was 8.
Because he's not an only child. So it does not mean that it would be
So
automatic.
when
Listen, if I'm the parent who left, I will my house to who the fuck ever I want.
that's fine. I'm just stating that
So
when
me
he
and my
says that
husband have 5 children. Do you
I'm just
think
saying that
any
when
one of them
Anton
5 children who decide to be a fucking degenerate and lose everything, you think they you think I owe them?
No, I'm not. That's not my argument. My argument is that Anton, when he states that he moved into his mom's house, and
He
if you
moved
said that
into
his
his
dad,
mom's house.
right, if you said that his dad was dead, that means that it was no longer his parents' house, but it was his mom's house because his
Exactly.
father
It was
was
his
dead.
mom. That meant what?
But that
It
doesn't
meant his
mean
mom
that
helped
his
him.
mom bought the
It
house.
meant his
It
mom.
could be that
Okay,
his
it
mom
don't
and
even
dad
mean
bought
that
the
his
house.
mom owned a fucking house at all. It could just be his mom renting a place. Listen, stop with the bullshit, SKC. It could mean his mom just simply renting somewhere, right? We don't know. He moved into his mom's basement. He didn't say my mom and dad's. He never stated that. He said I moved into my mom's place.
I don't
You
understand why you're upset with him. He
I'm
gave his
I'm not
mom and
upset with
grandmother
him.
credit.
It's the bullshit. He gave his mom the credit.
Yeah.
The problem
So
I have is
why are you upset with him?
why do you keep insisting that there was a dad involved in it?
No, I'm saying if he
No,
gave
no,
his
no,
mom
no.
credit,
You told me go to the 23-minute mark because he gave his dad some credit.
yeah, he did. If you want to play it, you
Why?
can,
Why did I need to go there?
because he does mention his dad.
Okay, he mentions his dad. What was the point? That's what I'm trying
the
to get.
The
He
point
moved
is
into
I don't
his
under
mom's basement. His dad had
the
been dead, right? Since he
okay.
was a teen.
The point of it all is I don't understand why you're upset with him when he gave everyone in his
I'm
home
not
and
upset
that
with him at
raised him.
all. I'm
He
trying to
gave them all
figure.
credit. It's not like he crapped on his mom.
Listen,
He gave him credit.
you're full of shit because I'm not upset with him at all. I'm trying to think. The only thing I have with this black manosphere is I'm gonna be honest. All my life, I've helped black boys and black men fill out applications and shit for jobs.
Oh, I really thought you was about
Coming,
to say I had to fight.
no, but coming to this here YouTube shit, it doesn't. It almost seems like we as black women should not help black men.
I don't think that you should.
If we continue helping them, and then every time they get ahead a little in life, all they do is want to shit on us.
Yeah, I don't
For
think
what?
you should. I don't think you should be obligated to help black men in general. I don't think that you should. People should do that. Just like I don't think that black
But what
men
if
should
we're
have to
helping
help
our
black women in
brothers?
general.
What if we're helping our uncles, our brothers, our cousins, our sons? How do you feel about that? Because this is what I'm saying. This black man said he was on his ass, had a new wife and all of this here, and had to go live in his mother's basement. And all I hear is black men keep trying to make it seem like something that the daddy did something. The daddy was been dead. He never mentions his fucking own daddy. You think, listen, my children, my daughter, my sons are very aware of me and their father's homes. And they will tell me and put me in check quick. My daughter is such a daddy's girl. This is my daddy. Everything with her is her daddy. Do you think that this man would be allowed to say, Mom, I had to move into my mama's basement if his daddy was involved in that home? This is bullshit. Listen, not one of my children would allow me to take and say, why they daddy alive, especially if his ass was dead. I wouldn't be able to get away with that talk.
Oh, okay.
I would not listen. My husband, his children, my children love their daddy. I could not get away with that bullshit. My
Oh,
children
okay.
would check me immediately.
Okay. I agree with you.
And if one of my children was to take and say, well, yeah, I'm living in my mom's house, they'll be like, no, that's our mama and daddy. They would check that shit immediately on them.
Okay.
So
Well,
I
yeah,
don't
I can.
understand you saying that you come from a good two-parent home that you don't recognize that. Ain't no
No,
way somebody come from a good two-parent home is not recognizing when somebody say their mom's house, my mom's basement.
yeah, that's a foreign idea to me. I don't get it, but
Is no way
hey,
possible I can say that my mom's house is not my fucking dad's house. That's crazy to me. That's crazy. My dad's house is not my mom's house. That shit is crazy. Unless your parents are divorced, like I said. Now, I didn't grow up with it. My biological mom and my biological mom just died. However, they were married before she died, and I cannot say something that wasn't for my mom is for my dad. I just can't. I
yeah,
can't
but I
say,
mean, I'm not gonna take my personal upbringing and then
yeah,
project that
but
out
what you're
into other
doing
people. I
is
mean, it's like
you're sitting up
I
here
can't do
trying
that.
to insinuate.
I know that
These
the
people
majority of
are
people didn't grow up
clearly
like me.
making a statement. When people say my moms, they mean their moms. When people are
Oh, okay, yeah,
clearly making a statement,
yeah,
their dads, than meaning their dads. These people are
Yeah,
really saying
I can see
they're not
the
together.
argument. I can see the argument that you caught on to that. I didn't, because again, that type of stuff is foreign to me. I don't know the whole thing about a broken household and all of that. Good catch. I mean,
No, I'm saying even if you don't know it, you should know it from not knowing it. Like
no,
if I
I don't.
listen, you know how
I didn't know it. I didn't
I
know it
know
because
it
I don't
because
know
of
people
what
that
I
talk
don't
like
know.
that.
Listen, I only know it and recognize it from what I don't know. Right? So if I hear
So
somebody
you
say,
don't know family members and stuff that are not married that have baby daddies and stuff.
I do, but in my personal life with
See,
my
I
dad,
don't know any of that in
listen,
my personal
with
life.
my dad and my mom, right? They own the restaurant, they own the laundromat. All this shit was in their name before I was born, right? So when I see their names on stuff, their names are on stuff. It doesn't matter that one of them been passed away since I was 3. That shit don't matter. Their names are on shit together.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, when you have a broken home, these people get divorced and assets get split. You
Uh
then
huh.
maybe as an adult, you would not see their names on different stuff.
Yeah, that's why it just skipped totally over my head, because I don't know any of that at all. So when I would even mention something like mom or dad, it's the, everybody that I know automatically means knows I mean both. My parents have never been divorced; they've always been together. There we go.
Okay, well, I'm just saying because it's a lot of things that teach me a lot. And the things that teach me a lot about, especially men, family, is just the shit I simply grew up with. I don't have no expertise. I don't teach people dating advice. All I can tell you is
Well I don't think
if
that
a
I
man
don't
don't
to
start
be
off doing one thing, he never will. I
well
teach people
to
basics.
be forward. To be forward, I don't think that Black American can really teach other people about marriage at all. I think as a whole, the culture has failed in that.
Well, as my own father taught me, if a man don't start off doing one thing, he ain't gonna end up doing it. You have to listen to these old people with the wisdom. My dad told me that. If listen, my brother told me to play a trick. I said, "What trick?" He said, "Listen, you tell a guy that you're dating, I might not be able to talk to you in a couple days because my phone might get cut off." This was the home phone that my dad paid, y'all, that I didn't even pay. He said, "Yeah, you tell him, and I need $40." This was way back in the day. This was before cell phones. And my future husband said, What can I meet you and I give it to you?" He gave me $50, y'all. He didn't make no money. I was a college student, y'all. I ain't have no money. He ain't had no money. So back then, a lot of money to me was like, if a guy gave you $100 or whatever and was helping you do stuff, that was good. And I tell people all the time, we were two broke people who got married. It just worked out. Y'all have to stop with this here bullshit. Listen, now, if you want to fast forward and you're older lady, okay, I get it. I get it. You've accomplished a lot in life, and a man should have accomplished a lot. So you do have higher expectations. But we need to stop with this Kevin Samuels bullshit, thinking that two 20-year-olds need to be looking for a 20-year-old who making 100,000. Listen, that shit is unrealistic. It's so much that I be wanting to say, but listen, I just think the Black Manosphere really are ruining all black people. And I don't give a fuck what y'all think or what y'all say. They ruining them. They ruin them because they're lying to them.
Yeah, I mean, I think that black people, so far as the subculture, was ruined way before the Manosphere came on the scene.
No, the manosphere is loud and proud like the gay people, right?
Like way back in the mid 80s,
No,
it was done.
the
It was
manosphere
done.
is so super loud. Listen, the black uncles, the cousins, they were whispering in little boys' ears, and they were horrible. I can't even imagine to tell you that each one of my brothers, my cousins, when I ask them, they'll tell me this shit. It infuriates me. It absolutely infuriates me. And especially when they name the same fucking uncles and cousins. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. In my family, when they tell me, I'm like, but this is why I think a lot. But listen, those same uncles and cousins, I promise you, I could identify with things the manosphere say. They were just losers.
So so
They're the
would you say
same
that?
uncles who
So,
had to sleep on my grandmother's sofa and
so
had.
would you would you say that you have a good family?
Listen, my grandmother had 15 children. All of those children, I won't say all, she had 15 children. 11 of those children graduated high school and college with a bachelor's degree. 11. Two of those children graduated high school or college with an associate. One of those children graduated high school. Another one, right? One child didn't graduate high school at all. Two of those children became either a crack addict and a alcoholic, right? So my grandmother and my grandfather's children, to me, if they had 15 children, 13 of them never lived in a project or a Section 8 or welfare house. I say that if they had seven sons and none of them did that, and two of their sons did it, I think they were successful parents. Now, you might judge it different.
No, I'm just asking. I'm really
I'm
just
saying the
questioning because you
majority of
stated,
their children, especially their sons and daughters, did
uh-huh.
really well for themselves, did better than they did. Now,
Right, but
will I
how
say
did they
that all of
do
them
when it
did?
comes
No,
to, no, yeah, but what do you say when it comes to them giving advice to to their relatives,
because my brother
the
told me
men,
about
like,
my uncles telling him, and I asked him who, and I'm like, Negro, you listen to the same uncles that sleep on a sofa? Like, y'all really, and when my cousins was telling me that shit, it's like the same uncles that live on grandma's sofa. Listen, we have to really guard against our children listening to moms of our family. We have to. We gotta stop pretending, oh, he's so cool, he's so sweet, he just lived there with grandma. Stop the shit. These unproductive men teach our children the worst shit, man. We
so
gotta
how
stop
many
it.
how many men were unproductive out of your household?
Two, not out of my household, but out of my grandmother children too.
Yeah.
Out of her 15 too.
How many men were there?
It was it was shit. It was five girls.
So 10 boys.
Yeah.
So two out of the 8 boys went bad.
No, no, no. No, no. It
Two
wasn't
out of the 10.
no, no, no. It was only seven boys. So it
Oh,
was
okay. So
six girls. Yeah.
so 6 girls, 7 boys,
Seven
13
boys. Yeah.
kids.
Yeah.
Okay, so 13 kids, so 7 boys, so 2 out of the 7 went bad.
No, I'm sorry. It was 15 children
Uh-huh.
total. I think it was six girls, seven boys, right?
Well, it had to be 9 boys then.
No, no, no. My uncle Stanley got killed by the police, and then one other son died. Let me see. Let me count it. I said
Yeah, if
6
there
girls.
yeah, if there was 15 and there was 6 girls, there had to be 9 boys.
No. If it's 6 girls, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13. So that's 7 boys were good. And then 2 boys were bad. Put it like that.
Okay. So 2 out of the 9 went bad.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's pretty good. 2 out of 9. So that means you had 7 productive good men for those
Yeah.
other kids to
And
listen to,
out of the
but they
6
only wanted to
women, only one
but
of the women lived in Section 8 housing.
right, but out of those 9 men in the family, for some reason, the other relatives, or I guess the nephews or nieces or and all that type of stuff, they wanted to listen to the 2 that were horrible instead of the 7 that were good.
For a sexualization. Now, let
Yeah,
me tell you something.
like why?
No. Let me tell you. Because the males in my family, listen, I have airline pilots. I have all kind of shit in my family. Podiatrists,
Mm-hmm.
foot doctors, all kind of shit. You're not going to
Mm-hmm.
go there. What I'm saying is when you talk to them, they tell you that they were over sexualized as teens and preteens, and they always blame the black men in our family. And I'll be like, what? Yeah, because uncle, whatever, blah, 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 told us to say you was a punk if you ain't screw her. And I'm like, what the fuck? And even with my husband and his family, he's pointed out essential men in their family. And I'm like, what? Yeah, he lived with my. And I'm like, damn, he lived with your grandma. This is the reason why I'm telling y'all, I try to teach women, keep your children away from these damn so-called black men. Keep your from these degenerates. If you see they're not doing something productive for their people, for their family, and they're just mooching off of your grandparents and your aunts, keep your children away from them because those are the men who over sexualize the next generation.
Hey, Mill, can you hear me?
Wow, what's good, sister MJ?
What's going on? What's
Wait,
going
let me
on?
take. Yeah, go ahead and speak.
Yeah, so I was just listening, just falling back and listening for a little bit. I had some break time, and I'm not gonna stay on too long because I gotta go to work, but I'll probably jump back on if you're still on. Um, it's the social. I would say it's the socialization, really. Like I would say that the subgroup culture has affected a lot of black culture, and the simple fact is that black people believe that the subculture that we have made mainstream, they believe that that's only our culture, and they only act upon that culture. And that's why when it comes to other people looking at our culture, they believe that that is only our culture. They can't tell us nothing about jazz, they can't tell us nothing about the arts, they can't tell us nothing about drumming. They can't tell us nothing about all the other great things that is a part of black culture. But if you want to hear about some hood rat shit, or you want to hear about some um what is it, drill rap or something like that, oh, they could just pinpoint exactly who that goes to.
Hey
Right?
MJ, I don't know because I know you from New York, sister. But in
Mhm.
New Orleans, if you ever listen, I just want to take you through a walk through my city. I just want to take you through New
I've
Orleans.
been to New Orleans, girl.
Yeah, but I'm saying you probably went as a tourist.
Of course I
Listen,
went as a tourist. I don't have that many family members that I know that is
yeah,
still
but I want to
alive that
meet
live
you
there.
there and take you through and show you all of the historical shit that black people did, productive black people. And
Right.
this is the crazy. Some of it's mixed. I'm gonna be honest. Some of it you might not like what they did to succeed in life, the men
Mhm.
and the women. But what I will tell you is, man, we have our own culture in New Orleans. We have our own society. We have our own everything. It's not like the white man dominating us in New Orleans. And I
Mhm.
think coming out of New Orleans, going other places and hearing other people's shit, I never could really fully relate to it because I'm always confused. Like why y'all don't? Y'all was here. Y'all been here for how many years and y'all don't have shit? It's crazy to me. It is absolutely insane that you don't have a culture. In New Orleans, we have the second line band. We have
Mm-hmm.
we have the own way we bury our people. We have everything is unique. We have our own everything unique. We have it to where white people copy us. Like, how the fuck in your own cities y'all don't have nothing unique to black people where you live? That shit is amazing to me. It's amazing when people from Louisiana go to other places and we see you motherfuckers don't have nothing. It's like it's absolutely I can't even believe it because the way we grew up in New Orleans was we thought everybody had their own culture in their own cities. So when I moved to Norfolk and that shit was plain as shit and didn't do nothing. See, we have shit on Sundays. We have a super Sunday. We have weekend. We have everything. It's no damn near every weekend or every other weekend is some kind of event going on. We celebrate the Indians in New Orleans. We celebrate everybody in New Orleans. Everything have some type of. We have a Greek festival in New Orleans. We have so many festivals. We have so much going on because we're so mixed. It's hard for me to understand when other people come around and they have no culture. Or when we go to other places and they say the black people have no culture. We like, what the hell are y'all mean we don't have? All we know is culture.
I mean, we have culture up here in New York that's outside of, hip hop culture. A lot of people don't know, you have to look for that information, right? Like they have museums. We even still have old, like old plantations. Like there's one in Jamaica, Queens. There's like an old plantation that they turned into a museum. A lot of people don't know that
Wait, hold
back
on.
in the
See this here, man. SKC, come back up if you're gonna say this misinformation. Listen, SKC says the majority of black people can't tell you about any of stuff. Actually, white people preserve the majority of the stuff she named. This is
but see
bullshit.
that's but see
This
I don't
is shit
you
I
got
live, man.
but see
What
this is
the
the
fuck
thing,
is you
like
talking about? This is shit that I was brought up from a little girl, from a baby. Listen, I remember shit from when I was 4 and 5 and 6 and 7. I remember this culture. It
you
it
gotta
never
understand you gotta
this
understand
dude
he's talking.
SKC give too much credit to white people.
Yes, that's what I was trying to say. That he believes that white people are better than black people, and if anything, he aligns himself with white people. I mean, because every single thing that he was saying up here, he was like saying that, oh well, black people did this wrong. Black people messed up marriages and stuff like that. You're talking general, and you're not leaving the nuances. Can we say that our marriages have decreased dramatically? Yes, we could. We can say all that, but just to say that,
MJ, can I just say something? Our marriages decrease because why? Listen, a lot of people don't want to be, especially men, don't want to acknowledge that society just changed. If I have to work a full day and you got to work a full day, and I might work more hours than you, no, it's not the housewife situation that you think you about to get. That's just the truth. I don't care how much. Listen, Lima loves to cook. That's my favorite thing. But some days, a lot of times, because I can work extra and sometimes I have parent meet. Listen, I might be at school 12 hours. You might be at your job 8 hours. You get home before me. The biggest pet peeve for a black don't be at home waiting for me to come home to do something. You better get your ass in there and make do. And it take years, especially when a man is raised, when y'all raising men to not know how to do nothing in home ec, not know how to cook, not know how to do stuff. This is this is the reason why a lot of black marriages fail because men just didn't know to do stuff.
Yeah, that, and also like you said before, because of the times, right? Because me and Queen Cascade, we went over it.
Yeah,
We went
but when
over
you
the
have a
marriages.
decent man and he willing to learn to do that shit, you got a winner. It
You
might
got
not
a
start
partner. You
off
definitely
good.
got a partner.
It might not start off good. The children ain't gonna like how he cook. Listen,
He gonna be burning water. Yes.
but guess what? It can end up good because my husband. Let me tell you something. He can barbecue, baby. A lot of the things he mastered greatly. So what I'm saying is, a lot of the things in society we taught men not to do. This is why I'm opposite. This is why I tell you, I taught my sons can cook better than any damn near any woman. My daughter-in-law brag on, god damn. She even calls me every time she cooking something. You know why? Because she wanna play a good role because she don't work right now. She doesn't work. But at the end of the day, I don't work during the summer times, really, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I do a lot of cooking and this and so I enjoy when people call me and ask me about recipes or something, right? I love that. That's my favorite thing. But my thing is, I'm saying we as black people don't know how to be to me in this modern age. We are all in a modern age. I think men from New Orleans, because the weather prohibited a lot of them from men from working seasonal. They were seasonal workers. And when they worked, they made really good money. But if they were carpenters or longshoremen or any of that, it was seasonal. So what I will say is this: a lot of the men in New Orleans spoiled us because all of them knew how to cook good. And Mr. Kev can tell you that. Men in New Orleans know how to cook. They cook their ass, girl, they cook just like we cook. The women cook. It's
Yeah, I mean, and that's the men in my family. Like the men in my family, all on my mother's side, they always cooks. My grandfather was a seaman. He used to go fish and actually get the fish and cook them all the time. Fresh fish, fresh seafood, all the time. Like I said, it's certain things that you pass on. He passed on cooking and everything to his sons. My three uncles and everything. Everybody knew how to cook. Everybody knew how to take care of themselves. Everybody, that's just what happens. But those are the things when you have that type of element in your household. My thing is, we
wait, wait,
do.
wait, wait. Are you telling me that people in New See, this is why I started thinking these manosphere people just lying to
They
everybody. Are
lying.
you
Look, do you
telling me
mad
that
people?
men in New York know how to cook?
Men in New York, in Brooklyn, especially in Brooklyn and everything, old school, all old school knew how to cook. They knew that
I
they
can't
liked the
believe
foods
this.
that they like when we made like the collard greens and we made our porgies, our fried porgies and all that stuff like that. They had to learn how to cook the foods that they wanted to eat. It was
I
just a
can't.
part of it.
It, see, this is the shit. I'm thinking the manosphere men don't know how to do nothing for themselves because
That's because
they blame.
the
Wait, they
manosphere
blame the
men are
black
modern.
mother because the black mother didn't teach them how to cook or clean, and so they
The
depend on
manosphere men
somebody
are the
else to do it.
modern men. Manosphere men are modern men.
Yeah, but this
They're the
shit
modern
crazy.
men with the mindset that they want a traditional woman, but they are so modern because it's modern for them to believe that you're not supposed to have any life skills. You're only supposed to go ahead and purchase a wife like a product, and she's supposed to fulfill all your life skills and all that for you. And then all you have to do is just go to work, whatever not, and then do whatever else you want to do with your
And the
money.
things that they want to give to women is just regular adulting, right? I'm going to provide a job and I'm going to provide protection. Is that not being an adult? If you're not a regular adult, do you not look for provisions and
I mean, but that's what I
protection?
always said. That's the argument I always have with them. Okay, if you're only saying that the only qualification for you to be a decent man is to just provide and quote unquote protect,
then you're really not fucking doing much. You're really not doing much, because the woman is not living in a fucking shelter. And the last time I checked, y'all not fucking getting the welfare queens off the fucking line and marrying them if all you was looking for is a fucking housewife. These women that you want have been taking care of themselves for a very long time. They've been able to keep a roof over their head majority than they have, because they're always trying to find someone that they could put a roof over their head and cut down fucking bills. So like I said, the modern man is the feminist. You know what I'm saying? The modern man is the feminist. If you want to talk about traditional roles and you want to talk about the modern day roles, the modern man is a bigger feminist than what they believe feminist women are, because they literally want to be treated in the same aspect of a woman, but then want their ego stroked as if they're traditional. There is nothing fucking traditional about you if you cannot hold down everything by yourself. And if you want your woman to just quote unquote just be the housewife, most of these men don't even have the income to take care of a two person home, let alone kids. They can't. And so that's why I say, oh, well, the times you need two income. Okay, I get it. For some people, yes, that's true. But here I am. I'm a mom. I'm a single mom. And and the only income that's coming is mine. And I retired my mother, and I have a child that I deal with. I just fucking finished just purchasing a house. All the bills are mine. So like, if I can fucking do it, y'all just being fucking lazy. I'll just keep it 100. Y'all are being lazy, and you don't want that type of responsibility. And if that's fine, if you don't want that type of responsibility, but don't fucking run around here like King Tut, like you do, like you want that responsibility and that you should get respect that you didn't fucking earn. That's just the point. They want respect that they don't earn.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Can y'all hear me? I'm coming on windmilling. I'm windmilling. Oh, MJ, we fighting. I cannot believe that you up there talking about the Black Kings like this. Let me tell you something, sister.
Fuck them damn Black Kings, man.
I'll be
No.
damned. I let you get all that up. Ain't no way. No sister of mine came up here and shitted on black men like that. Listen, I'm sorry, all my brothers. She didn't mean it. She had black men help the whole way, and she's lying. And the white man is the black man is God, and she got black men help through it all, and she just don't want to give y'all credit.
Right.
And listen, MJ, because I want to ask you a question since you up here. I've been wanting to interview. If the black man take your degrees away, I saw this on Prince Seller, y'all. So shout out to Prince Seller. So if the black man take away your degrees, your education, if they take your education, your degrees, let me talk like that. Your degrees, your education, and your job. What kind of woman's work would you have?
Survival.
See that? I stumped her. I got her.
You ain't stumped me. It would be survival. I'm gonna do anything means necessary. To be a woman is for self-preservation. We have to have self-preservation because we give life. That is innate to us. So we're gonna find out one way to get it. It's gonna get got. That's why. That's why you really don't see.
Hold on. So that's all a black woman really value, and that's all a black woman is worth, is to be a help meet. I ain't never Googled that shit yet, but apparently they said, I don't know about the meat. I don't know.
Listen, I'm guess what?
Listen,
you know what?
I'm giving us
I'm the
rib.
best helpmate.
Listen, if you
I'm the
want to be
best helpmate to myself.
No,
I'm the
they
best
don't say
helpmate to
prime.
myself.
They don't say mate.
That's
They
what
say
black women need to do. Black women need to be the
no. They
best
say we
helpmate
the
to themselves and they loved ones. And
Lord.
the ones
See
who they
this?
want to do it
This
for.
the modern woman. This the modern woman.
Yep, because this
We got
modern
help
woman is
meat.
going
They
with the
say
times.
we help meat. I don't know what kind of meat we are, but I'm giving us the cat's meow. You heard me? We gonna be prime
I ain't
rib. We
help
gonna be
meat.
lamb chop.
I ain't nobody. I ain't
I
come
don't
from
know.
nobody rib. I
It's
ain't come
something
from
like
nobody
that.
rib. I came from my mama's yoni.
Listen, the black
Okay?
woman is
The
the
last
black
time I
man
checked, I came from
help.
mama's yoni.
Listen, you are the black man help meat.
No.
Now I don't know. I'm gonna give you filet mignon. Okay, so
No.
prove to me as a black person how you gonna be the filet mignon. That's what I'm saying.
I ain't gonna be nobody's filet mignon because I'm not nobody fucking property. I ain't nobody fucking fool. I ain't nobody fucking chocolate. I ain't nobody motherfucking ice cream. I am a
See,
person.
that's
I
the
have my own
problem.
identity. I have my
That's
own
the
dreams.
problem.
I
Y'all
have
don't
my
want to go
own
back into
morals. I have my
slavery.
own character.
Y'all black women,
And
you
that's it.
need to know your place. And
Nope.
See, that's why you can't be a wife.
See, I know
You
my
got to
place.
be
And my place and my
subjected
place is
and
wherever I
submissive.
decide my place to be. My place is wherever I decide my place to be. Because that's a discussion I had with me and the creator. Whatever my spot is supposed to be, I'm going to fulfill it. And
I
that's it.
learned this here last week. The last week I learned that I got to be more submissive. I got to be quiet. And I'm going to help meat. I don't know what kind of meat. I'm saying.
All right. I mean, if you look,
listen,
girl,
if
you
we
learn
all
something
gonna be
wrong.
meat,
You
we
learn
gotta
something
be.
that's gonna put you one foot in the grave faster. That's what you learn. So unless
Listen,
you're not
last
trying
year
to be
I
here,
learned that my husband was my leader, so I'm slow, y'all. I'm a little behind because I
he
just
leading you.
learned last.
Where he leading you to?
Oh no! I asked my husband was he my leader? That
Because
nigga
you know,
told me,
here's the
"Is
problem
you
though.
my leader?"
Because there's all kinds of leaders. There's all kinds of leaders, right? We have good leaders, we have mediocre leaders, and we have very bad leaders. So this whole blatant statement that you need to have you need to find a leader, that doesn't fit in if whether or not you have the right leader for you. Because you could have somebody lead you off a fucking cliff, or you could have somebody lead you to the fucking promised land. You have to be selective of who you're gonna decide to let lead you. But at the end of the day, you're supposed to be leading yourself.
What your grandma used to tell you: if your friend jump off the bridge, you gonna jump off. That's the damn leaders these niggas got.
Exactly.
Listen,
You better
last year
you have
I
women have to
discovered that my
women have to
husband was
lead
supposed to be
themselves
my
first.
leader, and
Women have to lead them. Women have to lead themselves first, so they can put themselves in a position to find the right co-leader or co-pilot to a situation that you're going that you want to walk into. If you go ahead and you sitting up here waiting under the sun for any old kind of leader to come drop out the sky, you're most likely 9 times out of 10 you're going to get that mediocre leader. You're going to get that bad leader that's going to lead you into a lot of problems, a lot of hate, a lot of regrets, a lot of torture and sorrow throughout your life. Because that's what we've been seeing lately, right? Women sitting back, trying to be feminine, and expecting some great leader to come and save them. Yeah, I don't think so.
But what have I said from day one? Women have to be their own leaders. And let me tell you something. Me as a leader, listen, if MJ come up with a good idea for the weekend and say, Mew, we gonna be in New York, blah, 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 a month in advance, and we gonna have this and we doing that, I want you to come. Guess what? If the Mew have the resources, the Mew gonna go and meet MJ, right? And the MJ could have been the leader of that situation. This is what I want you guys to know. You have to have your own fucking mind. Yes. You have to have your own mind at all times. Don't lose. MJ, you wasn't here in the beginning probably, but I shared a stream that Farrakhan said that when a woman gets a man, she gives up everything of her own, even her mind, right? So my topic is on women don't lose your mind. Don't lose who you are. He says that when a woman, let me, you know what? Let me go on mute so I can pull this back up for y'all.
But see, that's, you gotta understand, like, that's barbaric and archaic mindset. Like, just like for the simple fact that these same men want to find out how low they can go when dating and mating with younger women, all of that is barbaric and archaic mindset. There was a reason why way back in the days, 14-year-olds and 16-year-olds were married off, even 12-year-olds. Guess what? People weren't living that long back then. 18, 1700s, people didn't live past 40 until, but we're different now. Like, you got people living into the hundreds. It's no need for you to be going after somebody young. There's no need, right? And then with this whole such a simple fact, back in the days too, women at that time, they couldn't they couldn't own property. They couldn't own property. They couldn't have their own bank account. Any money that they came into automatically got transferred over under their husband's name, under his surname. They didn't have no autonomy. They didn't have no rights to their body and everything like that. So in that mindset back then, it was beneficial for women to understand, to relinquish that if they were going to fall under some type of household with that individual that they marry. You don't need that today. That is not needed today. Like, you have to start making amends about what's going on today and figuring shit out today, and stop trying to take barbaric fucking ideologies with you into the fucking 22nd
Hold on.
century.
When you fall in love with a man, that love makes you willing to give yourself up. I'm not talking about giving up your body. I'm talking about giving up your mind, giving up your own aspirations, your own desires for your future. When you fall in love with a man, you give up your life to accept his life. That, look here now. See me talking to him, brother. And they ain't arguing with me.
What you say about the MJ?
Hell no, I ain't going. You got me all the way fucked up. That's
Listen,
as
this
short
is
as
what
I
I'm
can
trying
say
to
it.
tell women in the beginning of the stream, that your church, your mosque, all of this shit, your religions have taught you to be a slave. Don't
Pretty
listen
much.
to this shit, women, and think that this shit is normal or good for you. It may be normal in your society, but it's not good for women.
Nope, it ain't. It definitely ain't. But that's what those systems are for, right? Those systems are for brainwashing, right? You have to have, like, these men who wants to
Wait,
keep women
listen.
subjugated.
That love makes you willing to give yourself up. Good. Hey, good sister. When you fall in love with a man, that love makes you willing to give yourself up. I'm not talking about giving up your body. I'm talking about giving up your mind, giving up your own aspirations, your own desires for your future. When you fall in love with a man, you give up your life to accept his life. That, look here now. See me talking to
Sister, so when you fall in love with a man, you give up your desires, your aspirations. You got to listen. You give up your life to follow his life, and you don't desire your life no more.
Let's see. I guess I'm gonna say down with slavery, right? I am not
That
going
shit is
to.
absolute slave.
I am definitely not going to bow down to be enslaved. I wasn't born a slave. I'm not going to become enslaved. There is no way. Absolutely not. But sis, I gotta go. I'll talk to you later.
All right. But no, you want 12 years a slave? I'm just trying to figure it out because that damn Priscilla, this shit's so cold. But this is what these men want us to be. And we sit up here and pretend like this is who we want to be. We don't want to be this shit. Priscilla is the closest content creator that I have met so thus far who really understands about the first slaves.
Be good, sister. When you fall in love with a man, that love makes you willing to give yourself up. I'm not talking about giving up your body. I'm talking about giving up your mind, giving up your own aspirations, your own desires for your future. When you fall in love with a man, you give up your life to.
So, this is a warning. When you fall in love with a man, he expects for you to give up your own aspirations, your own life, your own desires. You should not desire anything if you fall in love with a man.
Aspirations, your own desires for your future. When you fall in love with a man, you give up your life to accept his life. Now, look here now. See me talking to him, brother. And they ain't arguing with me.
Did I do that?
That's why it's so dangerous to play games with a woman. Straight. They've been manipulating you from the beginning. And this is why it is so important for women to know unequivocally what love is, how it's made up, so you can understand that there's no such thing as falling in love. It's impossible to fall in love with anybody, okay? It's impossible to fall in love. Then on top of that, men are incapable of love. When you know this, you can see all the game. You can see it all. They've been manipulating you and preaching to you self-sacrifice for male survival. And they have been pimping you the entire time. These preachers are pimps. Farrakhan is a pimp. And they've been pimping you with this shit. And this is why you have been...
Wait. Farrakhan is a pimp? Wait, I think I heard that wrong. Let me see. She wrong. She lying.
Manipulating you and preaching to you self-sacrifice for male survival. And they have been pimping you the entire time. These preachers are pimps. Farrakhan is a pimp. And they've been pimping you with this shit.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. She just said the preachers and the mosque. She even called Farrakhan name out. Did she call Farrakhan name? Let me see. Because she said all these people been pimping us. We gotta stop.
You self-sacrifice. When you know this, you can see all the game. You can see it all. They've been manipulating you and preaching to you self-sacrifice for male survival. And they have been pimping you the entire time. These preachers are pimps. Farrakhan is a pimp. And they've been pimping you with this.
Y'all not coming out here windmilling? for these preachers and Farragon. I mean, what the hell? I'm not understanding. I just don't understand.
This shit. And this is why you have been taken advantage of. This is why your ass is in the ground. Stop listening to people try to tell you some shit that'll keep you from listening to me. Because that's what they've been doing. They've been telling you shit to keep you from listening to your mama. They've been telling you the stuff to keep you from listening to your friends who was putting you on game about the nigga that you've been.
This is why they always want to qualify. Are you married? Are you chosen? You got a black man who loves you? Yeah, this is why. This is why that shit is done. If you didn't know, now you know.
Try to tell you some shit that'll keep you from listening to me. Because that's what they've been doing. They've been telling you shit to keep you from listening to your mama. They've been telling you the stuff to keep you from listening to your friends who was putting you on game about the nigga that you've been fucking. Their whole objective is to...
They mad with your mama because she done told you niggas ain't shit, can't pay rent, pay up here. Niggas ain't shit. Well, how that song go? They bad. They bad. These are the same men who say welfare took them out the home. You know why they say that to you? Because they wasn't shit. Your daddy wasn't shit. Your grandpappy wasn't shit. If they let welfare take them out the home, that meant them niggas wasn't shit. Just be honest with yourself. That's all I need is for you to be honest with yourself.
Is a pimp. And they've been pimping you with this shit. And this is why unequivocally what love is, how it's made up, so you can understand that there's no such thing as falling in love. It's impossible to fall in love with anybody, okay? It's impossible to fall in love. Then on top of that, men are incapable of love. When you know this, you can see all the game. You can see it all. They've been manipulating you and preaching to you self-sacrifice for male survival. And they have been pimping you the entire time. These preachers are pimps. Farrakhan is a pimp. And they've been pimping you with this shit. And this is why you have been taken advantage of. This is why your ass is in the ground. Stop listening to people try to tell you some shit that'll keep you from listening to me. Because that's what they've been doing. They've been telling you shit to keep you from listening to your mama. They've been telling you the stuff to keep you from listening to your friends who was putting you on game about the nigga that you've been fucking. Their whole objective is to isolate you from people who can talk sense into you.
They ain't lying. She ain't never lying. Let me tell you something. When I was in my 20s, I lived in Alexandria, Louisiana. There was an old buster ass nigga who was fooling him with another chick. This old buster ass nigga came in front of me in my backyard while I was trying to learn how to listen. That is the only time I had women teaching me how to barbecue. Because I didn't know how to start the life fluid. After that, I gave completely up. You would never hear the mule say she's great at barbecue. Because I stopped after that, trying to even learn. And it was after a buster ass nigga who was dating a friend of all of ours. I actually met the ladies who was teaching me how to grill through another lady. This nigga got on his, I promise you, he said some really graphic shit. that I won't repeat. However, these so-called friends of ours went back and told her. And this was a lady who caught seizures. And a few weeks after she had a major seizure, she came and she asked me about it. And I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I lied. I said, "Oh no, no. I don't know where they got that from. Oh, where they say he was flirting with you. Oh no. They lying. He never flirted with me." And then she try to do, as sometimes women do. I said, she goes, "Yeah, because he doesn't even like your type of women." I have been puzzled by that shit for about 15 years. And immediately my petty kicked in. I wanted to tell her, "Bitch, yeah, it was your man who said he wanted to eat my shit out." you know, but I didn't. I just let her go on. But this is why I say, do not believe that your man is the one who's incapable of the shit.
Just to defend the average news consumer in the West. Sure. Wouldn't it just have been easier to commit like a massive financial crime and defraud people of billions? Come up with like a fake cryptocurrency, call it like, I don't know, FTX, or just give a name to it.
Yep. And I would have certainly made a lot more money than TikTok, because I don't think TikTok even pays you for views. And if it certainly does, I never got a single transaction. Now, maybe Tucker didn't know what Tate was charged with, but if he didn't, then this is even worse journalism and preparation than Tate accused the BBC of doing. But personally, where I worry the most is just how easily us Christians can be deceived when we align ourselves too closely with those that we agree with politically. I mean, even if Tate is innocent, he literally admitted on camera that building a business and becoming rich based on grooming and trafficking, according to the legal definitions of those words. Even if we agree with him on some political issues, we should not align with him or his brother on moral issues. For example, here's a clip from Apostate Prophet showing Tate's brother Tristan teaching young men how to seduce virgins into sleeping with them.
You know what? We not, what I'm not about to do. Oh, damn. Uh-oh, I don't know if y'all can hear me, but iPhone has timed me out. They say 1 minute. 1 minute. Make your ass sit down, because you don't want some bullshit. Try again, 1 minute. Another minute?
People of billions come up with like a fake cryptocurrency, call it like, I don't know, FTX, or just give a name to it.
Yep. And I would have certainly made a lot more money than TikTok, because I don't think TikTok even pays you for views. users, and if it certainly does, I never got a single transaction. Now, maybe Tucker didn't know what Tate was charged with, but if he didn't, then this is even worse journalism and preparation than Tate accused the BBC of doing. But personally, where I worry the most is just how easily us Christians can be deceived when we align ourselves too closely with those that we agree with politically. I mean, even if Tate is innocent, he literally admitted on camera to building a business and becoming rich based on grooming and trafficking, according to the legal definitions of those words. Even if we agree with him on some political issues, we should not align with him or his brother on moral issues. For example, here's a clip from Apostate Prophet showing Tate's brother Tristan teaching young men how to seduce virgins into sleeping with them before breaking up with the virgins.
In my situation, you get access to girls that no one else has access to. When you run game like me and meet the women who I meet, and
when you run game like me, it's all based on game. And then you wonder why I have my book called The Game, 41 Shades of Men, The Pursuit to Subdue and Use You. If your ass ain't bought the book yet, then you tripping. You're tripping. Because I got the whole game right here in my hand. I got the map on these niggas. And you see, they ain't just black. That's why when black dudes come, you talking about black men, let me tell you something. You ain't that damn important for me to make a whole damn YouTube show off of and to write a whole book on. You ain't that damn important. The black male wants to be the center of attention just because I'm black. These niggas really think that my whole damn show and my whole spiel is about them. This dude that we talk about right here, this dude that's talking, he is not black. This is a worldwide issue, nigga. You are insignificant. I want you to understand that. You are insignificant. When you look at the galaxy and you look how big planet Earth is, in comparison to the sun and the rest of the galaxy, it's pretty insignificant. And your ass is on planet Earth and you are much more insignificant, okay? Much more. You have to be their boyfriend for an extended period of time, and you chicks think you in love. Well, he just changed, bitch, because you don't know men. That's your problem. You don't know men. And I keep telling you, I know men better than they know themselves, and these raggedy motherfuckers know that I'm hitting the nail square on the head. I'm talking about bullseye. Every damn dart I throw at they ass is bullseye. Bullseye, bullseye. I know these motherfuckers. And if you looking for a predator who depends on you to make them somebody to tell you the truth about them, you are boo-boo the fool. If you gonna learn about men from anybody, you ain't finna learn about them from the dude you fucking. That's for dang sure. Oh, my bad.
I'm going to teach you how to do it. Now, even though the Tates may say things that we agree with, we as Christians are supposed to defend the truth and not turn a blind eye to evil simply because we agree with someone politically. Every so often, we should be asking ourselves, is our true loyalty to our political groups and our political influencers that we agree with, or is our true allegiance to our King, Jesus Christ? Perhaps a greater lesson that could be taken from all of this is to take the advice from Proverbs, which says,
your friend for an extended period of time. A virgin when you're
up with the virgins.
In my situation, you get access to girls that no one else has access to. When you run game like me and meet the women who I meet, and roll in the circles I meet, you meet beautiful virgins sometimes. Me, I'll do 2 or 3 virgins a year. Now, how do you date a virgin when you're an ice cold player? There is a tactic which I'm going to share with you on how to date a virgin, how to take a girl virginity. Is the recipe. I'm sorry, guys. You want to run into a virgin the next day? Don't ask me how. I don't know. I don't think anyone knows. I don't even think it's possible. You have to be their boyfriend for an extended period of time. You then have to take her virginity on the 2nd month anniversary or something along those lines. And I'm going to teach you how to do it.
Now, even though the tapes may say things that we agree with, we as Christians are supposed to defend the truth and not turn the blind eye to evil simply because we agree with someone politically.
Listen. This shit crazy. So y'all want to know why I say it's crazy? Because they always talking about women as thrill fools. But then they constantly talk about how to break a virgin. And how to break a virgin, not to be good to the virgin, not to be honest to the virgin, not to be loyal to her, but to turn her into a whore.
You meet beautiful virgins sometimes. Me, I'll do 2 or 3 virgins a year. Now, how do you date a virgin when you're an ice cold player? There is a tactic which I'm going to share with you on how to date a virgin, how to take a girl virginity. Is the recipe. I'm sorry, guys. You want to run into a virgin the next day? Don't ask me how. I don't know. I don't think anyone knows. I don't even think it's possible. You have to be their boyfriend for an extended period of time. You then have to take her virginity on the 2nd month anniversary or something along those lines. And I'm going to teach you how to do it.
Now, even though the tapes may say things that we agree with, we as Christians are supposed to defend the truth and not turn the...
Now, this is a black man. And I'm not going to even blame all black men. But I will say this. When I came into this space, this Manosphere space, it is so weird. There's so many of my black sisters were virgins. And then we learned about you guys with the red pill. With the what you call it? The Manosphere. Then we learned about the, what do you call the guys who look for women? And then there is people who are out here looking for virgins just to make them not virgins. And you know what? I have a sector of ladies, even in my family and online. It's so weird that they tell you they don't even want these fools to know that they are virgins because they meet nothing but weirdos.
The blind eye to evil simply because we agree with someone politically. Every so often we should be asking ourselves, is our true loyalty to our political groups and our political influencers that we agree with, or is our true allegiance to our King, Jesus Christ? Perhaps a greater lesson that could be taken from all of this is to take...
All right, I don't want to listen to more of that. Let's listen to the next thing that I want to listen to. Stop listening to these dudes passively. If you're going to listen, do some active listening and stop listening passively to these dudes, right?
Active listening.
Let's listen to this.
You're really getting it. You know what they say? I'll pay more.
Oh,
learn something when you start.
Okay, I can't listen to that because it's got that music in there.
Yeah,
okay. But I would like to listen to it, but these folks be putting music.
Yeah, but you have to actively listen, right? And these people do not actively listen.
All right.
And they don't. They won't. But this some real shit right here. About misogyny. Oh my God. I've been telling y'all about this shit we really need to listen to.
Jesus Christ, come on. Welcome to In These Times, a multi-platform podcast and YouTube broadcasting channel for mental health issues. We want... What the hell?
No, she on point.
Why? Address mental pain and emotional suffering by bringing you information that can alleviate your distress. And you may make some important mental shifts that will impact your life, your love, your hope. Please use the Contact Us button on our website to let us know your deepest troubles and concerns with your mental health. Help us to help you. Now, does anyone care about misogyny apart from women? And do we even know what it means? Misogyny is violence, hate, and harassment directed specifically at women by men. But this understanding of misogyny is really quite modern. Misogyny can take brutal forms of rape, domestic violence and abuse, female genital mutilation, and sexual harassment in the workplace. It can even happen in public spaces, such as walking in streets or parks at night. It's present in gender pay gaps and career discrimination. Its violence is saturated in young male culture, such as porn, violent video games, and urban music. It can even be seen in government ministers, the police, and judges. They have no legal punishments to deter men from such actions, and they appear not to understand the trauma of rape, groping, or the harassment and assault of women. Recent protests in the UK about the murders of Sarah Everard and Sabina Nessa forced the question of misogyny back into the public sphere. But feminism and the Me Too movements have failed to stop the problem. So is it time for men to give an explanation and an account for their behaviour? Well, with us to help us understand this misogyny is Previn Carrier. Now, Previn, somebody said on a sort of slightly lighter... Previn Carrier, because I know my little thing is covering up the name, but Previn Carrier is a psychotherapist. He is a psychotherapist. Now, somebody sent me this video, and this video is about a year old, and this psychotherapist 100% backs up and confirms and validates 100% of everything that I have taught on this channel. I mean 100%. Now, I want you to hear it come out the mouth of a male who is a psychotherapist. Before we get into this, that they described it as the oldest human prejudice. And there are lots of references throughout history to it, starting with Adam and Eve, where Eve got all the blame for what happened to them. And Plato said that men should stick with intellect and women with sexuality. So I think that says it all, really. But of course, of recent times, it has come to something truly horrible for women in terms of terror and hate and aggression and violence. And so we are talking about real hate from men to women, aren't we?
Yeah, and those references to Plato and Adam and Eve are absolutely right, because once again, the problem of misogyny cannot be solved by looking at it as a cultural issue or something you can legislate against, although there urgently needs to be legislation to stop men being misogynistic and conducting the hate crimes that they do. But it is a psychological problem, Chrissy, and it is a mental health issue. And once again, because the pharmaceutical industry don't have a drug that can cure us of misogyny, it doesn't appear anywhere in psychiatric manuals. But it is a disorder because it is a state of mind, specifically in the male brain, that feels a need to terrorize women, to humiliate women, because actually, when you strip away all the machismo of the male persona, when you strip away all this bravado and posturing that men do, they are very scared brains inside the male skull. And this is something that needs to be understood without trying to shame men, by the way. This is not an occasion to simply attack men. What we need to do is try and ask ourselves, where is the problem of misogyny located? And it is clearly not in the law. It is clearly not in culture. It is somewhere in the human brain.
Now, that's what I focus on. I keep telling you that this shit is based in their brain. The male brain's wiring. And I told you that males are here to consume women, and it is something in their brain that makes them disrespect women, that makes them not listen to women. It's something in their brain that cuts it off. I told you this, and I've been saying it. But I guess it takes a psychotherapist and a male, even though I pulled up as many research papers to back up and pulled out as much logic as I could pull up. I guess you just need somebody else that's in a male body to tell you.
This need from men to attack women in this way, which indicates that actually the fundamental root of this is men are terrified by women.
Didn't I tell you it ain't no such thing as misandry? Haven't I told you that there's no such thing as misandry? That when you strip it all down, misandry is nothing more than men's projected self-hate onto women? Because when the truth, men depend on women lying. They depend on fairy tales because the truth does not support male existence. So when a woman who he depends on for all of his resources, for his life sustenance, when she puts the truth.
Anybody want to come up and talk about what I just played?
Do you want to watch this movie?
So I'm about to watch the movie They Clone Tyrone, and I'll be back.
Go ahead, dude.